Sam, Tanya and Lucy were already awake. "Something's happening out there, man," Sam said. The morning was wet, cold and rainy as we stepped out of the hut. A group of soldiers stood by a section of the perimeter fence that backed onto the woods. They seemed to be having a heated discussion. Price appeared, marching toward the assembly. "What's happened?" I asked Price as he passed us. "Another attack," he said, sighing. "It happens every bloody night." We followed them to the fence. When I saw what was there, I was glad I hadn't eaten breakfast. 4 corpses hung from the wire fence. Their faces were wide-eyed, their mouths open, as if they were silently screaming. A trail of blood and gore stained the fence behind each man, as it dripped from the tear in their bodies where their spines had once been. Price turned to a soldier who was holding a clipboard. "Is anyone missing?" "Yes, sir," the soldier replied. 7 men went missing last night." Price shook his head in disgust. "Why is it doing this?" he murmured. Then he said, "Get those bodies down now," and turned on his heels before marching back toward the huts. As he passed us, he said, "Come with me." We followed him to a hut with his name on the door, Captain Colin Price. Inside, the office was identical to the brigadier's, except the desk wasn't as large. Price seemed to deflate as soon as he entered and was out of sight of his men. His shoulders dropped, and a weakness seemed to enter his eyes. "I don't know what to do," he said. "It's like this every night. Some of our soldiers are killed, while others go missing. It never attacks the civilian camp, only this compound." "By it, I think you mean Jax," Tanya said. "Yes, Jax, your friend. Well, ex-friend, I suppose. I'm sure she wouldn't think twice before killing all of you, now that she's become this." He consulted a typed report on his desk. "Type 1, or whatever the hell those eggheads at Apocalypse Island call it." "Type 1, I said. "There are only 2 of them in existence, Jax and Vess. Vess is patient 0. "You faced Vess," Price said. "So tell me, how do we defeat Jax? We can't have good soldiers being torn to pieces or going missing every bloody night." "We faced him, but we didn't defeat him," I said. "When we left Site Alpha 2, Vess was still in the building, and very much alive as far as I know. The soldiers there were fighting him." He waved his hands dismissively. "No, that all went tits up. After a wave of zombies came out of the building, the soldiers sealed the place, deciding it was better to lock Vess up in there than go in and try to kill him. Too dangerous." Tanya stepped in. "Either way, we had no idea how to deal with Vess then, and we don't know how to stop Jax now. But there is one thing we can warn you about," I said. "The Type 1s are just as intelligent as they were before they became infected. They don't become mindless killing machines like the zombies, or rage-driven murderers like the hybrids. They can calculate and plan, so be careful." "Right," he said sarcastically. "Great advice. Be careful. I'm sure that's going to save my men from being torn apart by that monster." He marched to the door, straightening his posture before opening it. "Come on. It's time for you to go and collect that vaccine." We followed him past the huts to the area where the Mastiff was parked. 2 soldiers stood by the open doors of the vehicle. On the ground between them was a green-coloured metal box, about the size of a car battery, with a black metal handle. One of the soldiers was blonde, and looked like he might be 19 years old. He was introduced to us as Thornley, the gunner. The other soldier was black, in his 30s, and named Cooper. He was the driver. "And this is a magpie," Price said. indicating the metal box on the ground. It emits a signal that tells any drones overhead that your vehicle is friendly. The old version used to be fixed to our vehicles. Now it's portable, because some of our chaps in the Middle East had to switch to local vehicles, and the results weren't pleasant when the drone operators mistook them for the enemy. So any vehicle you carry the Magpie in will be friendly as far as the drones are concerned. He patted the side of the Mastiff. She's all fueled up and her ammo has been replenished. You shouldn't have any trouble getting to the coast, but I've arranged a convoy to escort you as far as Carlisle. After that, you're on your own. Any questions?" We didn't have any, so he said, "Good luck," and turned back to the huts. "Who's riding up front with me?" Cooper asked as he climbed up into the driver's seat. We all looked at Sam, assuming that if he wasn't allowed to drive, at least sitting in the front passenger seat would be the next best thing. But he had already climbed in through the rear door, his face downcast. "I think he's sulking," Tanya whispered to Lucy and me. "I heard that," Sam said from inside the Mastiff. Tanya rolled her eyes. "I'll ride up front if Mr. Sulky Pants doesn't want to." "I heard that too," Sam said. "You were supposed to," she said lightly, as she went to the front of the vehicle and climbed up into the passenger seat. Lucy and I joined Sam in the back, sitting across from him. Thornley climbed in and placed the Magpie up near the front storage compartment. Then he opened the top hatch, donned a headset and a helmet, and took his place on the raised gunner's platform. "Is everyone strapped in?" Cooper asked, starting the engine and putting on his own headset so that he could communicate with Thornley. Lucy and I muttered an affirmative. Sam remained silent. As we reversed out of the parking space, Sam asked Cooper, "Can we at least put the SDU screens on, man?" "No need," Cooper answered. "Thornley and I are the crew. Leave the driving and shooting to us. You just sit back and enjoy the ride." We drove out of the camp gate. Sam looked at Lucy and me and said, "Well, this sucks." Chapter 26. When we reached the motorway, the rain became heavier. I wondered how Thornley was enjoying it, with his head sticking out through the roof hatch. The rain must be pinging off his helmet and driving him crazy. Cooper took us south to a slip road, took it, and crossed over a bridge so that we could take the road that led to the northbound lanes. When we were back on the motorway heading north, I saw two of the jeeps that made up our escort driving in front of us. Sam folded his arms and looked up at the ceiling, whistling a nondescript tune. He looked like he was waiting at a doctor's office, wishing he were anywhere else but where he was right now. After 10 minutes of whistling, and looking as if he might actually die of boredom, he turned to Cooper and said, "Hey, man, can we have the radio on?" Without speaking, Cooper turned on the radio. Sam looked at me and said, "This guy's a barrel of laughs." The Sasha Green morning show was on, and Sasha was playing mainly 80s and 90s hits. Sam fidgeted in his seat and looked so impatient that I wouldn't be surprised if he asked Cooper, "Are we there yet?" despite the fact that we'd only just begun the journey. I leaned my head back and closed my eyes, letting the constant rumble of the Mastiff's engine lull me into a relaxed drowsiness. I must have dozed off, because the next thing I knew, we were leaving the motorway and driving toward winding narrow side roads, with low stone walls and fields on either side. "Where are we?" I asked Lucy. "We're coming off the motorway, so we can avoid that bridge where we were ambushed," she said. I blinked the tiredness out of my eyes and stretched. The rain was still falling, and I was sure that Thornley must be really pissed off by now. "What about Carlisle?" Did we go past it already? Yeah, Sam said, and it was boring. The rain is keeping all the zombies indoors. His humour hadn't improved any since I'd fallen asleep. Cooper said, "Everyone hold on tight. We've got bandits on our tail." The top gun began firing. I hoped Thornley was as accurate with it as Tanya had been. "How many of them are there?" I asked Cooper. He shrugged. "Maybe 6 or 7 cars. Don't worry. They're stuck behind us on these narrow roads. There's not much they can do here." Thornley continued to fire. I had no idea if he was even hitting anything, and it was annoying me to be sitting here helpless and kept in the dark about what was happening outside. "Screw this," I said, unfastening my harness. Sam saw what I was doing and grinned. He unbuckled his own harness and grabbed an M16. "Hey! Hey!" Cooper shouted. "What are you doing back there? Sit down and put your harnesses back on." Ignoring him, I switched on the SDU screen so that it showed the view behind us. The rear tyres of the Mastiff were throwing up rainwater and dirt from the road. A line of cars was sticking close to our tail. It didn't look like Thornley had actually hit anything with the big gun. "What are you doing up there?" I shouted at him. "Firing warning shots?" "Yes," he shouted back. "I'm showing them that they should pull back because we have superior firepower." "You're wasting bullets, man," Sam said. Cooper shouted, "Please, sit down and let us handle this." I could see the driver of the lead car, a bearded man with a scarred face. The man sitting next to him in the passenger seat was bald, and looked like he might have been a bare-knuckle boxer in a previous life. He was holding an SA-80, the machine gun usually used by the British Army, but he wasn't firing at us. "Why aren't they firing?" I asked Sam. "I don't know, man." Were they waiting for the road to widen so they could flank us? There was some reason they were biding their time. "Tanya, do you have the map?" I asked her. "Yeah." "What's up ahead?" "Nothing much. There's a crossroads about a mile from here." "They're not firing at us because they're herding us toward the crossroads," I told Cooper. "There will be more cars there, maybe a roadblock. These guys behind us are making sure we can't go back once we see it." "Thornley," I said, "aim the gun ahead of us. You might want to try and hit something this time, or we're going to be in trouble." Thornley spoke into his microphone. "Cooper?" Cooper hesitated. Then he said, "Do as he says." The gun mount whirred as Thornley turned it to face front. Lucy had unstrapped herself and grabbed an M16. Tanya slid out of her seat and into the rear compartment. "You think there will be many of them, Alex?" I nodded. "Yeah. If they can spare a dozen cars just to make sure we keep going forward, they must have a lot of personnel at the crossroads waiting for us." "We should be able to storm right through them in Betty," Sam said. "The problem will be when we get to Muldoon," I said. "Once we're at the harbour, we'll need to get out of Betty and onto a boat. That's if there are even any boats there after that drone attack." "Well, that's the answer, man." Sam pointed at the Magpie. "As long as we've got that thing on board, the drone won't attack us, but the bandits will be toast." He was right. If we played this the right way, the drones would take care of our bandit problem. "Crossroads ahead," Cooper said. "There are cars everywhere, and a roadblock." We moved forward to look through the windscreen. The bandits had parked cars on the road ahead, and on the roads going left and right. There were gunmen crouched behind the cars, and some in the fields. "We're going to go through them," Cooper said. "Oh shit, they've got an RPG." I saw the RPG at the same time Cooper did. A man standing in a field to our right had the anti-tank weapon on his shoulder and was aiming it at us. "Thornley! The guy in the field!" I shouted. The top gun boomed. At the same time, the man in the field fired the RPG. He was cut to pieces by Thornley's shots, but the anti-tank missile was already flying our way. I tried to grab my seat harness to prepare for the impact, but the missile hit us before I had wrapped my fingers around the material. The blast ripped into the side of the Mastiff, making a deafening bang and shaking the vehicle. Cooper managed to keep us on the road. We shot forward into the roadblock of cars, pushing them aside. The gunmen started shooting at us. I expected Thornley to return fire, but there was no sound from the gun on the roof. "Thornley, you okay?" I asked him. He collapsed onto the platform. No, not okay." Tanya grabbed the first aid kit and rushed over to him. He leaned heavily against the wall. "What's wrong?" Tanya asked. "Where does it hurt?" He shook his head slowly. "It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt at all." He closed his eyes. "Thornley," Tanya said, shaking him. "Thornley." His body was lifeless. Tanya laid him on the floor. I could see blood seeping through his jacket at the base of his neck. He had taken a bullet at the roadblock. I checked the SDU screen. The gunmen were getting into their cars and joining the vehicles already following us. Tanya got up onto the platform. I expected to hear the gun fire and see cars explode behind us. But Tanya came down again. "The gun's damaged." "Don't worry," I said. "The drones will take care of them." I went up front and climbed in next to Cooper. "How much farther to the coast?" "We should be there in about half an hour." "Is Thornley dead?" "He is," I said. "Damn, he was a good kid. His whole family got killed right after the zombies first appeared. He always said that he would be reunited with them one day. He was a man of faith, you know. Well, I guess he's with them now." "Listen," I said. "When we get to the coast and get rid of these bandits, we should take the boats south instead of driving all the way back. We can find a vehicle and only have to drive 50 miles to Prometheus. That was our original plan, but we had a problem with the drones. With the Magpie, we don't have that problem." "But the captain's orders were to load the vaccine onto the Mastiff and drive it back." "He didn't know we were going to lose Thornley and take an RPG blast. Who knows what damage it's done? If we try to drive all the way back, we might not even make it." "I don't know," he said. "I follow orders. I know you guys aren't real soldiers, but I have my job to consider." "What are they going to do? Fire you? You're a valuable resource in this apocalypse. They won't fire you just because you followed the best course of action to get the vaccine to Prometheus safely." "I'll have to think about it." "Of course." He had half an hour to make up his mind, and it really didn't matter what he decided. I had already made up my mind that, once I was on the easy, I was sailing south. Driving the route to the camp had been a necessity yesterday, but I was damned if I was going to leave the safety of the boat to make that drive again. I wanted Cooper to agree to my plan, because that would save any conflict we might have when we got to the coast. But if he refused and insisted on driving back, I would tell him that he'd be doing so alone. Given the choice between that or coming with us, I knew he would choose the boats. Driving back alone would be suicide. We drove on for half an hour with the bandits in pursuit, but not making their move yet. When we saw a sign for Muldoon, I told Cooper to follow it. When the half-ruined fishing village came into sight through the rain-streaked windscreen, I directed Cooper to the barricade and told him to drive down to the beach. Maybe there was a boat in the harbour that hadn't been sunk in the drone attack. He took us past the Kingfisher pub and down the road toward the sea. It looked like there were at least 20 cars behind us now. As they slowed down to drive through the gap in the barricade, a sudden flash erupted behind the lead car. The entire village seemed to shake as the cars exploded one after the other, like dominoes falling. Cooper kept his cool and got us to the harbour in one piece. Sitting on the pebbly beach, exactly where we had left it, was the Zodiac. We got out of the Mastiff and crossed the beach to our craft. It looked undamaged, unlike the boats that had been moored at the harbour. They lay at odd angles, grounded on the seabed. "Let's get out of here," Sam said, untying the Zodiac from the metal stake. I turned to Cooper. "You really don't want to drive all the way back to the camp, do you?" He nodded toward the Easy and Escape, floating out at sea. "Have you got food on board those boats?" "We have," I said. "Then no, I don't want to drive back." I grinned and slapped him on the shoulder. "If you want, you can even have steak tonight." "I won't say no to that." We made 2 trips in the Zodiac. Sam and Tanya took the snacks and drinks we had taken from the petrol station in the first run. Tanya stayed on board, while Sam piloted the craft back to take Lucy, Cooper and me, as well as all the weapons and ammo. We also took the Magpie, because we were going to need it when we got another vehicle farther south. But that could wait. For now, I was glad to be heading home to the Big Easy. Chapter 27. After we had stowed the weapons and snack food, we decided to take the boats down the coast, look for a suitable place to go ashore that was as close as we could get to the road that led to Prometheus, and spend the night on the boats. The brigadier was expecting us to be driving back today with the vaccine, but as far as I was concerned, he could sweat for a while. I climbed up to the bridge and sank into the pilot's chair, feeling instantly at home among the controls. Cooper was with Tanya and Sam on the Escape, which was already beginning to sail south. Lucy was in the living area below me, either listening to the radio or reading a book. I wished the day was sunny instead of wet, because then Lucy would sit on the aft deck, usually with the radio playing. But apart from the weather, everything else was perfect. Tomorrow would bring more hardships, no doubt, but for now we were on the waves and free from the perils of the mainland. And if all went well tomorrow, and I finally discovered where Joe and our parents were, then soon they would be on board with us. Then things really would be perfect. I hoped the brigadier would be true to his word and check the database to find my family. By the time we reached the area of the coast that would give us the closest access point to Prometheus, the rain had eased a little. The radio crackled, and Sam's voice said, "Dude, do you see what I see?" I looked toward the coast. I saw an empty sandy beach with cliffs behind it, but not much else. "Where are you looking?" I asked Sam. "On the cliffs, man." I looked up and saw what he was referring to. I smiled. It was perfect. Atop the cliff was a cafe. In the car park sat a single vehicle, a bus. "Can you drive a bus?" I asked Sam. "Of course. Can't everyone?" "No. It's easy," he said. "Okay. You want to go check it out?" "Nah. It'll still be there tomorrow. For now, let's just relax. Drop anchor, man. This is where we're spending the night." I wasn't going to argue with that. I cut the engine and dropped the anchor. We had stayed a good distance from the coast because of the drones, despite the fact that the Magpie was on board the Escape. There was no need to fall under the scrutiny of a drone operator if we didn't have to. I got the binoculars and aimed them at the bus on the cliffs. It was a single-decker painted in blue and white. I saw movement within and adjusted the focus on the binoculars. The bus driver was still in there, his mottled blue skin starkly contrasting with his crisp white shirt. I played the binoculars over the rest of the vehicle. The driver seemed to be the only zombie in there. I went down to the living area and found Lucy sitting on the sofa, her legs curled up beneath her as she read a paperback romance novel. The Chris Barnes midday show was playing on the radio, with Bastille's Things We Lost in the Fire currently coming out of the speakers. I went to the freezer and took out 5 steaks, setting them onto a plate on the counter so they would defrost for later. Lucy put the book down and stretched languorously. "I'm going to go down to the bedroom and take a nap. Want to come?" I recognised the wicked glint in her blue eyes. "Yes," I said, following her to the door. "I do." The rest of the day passed too quickly. No sooner had Lucy and I showered and returned to the living area than it was time to prepare dinner. Sam, Tanya, and Cooper came over in their Zodiac, and we ate the steaks while telling Cooper of our adventures. We learned that he was divorced and had no children. The army had always been his first love. Without it, he would be lost. We drank a toast to Thornley before calling it a night. Sam, Tanya, and Cooper returned to the escape, while Lucy and I went down to bed. It was in the early hours of the morning that I was startled awake by a nightmare. I sat up in bed and looked out of the porthole at the dark sky, while I tried to rid my mind of the images that had woken me. Lucy sat up and touched my shoulder lightly. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine. It was just a nightmare." I lay back down and closed my eyes, hoping that when sleep returned, it wouldn't bring the nightmare back with it. I had dreamed that I was standing in a scorched field, surrounded by other people. In the centre of the crowd was Jax, naked, with her dark veins standing out in stark contrast to her skin. She looked at me and smiled, but there was no humour in that smile. It was pure evil. Then, as she stood there, black roots began to sprout from her fingertips, their tendrils twisting and reaching for the scorched earth. When the roots reached the ground, they disappeared into the soil. Suddenly, the people around me looked down at their feet. Dark roots were growing up from the ground and twisting their sinewy tendrils around everyone's feet and legs, creeping up and up until they covered the people entirely. The roots fell away, and everyone had become a zombie. They turned to look at me with their yellow eyes. Then they all started to stagger toward me. Chapter 28. The following morning was bright and sunny, the clear blue sky promising a day without rain. As we rode the Zodiac to the beach, I still had memories of the Jack's nightmare running through my mind. I tried to push it out of my head. I needed to be alert if I was going to live through today and see tomorrow. We landed on the beach and dragged the Zodiac up along the sand to the rocks at the base of the cliffs. Leaving it there, we found a set of concrete steps that climbed from the beach to the cafe above and ascended them warily. We had no idea what might be at the top of the cliffs. We knew the bus driver was a zombie, and that the presence of one zombie usually indicated that there were more somewhere close by. That was why we hadn't brought any of the vaccine boxes across with us yet. We wanted to scout the area first, and make sure it was as safe as we could make it before we loaded ourselves down with boxes. Our ammo supplies were low, so Lucy and I had elected to bring our baseball bats instead of the guns for the trip to the cafe. That also meant that we could dispatch any zombies, including the bus driver, quietly. The bus was the only vehicle parked outside the cafe. The cafe itself looked deserted. "There's nothing in there that I can see," Lucy said, peering through the window. We moved to the bus. The emergency exit at the rear was open. "Why didn't he get out this way?" Cooper asked. "If there isn't something to motivate him to do that, he won't," I said. "He'll just stay in the same place until something catches his attention." "Well, we've caught his attention now," Cooper said, pointing through the bus windows to where the driver was lurching along the aisle between the seats. He had heard us speaking, and was coming this way to bite us and spread the virus. Or so he thought. He stumbled out of the emergency exit and onto the cement surface of the car park. He groaned when he saw us. I smashed his head in with my bat. He fell to the ground and lay there, the wound in his head oozing dark blood. I looked around. The area seemed to be free of any other threats. "Let's get the vaccine," Tanya said. "I'm sure that by now the brigadier is worrying about us." It took us over an hour to load all the boxes into the bus. By the time we were done, I felt exhausted. My lack of sleep, due to the nightmare, was catching up with me. We had checked the bus over before loading it, and found the keys already in the ignition. There was enough fuel to get us to Prometheus and back. We boarded the bus, but before sitting down in one of the front seats, the other seats were all piled high with the vaccine, I went to one of the boxes and opened it. I removed 3 syringes of vaccine and put them in the pocket of my combat jacket. If I was going to find Joe and my parents, I was also going to vaccinate them. I turned to Lucy. "Do you want to take 2 of these in case you find your parents?" She shook her head. She really was sure that her parents were dead. I sat next to her and offered her a smile that didn't really mean anything, but at the same time meant everything. Sam started the bus. The engine thrummed like a heartbeat. We set off along the road that would take us to Camp Prometheus. During the drive, we saw zombies in the fields and in the small villages we passed through, but none of them bothered us. Some of the creatures glared at us with their yellow eyes, but by the time they had seen us, we were gone again. Sam kept us moving along at a steady pace. When we reached the M6 motorway, we only had to drive down it for 5 miles before we reached the gate that led to Prometheus. We drove past the lake and woods to the military compound. After the gates were opened for us and we drove into the compound, we got out of the bus, ready to go in search of the brigadier. There was no need. He came marching over to us with a grin on his face. Seeing the cardboard boxes piled on the seats and in the aisle, he simply said, "Well done." He told Cooper to report to his squad. Cooper said goodbye to us and marched away along the street. The brigadier looked around. "I sent 2 men with you. Where is the other?" "He didn't make it," Tanya said. "Fine," the brigadier said coldly. "Now, I have something to show you." "Wait," I said. "Before you show me anything, I want to see the results of the database search for my family." He sighed, obviously frustrated by my demand. But the truth was, I couldn't wait any longer to find out if my family was still alive. I had to know now. He took a slip of paper from his pocket. Before speaking to me, he addressed Lucy. "We searched for your parents on the board. Unfortunately, their names aren't in there. Of course, that only means that they haven't come into a camp. It doesn't mean that they aren't alive." "Yes, it does," Lucy said. Price turned to me. "Your family is currently at this location." He handed me the slip of paper. I read the words written on it. Camp Achilles, Brecon Beacons, Wales. You're kidding, I said. The Brecon Beacons is where I was when this all started. And now you're saying that Joe and my parents are at a camp there. He nodded. They've been at that camp for the past 2 weeks. The camp they were at previously was attacked. It's not really much of a coincidence. The camps are usually built at remote locations, so the Brecon Beacons is perfect. Lovely views, if you like mountains. I doubted Joe was enjoying the view from within a locked compound. Anyway, that's done now, the brigadier said, cutting in. You delivered the vaccine, and I told you where your family is. Now, come with me to the lab. He began walking, and we followed. I remember telling you, he said, that trained military personnel are the best type of people suited to these missions. Civilians, no matter how skilled, will never be able to match a trained soldier. That is what you said, and we didn't disagree, I told him. No, you didn't disagree, but I could tell that you lot thought you were superior to me and my men. I had no idea where he had gotten that impression. He must have an inferiority complex because we had never said that. I've proved you wrong, he said. Last night, my men achieved what you couldn't. It's not a competition, I said. Oh, but of course it is. Life is a competition, my boy. I let you carry out this mission partly because Marilyn MacDonald sent me glowing reports about your actions at Site Alpha 2. You faced a Type 1 and lived to tell the tale. I had no idea where he was going with this, so I kept my mouth shut. Do you think your actions were so noteworthy? He asked. I mean, you didn't capture Vess, did you? No. We didn't capture him, I said. We tried to kill him. We couldn't. I remembered Johnny shooting Vess, but the creature being so fast that it dodged the bullet. We reached a long hut that was the lab, according to the stenciled letters on the door. The brigadier opened the door and ushered us inside. It doesn't matter how highly Marilyn MacDonald speaks of you. You faced a Type 1, but you couldn't kill it or capture it. My men, on the other hand, managed to capture this last night. He pointed along the length of the lab. It was like the building we had seen at Camp Apollo. There were less stainless steel tables here, though, and none of them held corpses. Halfway along the room was a plexiglass cell, exactly like the one at Apollo, except this one had an occupant. I looked at the naked female form imprisoned in the plexiglass cube. I could hardly believe who it was. Jax. Chapter 29. Tanya rushed to the plexiglass cell to see her friend. Jax stood motionless, showing no emotion in her yellow eyes when Tanya said her name. Jax looked strong and sleek, her darkly veined skin taut over her muscles. She looked at Tanya with a blank stare. She doesn't recognize me, Tanya said. I think she does. I walked up to the plexiglass and looked in at Jax. She regarded me with the same emotionless stare. She just doesn't attach any emotion to us. I was sure that she did know who we were. As I had told the brigadier before, Type 1s were intelligent. We set a trap last night, he said, and she walked right into it. We waited for her to come over the fence and trapped her in nets. It was a big operation, because we had to cover every possible entry point. But we got her. What are you going to do with her? Tanya asked, with tears in her eyes. It was obvious that, even though Jax had no feelings toward Tanya anymore, that situation wasn't reciprocal. I felt the same way as Tanya. Jax was a monster now, a creature capable of spreading the virus and also killing viciously. But she had once been our friend. I knew that she should die before she did any more damage to humanity, but I didn't want her to suffer. "Our scientists will study her," the brigadier said. "As you said, the Type 1 creatures are strong and intelligent. They're infected with a pure strain of the virus. Just think of the uses we could put that to if we managed to recreate it in a lab. This country has suffered a tragedy with the outbreak of the zombies, but we can turn that tragedy to our advantage. We will have something that no other country has. A virus capable of inducing a killer instinct fed by fearlessness and ferocity." "You want to weaponize it?" Lucy asked. "We are going to explore the military applications," he said. "He wants to weaponize it," Sam said. The brigadier looked at him sharply. "You make it sound as if I'm working on my own initiative. We've been ordered to study the creature, and those orders have come down from the highest-ranking military officials in our government." Sam shook his head slowly in disbelief. "You really need to watch a movie or two, man. You'd realize that this isn't going to end well for anybody." Something didn't seem right. I had seen how Vess had managed to avoid capture at Alpha 2, how he had been impossible to kill. Why should Jax, who was the same type of creature, intelligent and cunning, allow herself to be captured by a bunch of soldiers with nets? Was that it? Had she allowed herself to be captured? I looked at her as she stood placidly in the plexiglass prison, and felt an icy finger creep up my spine. "She let you capture her," I said. "What?" The brigadier looked furious. His face flushed an angry purple. He had brought us in here to gloat about his achievement of catching Jax. But now I was telling him that his achievement meant nothing, that he had been fooled by the creature he'd thought he'd captured. "Don't be absurd." "I told you the Type 1s are just as intelligent as they were before they were turned. Jax knew that we were part of the mission to develop the new vaccine because she was at Site Alpha 2 with us when we went to get the H1NZ1. She probably watches the camp in the daytime from the woods by the fence. When she saw us arrive here yesterday, she must have guessed that we were bringing the vaccine. That's why she allowed herself to be caught by your men." "What do you mean?" "Alex?" Lucy looked worried. "These labs are under constant guard," I said. "Jax let herself be caught because she wanted to get in here. She wants to destroy the vaccine." "Listen to yourself," the brigadier said. "What you're saying is crazy. She's in the lab, but she's in a cell. What good is that going to do her?" I looked at the plexiglass surrounding Jax. "Maybe she made a mistake," I said, "and she didn't know you were going to put her somewhere she couldn't escape from. Or maybe she knows this cell can't hold her." Suddenly, I wanted to get out of the lab as quickly as possible. "We need to leave," I said to the others. To the brigadier, I said, "You need to make sure the vaccine is protected. If Jax can get out of here—" I stopped when I heard shouts and gunshots outside. The brigadier looked toward the door. "What the bloody hell is going on out there?" He pulled the door open and bellowed, "What's happening? I want a situation report now, damn it!" "We're under attack," someone shouted. The brigadier stormed out of the lab, but not before ordering us to go with him. We followed him outside, and I felt glad to be away from Jax. I glanced over at Lab 3, where the vaccine was stored. There was no one guarding that hut specifically. Captain Price rushed over to us and spoke to the brigadier. "Sir, there's a horde of hybrids in the northern quadrant. They've broken through the perimeter fence. Have you mobilized the men?" "Yes, sir. All available personnel have been mobilized to the area and are dealing with the situation." "All right. The brigadier seemed to calm down slightly after being given this information, but I felt even more nervous. It was too much of a coincidence that the hybrids were attacking at the same time that Jax was in the lab. I didn't like this at all. Everyone in the camp was focused on the hybrid attack. There was nobody in this area other than the guards on the fence and in the towers. The brigadier beckoned over two of the soldiers who were patrolling the inner fence. "Coleman and Simpson," he said, reading their name badges. "I want you to go into Lab 1 and guard the prisoner in there." They nodded and said, "Yes, sir," before marching over to the lab where Jax was being held. "See?" the brigadier said, turning to face me. "Don't ever say I never listened to you." "If she can get out of that plastic cage," Tanya said, "2 men won't make a difference." "That cell is strong enough to hold an elephant," he said. "Now, are you going to come and see how my soldiers deal with hybrids? Or will you just tell me the hybrids allowed themselves to be killed?" He chuckled to himself and marched toward the northern quadrant with Price. "That guy is an arsehole," Sam said, watching the 2 officers disappear from sight. "I think we should get our guns from the bus," I said. "I've got a really bad feeling about this." "I know what you mean," Tanya said. "It feels like the hybrid attack is a distraction." "Yeah," I agreed. "Let's get the guns and come back here. If Jax is going to go for the vaccine, we have to stop her." "You really think she's going to do that?" Lucy asked, as we made our way to the bus. "Even if she isn't, there's no harm in us guarding the vaccine. The soldiers in these towers are focused on guarding the labs against attacks from the outside, not from within the labs themselves." From the north, shots rang out and screams cut through the air. Things weren't going as well as the brigadier had hoped. We ran for the bus. If the soldiers couldn't keep the hybrids at bay, the creatures would be here soon. We needed the M16s. If we had to hold off a horde of hybrids with only the Walther PPKs, we didn't stand a chance. As we approached the bus, I halted and said, "Wait, something's wrong." Everyone stopped and looked at me. "What is it?" Tanya asked. I pointed to the guard towers by the gate. "Where are the guards?" Everyone looked at the towers that flanked the main gate. They were empty. "They're probably helping to fight the hybrids," Lucy suggested. "All of them?" I couldn't believe the brigadier would take the guards off the gate simply to add a few extra soldiers to his already considerable number of men in the northern quadrant. And the guards patrolling the fence too. Then I saw dark, lifeless shapes lying on the ground beneath the towers and inside the fence. We ran over to inspect the bodies. They lay in the gravel, as if they were rag dolls, tossed to the ground by a bored child. Their faces still held expressions of shock and surprise. Their spines were missing. "What the hell?" Tanya asked. "Jax is in the lab. How did this happen?" A figure stepped out from behind the bus, and, when I saw who it was, my blood ran cold. Vess. Chapter 30. Vess stood by the bus, watching us. He was naked and covered in blood. His yellow eyes looked at us with a hint of cruel amusement. We had failed to kill him at Site Alpha 2, and now here he was to punish that failing. He stepped forward, as if he had all the time in the world. He probably did, but as soon as he reached us, our time would be over. He would kill us in the same savage manner he had killed the soldiers. I remembered when he'd torn out Johnny Drake's spine and thrown the dead body aside. If we didn't get out of here now, that same fate would befall us. We drew our handguns and fired. Vess dodged back behind the bus with blinding speed, before reappearing and running at us. I fired 2 more shots, sure that I had hit him. The Walther's slide slid back, telling me the gun was empty. The others had expended their magazines too, and Vess was still coming. "Run!" I shouted. Lucy and I fled back toward the labs. Sam and Tanya went the other way, toward the car parking area. Vess followed Lucy and me. "What are we going to do?" Lucy gasped as we ran for the inner fence. "The soldiers in the towers and on patrol," I managed to say between heaving breaths. "They'll shoot at him. Maybe he won't be able to dodge the bullets if they all fire at once." It was our only chance of survival, but even as I said it, I didn't have much hope. There was no way Vess had dodged all our bullets a moment ago, yet he seemed unhurt by them. Was he bulletproof? No, that was ridiculous. I had to believe that the soldiers guarding the lab could kill him. Without that belief, I might as well stop running and let Vess catch up with me. If the soldiers couldn't stop him, we were all dead. "Alex," Lucy said. It came out as a whimper. She pointed at the lab compound ahead. The soldiers lay dead within the fence. The guard towers, where we had seen soldiers no more than 5 minutes ago, were empty. The door to Lab 1 was open. So was the door to Lab 2. Jax had gotten within the compound by letting the brigadier capture her, but she didn't know exactly where the vaccine was being stored. She had gone to the wrong lab. "Go to Lab 3, I told Lucy. "We'll try to barricade ourselves in." Vess was still chasing us, but I had the sense that he was toying with us like a cat torturing a mouse. He could have caught us easily by now, but he was biding his time. The bastard was probably enjoying this. The gate to the lab compound was closed, but it hadn't been locked before, and I prayed it wasn't now. We pushed it open and ran into the compound, heading for Lab 3. "Is this a good idea?" Lucy asked as we reached the door. "We're leading him straight to the vaccine." "We don't have a choice." I pushed open the door and we rushed inside. I slammed the door behind us. "Find something we can use to barricade it." "There's nothing here." The lab was empty, except for the boxes of vaccine stacked at the far end of the room. They were too light to be of any use. The door burst open, and Vess stepped into the lab. His mouth twisted into a sneer when he saw that we were trapped with nowhere to go. He took a few steps toward us. Lucy and I backed away. Jax came in through the door and stood behind Vess. Her yellow eyes regarded us with the coldness of a lizard staring at a bug. We retreated all the way to the stack of cardboard boxes. This was as far as we could go. We were going to die here, and after we were dead, I assumed that Vess and Jax would destroy the vaccine. Humanity's fight against the virus would be set back, and while the people at Apocalypse Island rushed to make more vaccine, these two monsters would be on the loose, destroying the survivors' camps. By the time they were done, there might be no one left alive. The country would be taken over by the undead. Vess stepped toward us slowly, savouring the moment. Jax had come farther into the room. Maybe she wanted to watch us die. Maybe they were going to fight over who got which spine when we were dead. I had nothing left to fight back with. Somewhere in my combat jacket was a Leatherman tool. It would probably be useless against Vess, but I wasn't going to just stand here and let him take us down. Reaching into my pocket, my fingers connected with the 3 vaccine-loaded syringes I had taken for my family. I couldn't remember which pocket the Leatherman was in. In desperation, I fished one of the syringes out of my pocket and opened the protective plastic tube. I slid the syringe out into my hand. I didn't think that stabbing Vess with the needle was going to do anything. The vaccine was meant to protect uninfected humans from the virus, not be injected into patient zero, but I had nothing else to try. He reached forward and grabbed me by the throat, lifting me into the air. I couldn't breathe. With a fatalism brought on by my impending death, I told myself that didn't matter anymore. My spine was about to be ripped away from my body. As a last resort, I stabbed the needle into Vess's arm and pressed the plunger. It seemed like a pathetic final act, but it was all I had. Maybe the vaccine shot would give him a cold for a few days or something. He swatted away the syringe, as if it were a minor annoyance. Lucy attacked him, beating on his shoulder with her fists, trying to make him let me go. He pushed her away with his free hand, and she went crashing into the boxes. I struggled for breath. My fatalism only stretched so far. I would fight for survival up to the last second of my life. The yellow eyes looked into mine, and I realized that this haunting vision was going to be the last thing I ever saw. Lucy was struggling to regain her feet, screaming, "No!" at Vess. She was crying. I could hear it in her voice, but I couldn't see her tears. The only things I could see were those hateful yellow eyes. Then Vess faltered. His grip on my throat loosened slightly. I fought for breath and managed to suck a little air into my lungs. Lucy attacked him again, punching him over and over. Instead of pushing her away, he staggered back a few steps, and I saw something in those yellow eyes that I had never thought was possible. I saw fear. He seemed to be weakening. The arm that held me aloft dropped. My feet touched the floor, and I tried to push myself away from him. He lost his grip on me, and I fell back onto the boxes. Vess managed to push Lucy away, but he looked feeble. Lucy looked like she was readying herself for another attack, but stopped when she saw what was happening to Vess. He leaned against the wall and clutched his arm as if he were having a heart attack. The dark veins that stood out so prominently all over his body seemed to recede. If it wasn't for the blood that covered his naked body, he would look like a normal human being. I stared in shock. I hadn't expected the vaccine to have such an effect on him. He looked over at me, and the yellowness in his eyes was gone. His eyes were a normal brown colour. He looked confused and scared. "What's happening to me?" he groaned. Then the eyes widened, and his mouth went slack. It was then that I noticed the 4 bullet holes in his body. They began bleeding, Vess's own blood adding to the blood of those he had killed earlier. He dropped to the floor as if he had just been shot. There was no mistaking the way he had fallen and the slackness of his body. He was dead. Chapter 31. I didn't know if the vaccine had killed him, or if the cause of death was the group of bullets that were obviously lodged in his body. Maybe the virus had protected him from the damage somehow, and now it couldn't, because it had been overwhelmed by the vaccine. Johnny Drake had fired at Vess at Site Alpha 2. At the time, we had thought that Vess had dodged the bullet, but maybe Johnny's bullet was the one that had killed Vess a moment ago. I liked the thought of that. Jax hadn't moved. She stood looking at Vess's dead body. Then she looked at me and took a step forward. I took another syringe out of my pocket. She hesitated. Behind her, at the door, Sam and Tanya appeared, brandishing M16s. "Get down!" Tanya shouted. Lucy and I flattened ourselves to the floor, so she and Sam could open fire on Jax. But Jax leaped through the frosted glass window to the compound outside. Sam and Tanya adjusted their positions and began shooting. A few seconds later, they ceased fire. "She got away," Sam said. "Fuck, she's fast." They saw Vess's dead body lying on the floor. Sam's eyes went wide. "What the hell?" "I gave Vess a shot of vaccine," I said. "He turned human. I think the virus had been protecting his body from all the bullets he's taken. When the virus died, the bullet wounds killed him." I rubbed my throat. It hurt to speak. If Vess had applied any more pressure on my windpipe, or if it had lasted any longer, I'd be dead now as well, lying there next to him. Sam kneeled down to take a closer look at the blood-covered body. "That's some fucked up shit, man." "Yeah," Lucy said. Tanya went over to the broken window and looked out through the shattered glass. "What do you think Jax will do now?" "She'll either come back and try to destroy the vaccine again," Lucy said, "or she'll run." She thought for a moment and then added, "I think she'll run. This vaccine can destroy the virus within her. Since her ultimate goal is to spread the virus, she won't risk meeting the same fate as Vess. She'll find a place where she can infect as many people as possible before the vaccine is widely distributed." "Yeah, that sounds most likely," Tanya said. "At least when we catch up with her, we'll know how to kill her." Her voice was tinged with sadness. I put a hand on her shoulder. "At least she didn't end up as one of the military's experiments." She nodded. "Speaking of military experiments," Sam said, "we shouldn't leave Vess's body here for those fuckers to dissect." He was right. After what the brigadier had said about the government wanting to experiment on a Type 1, it would be dangerous to leave the body here. Vess looked totally human in death. But who knew what the military scientists might discover if they examined the body at a cellular level? I checked the situation outside. There was no one around. The soldiers were still busy with the hybrids. Gunshots and shouts drifted down to this end of the camp on the breeze. "Let's get it in the bus," I said. Sam lifted Vess's head and shoulders off the floor. I took the feet, and we made our way out of the hut. Tanya and Lucy stayed behind with the M16s, just in case Jax came back, and Tanya reloaded my Walther with a fresh magazine, in case Sam and I met her on our way to the bus. I kept an eye out as we moved across the compound, but I was sure Jax had fled. Vess's flesh was slick with blood, making his corpse more difficult to carry. We managed to get it into the bus and lay it beneath the back seats, out of sight. Then we went into the washrooms and cleaned our hands, before heading back to the girls. By the time all four of us were heading back to the bus, some of the soldiers were returning from the northern quadrant. They looked upset and downcast. I wondered how many of their number had been lost in the hybrid attack. Captain Price came over to us. His face was set into a hard mask of determination, but there were tears in his eyes. "Some of the hybrids were the men that went missing from this camp," he said. "It's one thing to fight an unknown enemy, but when you have to kill someone you used to know, it's a damned terrible business." I nodded. We all knew the heart-wrenching consequences of having our friends become enemies. The brigadier came marching up to us angrily. "What the bloody hell has happened here?" "I told you what was going to happen," I said. "I warned you, you wouldn't listen." He came up to me, putting his face close to mine and pointing at me. "If you let her go, I'll have you court-martialed." "Of course we didn't let her go," I said. "She did that all by herself. Your men are lying dead back there because of your arrogance." "You're all going to jail," he said. "What you did amounts to treason." I'd heard enough of his bullshit. I hit him. He stumbled backward and fell to the ground, holding his nose as it began to pour blood. The soldiers around us looked shocked. They didn't know what to do. 2 of them helped the brigadier to his feet. "Arrest them!" he shouted, pointing at us. "Take them into custody!" The soldiers moved forward. Tanya and Lucy levelled the M16s at them. The soldiers halted. "You won't be taking us anywhere," I said. We moved backward to the bus, the girls keeping their guns trained on the soldiers. As soon as we climbed aboard, Sam started the engine and reversed through the main gate, knocking it down. He kept the bus in reverse all the way to the motorway, where he manoeuvred us into position to drive back along it to get to the roads that would take us to the coast. "Are they following us?" I asked nervously, as we drove along the centre lane. If the convoy of armed jeeps came after us, we stood no chance in a bus. "No," Sam said, checking the mirror. "I don't think the brigadier's hatred of us has spread to the other soldiers," Tanya said. "Wait a minute," Sam said. "There's a jeep following us." I looked through the rear window. A single jeep was on our trail, with a driver, a passenger, and a soldier manning the mounted gun. "It's only one jeep," Tanya said. I sighed. "That's all they need to blow this bus to hell." The jeep came up behind us fast. Tanya and Lucy prepared the M16s, but I had a feeling they weren't going to get a chance to use them. We'd seen how efficiently the mounted guns had dealt with the bandits. The jeep raced up alongside us. It was Captain Price in the passenger seat. He motioned to Sam to stop. "What do I do?" Sam asked. "You might as well stop," I said. He brought us to a complete stop. The jeep stayed next to us. Price jumped out and knocked on the bus door. Sam opened it. The door opened with a hydraulic hiss. Price came on board. He stood at the front of the aisle between the seats, as if he were a tour guide about to point out the local landmarks. "The brigadier has sent me to bring you back to the camp." "I'll tell you now, that isn't going to happen," Tanya said. She and Lucy had their guns pointed at Price. "No, it isn't," he agreed. "There's no need for the weapons. I'm not taking you anywhere. You'll have to excuse the brigadier. He's a military man through and through. Doesn't believe civilians have much value, even though it's them he's supposed to be fighting for. You people don't belong in jail. You're doing just as much good out here as we are, maybe even more. We're bound by rules and regulations. Sometimes they get in the way. So, as I said, I came after you as per the brigadier's orders, but you were already gone when I got to the motorway." "Thanks," Sam said. "But why did you have to stop us just to tell us that? I mean, it's nice that you want to say goodbye and everything, but we'd have gotten over our heartbreak if you just let us leave without saying a word. We wouldn't have looked back, man. I came to tell you that you may have underestimated the brigadier. He knows you killed something in Lab 3. We found the bloodstain on the floor, and a trail leading to where this bus was parked. He thinks you killed your friend Jax and removed the body so the scientists can't examine it." We said nothing. Price studied our faces, then nodded and gave a signal to the gunner in the jeep. The gunner jumped down onto the road, took something from the vehicle, and brought it around to the open bus door. He handed it to Price. It was a shovel. Price tossed it down into the aisle. The shovel clattered on the floor of the bus. "Make sure you bury it deep," he said. With that, he exited the bus and went back to his jeep. He gave us a slight nod before the jeep turned and headed back to Camp Prometheus. "Wow," Sam said. I picked up the shovel and placed it on the back seat. Even though he worked for the military, Price must have the same trepidation as us when it came to letting them study the body of a Type 1 for weaponization purposes. "We'll bury the body on the cliffs," Tanya said. "Let's go, Sam." He nodded and got us moving. I hoped the short drive to the coast was going to be uneventful. We had a body to bury, and I finally had a location for Joe and my parents. I took the slip of paper out of my pocket and read it over and over, feeling as if I might be in a dream. Tomorrow, I was going to see my family. Chapter 32. We parked the bus by the cafe and climbed out into the afternoon sun. The Easy and the Escape waited on a gently rolling sea. I wanted to get the burial over as soon as possible and return to the comfort of the boat. Across the road, a small stone wall marked the edge of a field. It looked as good a place as any to dispose of Vess's body. A lone elm tree stood in the field. With shovel in hand, Sam vaulted over the wall and began digging in the shade beneath the tree. When he had a grave deep enough, he came back and said, "All ready?" We struggled to get the body over the wall, but finally managed to carry it across the field and into the grave. Price had said to bury the body deep, and Sam had dug a hole that would suffice. We rolled Vess in. "Tell me something," Sam said. "Are we burying the body out of respect, or just to hide it?" "Just to hide it," I said. We filled in the hole quickly. As we climbed over the wall and back onto the road, I looked back. No one would ever suspect that Patient Zero was buried beneath that tree. Tanya grabbed the Magpie from the bus, and we descended the steps to the beach. The Zodiac was exactly where we had left it among the rocks. We had driven here without incident, buried the body without being seen, and found the Zodiac with no trouble. Maybe our luck was changing for the better. As we launched the small craft, I heard the low buzz of a drone overhead. The Magpie sat by Tanya's feet. We were safe. We sailed out from the coast and turned the boats south. Our destination was Camp Achilles in Wales. We would go ashore tomorrow. For now, we wanted to get the boats near enough to Swansea Marina to assess the situation there. The last time we had been there, it had been crawling with soldiers and military vehicles. That shouldn't be a problem, now that we had the ID badges that said we worked for the MOD. But we didn't want to blunder into an area where the army had a shoot first, ask questions later policy. If we saw a large military presence, we would find another place to go ashore. When we arrived at the marina, our luck seemed to be holding out. The place was deserted. Tanya's voice came over the radio. "Alex, where are the soldiers we saw last time?" "I guess they don't need them here, now that the drones are patrolling," I suggested. It made sense to me that, if they had drones flying along the coastline, any soldiers on the ground would be redundant and better utilized elsewhere. "We'll land there tomorrow then," Tanya said. "Got anything good for dinner?" I smiled. It felt good to deal with something as mundane as what was on tonight's dinner menu. "We've got some burgers." "Sounds good. We'll be over soon." The rest of the evening passed pleasantly and quickly. We all felt a sense of accomplishment. Despite numerous setbacks, we had delivered the first batch of vaccine. Marilyn MacDonald was going to have to find someone else to deliver the subsequent batches because, even if we wanted to help with that, we weren't welcome at Camp Prometheus anymore. As far as Operation Wildfire was concerned, we were done. That night, I dreamed of my family living on board the Easy with us, safe from the horrors on the mainland. With Joe on board, I could relax a little and spend time with Lucy, while my brother piloted the boat. Joe always made me feel safe, no matter what. I woke up in the night, but this time it wasn't because I'd had a nightmare. I just needed the bathroom. When that was done, I sat up in bed listening to the sea and Lucy's deep, relaxed breathing. Through the porthole, I could see the calm night. The moon cast a silver shimmer over the water. If everything went well, my family would be on the boat tomorrow. I could hardly wait to show them around the Easy. Everything was going to be perfect. Chapter 33. The next morning, Sam and I took the Zodiac to Swansea Marina and found a Ford Focus parked near the marine goods store. Sam broke into the car and hot-wired it. We put the Magpie on the back seat and drove inland. Lucy and Tanya stayed on the boats because we had to make sure we had enough room in whatever vehicle we took to drive my parents and Joe back to the marina. Despite the calm and clear night, the morning had brought storm clouds and rain. As we drove along the main road that led to the mountains, Sam turned on the wipers and headlights. "Today's the day, dude," he said, seeming genuinely pleased for me. "You get to introduce us to your parents." I grinned. I felt full of nervous energy. How much would Joe and my parents have changed? How much would they think I'd changed? Camp Achilles wasn't far from the coast. We couldn't miss it because there were red signs everywhere pointing to its location. It was nestled between two mountains, surrounded by the same wire fence and guard towers we had seen at the other camps. At the gate, we presented our ID badges and told them who we were here to see. The guards waved us through and told us to wait in our car at the parking area. We did, and the rain streamed over the windows, obscuring our view of the camp. "It's a good thing we have these badges," Sam said. "They wouldn't let just anybody come into a camp and take people out of it." "I know," I said. The Army's objective was to get as many people into the camps as possible, not let them leave. My badge meant I could take my family out of Achilles, and no one would bat an eyelid. My luck was still holding out. A soldier dressed in a green rain slicker knocked on the window and beckoned us to follow him. Sam stayed in the car, while the soldier led me to a hut that was simply called Hut 4. Very imaginative. He opened the door and held it open while I entered. The room was bare. I guessed that Hut 4 had many different uses, and was furnished for whatever need it was being used for at the time. A man visiting his family didn't require any furnishing at all. A second door opened, and my heart leaped as my dad stepped through it and into the room. He saw me and rushed forward to hug me. That hug felt so good. I couldn't remember the last time I had hugged my dad. "Alex," he said, holding me tight. "My boy is alive. We thought you were dead." "I'm fine, Dad." He held me at arm's length. "You're more than fine. Look at you. You've lost weight. And you look stronger. Much stronger." His face fell a little, and he said, "I wish your mother could see you now." I felt a slight panic rush through me. "You mean she can't? Where is she?" I looked at the door he had entered through. "Isn't she here?" "Joe is here," he said. "He'll be along shortly. Your mother—" His voice trailed off, and he shook his head. "What? Dad, how? What happened?" I felt numb. My mother couldn't be dead. She just couldn't. It was when we moved here from the other camp. We were attacked on the road. A lot of people didn't make it. I couldn't believe it. When? 2 weeks ago. He looked at me with tears spilling down his cheeks. I miss her, Alex. We hugged again. Only this time it was because he needed physical support, and I was giving it to him. The door opened, and Joe walked in. When he saw me, his face lit up. Alex! He came over and put his arms around me and Dad. We didn't know you were alive, he said. You look great. I smiled. Unfortunately, I couldn't return the compliment. Both Joe and my dad looked pale and drawn. There was something about their slumped postures and dull eyes that made me feel like they had both given up on life. If I had to describe them in one word, that word would be defeated. But that would change. A few days at sea would lift their spirits. A new life away from this place would bring back the father and brother I knew. I've got a boat, I said. You can come with me and leave this place behind. I've got friends. You'll really like them, and we— No, my dad said. We can't leave here, Alex. Yes, you can. It's okay. I've got a badge that gives me some authority. I can— No, Alex, Joe said. Dad didn't mean it that way. He meant that we can't leave here because this is the only place we're safe. What? I felt confused. Didn't they realize that I had survived all this time without being in a camp? It's dangerous out there, Joe said. We've been on the road. People get killed. We're not doing it again. They look after us here. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Joe had always been the brave one, the brother I looked up to. I'd always wanted to be like him. Now he was acting as if he were afraid of his own shadow. I'm not saying it isn't dangerous, I said. Of course it's dangerous, but we live on a boat. We're not confined in a camp. We're free. Surely you can see that life is better than living like caged animals. Dad shook his head. We've seen what's out there. Those monsters. We don't want to see anything like that again. They reminded me of the people hiding at the motorway services. But these two men weren't strangers. They were my family. I never expected them to be like this. You reached out to me on the radio, I said. You wanted to be with me. Of course we did, Joe said. We wanted you to come to the camp. We wanted to know that you were safe. I am safe, and I don't need a camp, I said, suddenly angry. Why the hell did they want to live under the army's rule instead of being free? It didn't make any sense to me. I could never give up my liberty like that. It's not so bad, Dad said. We get food and water, and we're protected. Come and live with us, Alex. The army will keep us all safe until this mess blows over. Then we can go home. Was this the garbage they were being told by the authorities? This situation isn't going to just blow over. Nothing will ever be the same again. There are things we can do to try and make things better, but sitting in a camp and putting our heads in the sand isn't one of them. We need to fight. If we're ever going to beat the undead, we need to destroy them. No, Joe said, shaking his head. There are people paid to do that, trained soldiers. It isn't up to us. What happened to you, Joe? You used to be strong. I was the one who always needed protecting, and you were there to do it. But now, it's like you've given up. There are some things we can't fight, he said. Come with me to the boat, I said. Both of you. You'll see that we don't have to give up and let the undead take over. I reached out for Joe, and he shrank back as if he were afraid of me. That was when I realised I was wasting my time here. Dad and Joe had lost whatever spirit they had once possessed. Whether it was the death of my mother, or simply the gravity of the undead situation, something had broken them. "I have to go," I said. "No, Alex, stay," Dad said. "I'll worry about you if you go out there." I looked at them both and said, "Worry about yourself." I turned to leave. I knew they were safe for the moment, but there was nothing I could do to help them further. Except one thing. I took the 2 syringes from my pocket and handed them to my father. "These contain a vaccine that protects you from being turned if you're bitten. I brought them for you." He looked down at the syringes in his hand and then handed them back to me. "We don't need these. We're safe here." I didn't argue. They were in total denial of what was going on around them, if they thought they were 100% safe. I put the syringes back into my pocket. Goodbye. I walked out into the rain and over to the car. When I slid into the passenger seat, my face was wet with rain and tears. "Hey, man, where are your folks?" Sam asked. "They're staying here," I said. "Okay," he said. He started the car and drove toward the gate. As we drove through it and onto the road beyond, I looked back at the camp with its wire fence and guard towers. After what I had seen Jax and Vess do at Prometheus, Camp Achilles looked vulnerable. Sam didn't say anything during the drive back to Swansea. He might be loud and brash sometimes, but when it mattered, like now, he knew when to keep quiet. I just sat, looking at the road ahead and thinking about the people I knew who had died in this apocalypse. Mike, Elena, Johnny, Jax. And now I could add Joe and my father to that list. They might still be breathing, but they were already dead inside. We spent the rest of the day taking the boats out into deeper water. I told the others about my father and brother, and the fate of my mother. Everyone was sympathetic, but I didn't want their sympathy, only their friendship. We put Survivor radio on, and fished off the aft deck and played cards in the living area. When night fell, the rain stopped. I stepped out onto the foredeck and stared up at the bright stars and silver moon. My thoughts were unfocused. I felt adrift, like the boat. Lucy came out and snuggled close to me in the evening chill. "Are you okay, Alex?" "Yeah, I'm fine." It was a shock, seeing how much my dad and Joe had changed, and learning about the death of my mother. In a way, I wish I hadn't found them. At least that way, I'd remember them how they were. I'd have some hope that my mother was still alive. We stood together in silence for a while, enjoying the physical closeness we shared. It was Lucy who broke the silence. "What are we going to do now?" she asked. "We'll do what we've always done," I said. "At one time, my dream was to put all this behind us and just keep sailing. But today, I told my dad and brother that we have to keep fighting the undead. And I was right. I can't turn my back and sail away while there's still fighting to be done." "So we fight," she said. "Yeah," I said, holding her close and watching the dark coastline. "We fight." Chapter 34. 2 days later. Brigadier Gordon hated flying. As the Chinook dropped out of the sky to the parking lot below, he felt his stomach lurch. Still, even though his insides were churning, he ensured that his outward appearance remained calm. No need to let his men see his weakness. The Chinook which had flown from an Air Force base specifically to fly Gordon on this mission, when he told them of its importance, touched the ground, and he let out a mental sigh of relief. He exited the chopper first, as befitted his rank, but did not rush. Once his feet were on the asphalt parking lot, he felt much better. This was definitely the correct location. The bus was parked exactly where the drone operator had said it was. The dozen guards he had brought with him assumed firing positions around the Chinook, near the bus, and on the road. Gordon put his hands on his hips and surveyed the area. The run-down cafe looked like a possible hiding place for nasties, but he hoped they wouldn't be here long enough to have to worry about that. If Price had done his job properly and stopped the damned bus on the motorway like he was supposed to, Gordon wouldn't have had to contact the drone operators and tell them to watch the coast for the vehicle. Those 4 miscreants wouldn't have buried the Type 1's body beneath the elm tree in the field across the road, and Gordon wouldn't be here now. He could have stayed at the camp, of course, and simply sent the men to recover the body. But after Price had let him down, he felt the need to supervise this operation himself. 2 lance corporals he had tasked to dig up the body joined him as he crossed the road. Each man held a shovel. Gordon halted at the edge of the road and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. "Under that tree," he told them. They hurried over the wall and to the tree in double time. Gordon turned and looked out to sea. It was a clear day, and the sea was calm, almost like blue glass. 40 minutes later, he saw the lance corporals pull something out of the ground. He waited patiently, while they carried it across the field and heaved it over the wall. They laid it at Gordon's feet. When he saw the body, he frowned. It was the body of a man. "Who is this?" he asked the 2 men. "Is he one of ours?" "I don't think so, sir," one of them replied. What the bloody hell were those 4 survivors playing at? Had they guessed that he would access the drones and switched the body of the woman they called Jax for this unknown man? The victory he had felt at outsmarting those hooligans faded when he realized he might have been outsmarted himself. No, there was no way they would go to the trouble of burying a body that was unimportant. There was something more going on here than met the eye. "Right," he told the lance corporals. "Get this in the chopper. I want the scientists to have a look at it." "Yes, sir," they said in unison. They picked up the body and hurried to the Chinook. Gordon followed them at a leisurely pace, not wanting to get on board the damned chopper just yet. 10 minutes later, he could hesitate no longer. He ordered the guards onto the Chinook and strapped himself into his seat. He looked over at the body, which was now wrapped in a blanket and lying at the rear of the aircraft. He was going to order a full investigation of that corpse in the lab. If it held any secrets, it would soon give them up to the scientists. Epilogue. 2 weeks later. New York Harbor, New York. Officer Gary Ramirez stepped out of his patrol car and into the cold night air. He'd been about to finish his shift and go home when he'd received the call telling him to get his ass to the docks. Someone had called in a disturbance, and he was the closest unit. He didn't really mind that he was going home late. It wasn't as if there was anyone there waiting for him. It had been almost 2 months since Lydia had gone, and ever since the day she'd walked out, most of his evenings were lost to binge-watching cop shows on TV, during which he would laugh at the inconsistencies between real cop work and TV cop work, and binge-drinking Coors, during which he would eventually pass out. Everything looked quiet at the docks. Ramirez made his way between the shipping crates, wondering where the stevedores were. Every other time he had come down here, the place had been bustling with activity. Now it was dead. He could see ships and hear activity in other areas of the harbour, but the area he was standing in, the area where someone had called in a disturbance, was as quiet as the grave. Disturbance, my ass, he thought. Probably a crank call. But the hairs on the back of his neck were rising, as if there was something here that he was sensing but not seeing. He suddenly wanted to return to his car. A night of TV cop shows and Coors held more appeal right now than it had a couple of minutes ago. Don't get spooked, he told himself. He drew his gun, a Glock 19, from its holster and decided to proceed along the dock, despite the fear that was gnawing at his gut. He saw a boat that looked like it had crashed into the dock up ahead. The craft was listing to one side, and its hull was torn open. Was this the disturbance someone had called in? A crashed boat? Ramirez walked up to the vessel and admired it. This was the type of boat that belonged to rich families who spent their weekends cruising on the Atlantic. He checked the name painted on the hull in swirling black and gold letters. The Broken Promise. He looked around. The dock was deserted. So who the hell had called 911 about a disturbance? "Hello?" he called out. "Is anyone on board?" No answer. He shook his head. This was crazy. Where was the port authority? Wasn't this their problem? Should he go on board and check it out? He stood, looking at the boat, undecided about what to do. Maybe he should call for backup. But if this turned out to be nothing but a damaged boat, the guys at the station would never let him live it down. He was about to step onto the Broken Promise when he heard a noise behind him. He whirled around, Glock coming up to firing position. He saw a figure running between the shipping crates. Ramirez had to blink twice to make sure he wasn't seeing things, because he was sure it had been a naked woman. Really? He asked himself. Did I really just see a naked woman running along the dock? Hell, why not? He had seen crazier things during his 13 years on the force. She looked like she was covered in tattoos. Some sort of dark vine design, maybe. Where had she come from? Leaving the boat, he walked back along the dock to where the woman had appeared. A warehouse door was open. Ramirez took his flashlight and shone it into the darkness beyond the doorway. He saw many faces staring back at him, and each one had hateful yellow eyes. This concludes Wildfire by Sean Harbinger, narrated by John Keating. Copyright 2015 by Sean Harbinger. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Sean Harbinger and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Survival, Revenge of the Living Dead, by Sean Harbinger, narrated by John Keating. Chapter 1. It was late morning, with the sun beating through the Big Easy's portholes, when I rolled out of bed, feeling like I'd just gone 10 rounds with Mike Tyson. The cabin was bright and hot, and smelled distinctly of sweat. I needed to get out of here and get some fresh air before the contents of my stomach, burgers and pasta, mixed with a liberal amount of red wine and beer, came spewing out over the bed. Groaning as a bolt of pain speared my head, I opened the door and stumbled up the stairs to the living area. It was no less bright or warm in here, and the smell of greasy burgers and alcohol hung in the air. I pulled open the door to the aft deck and threw myself outside, just in time to throw up over the side of the boat. A couple of minutes later, as I spat the last remnants of acidic bile and bits of burger into the sea, I heard a chuckle floating over the waves. I looked up to see the Lucky Escape anchored off our port side, and Sam standing on her foredeck. He wore red swimming trunks and a white shirt, printed with large red palm trees. He also wore a shit-eating grin on his face. "Dude, I told you to slow down last night," he called. "You were chugging that wine like there was no tomorrow." "Well, unfortunately, there is a tomorrow," I said, "and it has arrived." He chuckled again. "Alex, you need to take it easy, man. We're going ashore later, and you need to be on top form." "Top form isn't achievable today," I told him. "Well then, you'll be zombie chow." "Thanks for that, Sam." "Just telling it like it is, man." He turned away from the railing and went below deck. I sank down onto the bench that curved around the bow of the boat and wheeled my head to stop hurting. It didn't work. Why had I drunk so much last night? Deep down, I knew the answer. Since seeing my father and brother at Camp Achilles a month ago, I'd been in a funk that had been difficult to shake. I wasn't moping around like a moody teenager or anything like that, but every now and then I'd feel so down that I wouldn't know what to do. Everything seemed hopeless. Last night, the four of us, Lucy, Tanya, Sam and myself, had eaten together on the Big Easy, and we'd all partaken of a case of wine we'd looted from a shop last week. After the wine had gone to my head, I'd foolishly decided that a few beers would be a good idea, and had drunk at least 4 bottles of ale we'd taken from the same shop as the wine. I'd been trying to forget, to banish the black dog of depression that had been hanging over for me ever since I'd seen Joe and my dad. My plan had worked for a couple of hours, and I'd spent the evening in a fuzzy cloud of merriment. But it had only been temporary, and now I was paying for it. Getting gingerly up from the bench, I took a deep breath of salty air and walked through the living area before pushing through the door that led outside to the sun deck. As I'd expected, Lucy was there, lying beneath the beating sun in her yellow bikini, with a pair of shades over her eyes. She was lying on a dark blue beach towel that she'd spread over the deck, and her long blonde hair shone in the sun like a golden halo. She was a work of art, and I couldn't help but appreciate her, even in my less than optimal state. "Hey, Alex," she said, surprising me. I'd thought she might be asleep, but her eyes were obviously open behind the sunglasses. "How's your head?" "It's been better," I told her. "I shouldn't have had so much wine. Everything is bright and I feel hot." "Take your t-shirt off then. It's way too warm to be wearing that thing." I looked down at the Sail to Your Destiny t-shirt I was wearing, aware for the first time that I'd gone to bed fully dressed. As well as the t-shirt, I was also wearing my jeans. No wonder I was melting. I took my jeans and socks off, but left the t-shirt on. Even though I'd lost a lot of weight lately, I still felt self-conscious every now and then, even around Lucy. Feeling cooler in my boxers, I sat cross-legged on the deck next to her. The day was cloudless, the sea calm, and in the distance I could see the southeast coast of England. A slight breeze cooled the sweat on my face and bare legs. "Do you want to talk about it?" Lucy asked. "Talk about what?" "Last night. The last couple of weeks. How you're feeling." I shrugged. I just keep thinking about my dad and my brother stuck in that camp, believing that the army is going to keep them safe. We've seen what happens to the camps once the zombies decide to attack. You asked them to come with us, and they refused. There's nothing else you could have done, Alex. She sat up and put a hand on my shoulder. I know this has been bothering you ever since you saw your family, but you have to stop beating yourself up about it." "You're right," I said. "But it'll probably just take some time." "Of course it will," she said softly, squeezing my shoulder. "Now, why don't you put some music on and we can chill for a while before we go ashore?" That sounded like a good idea. I needed some time to recover from last night's excess before I tackled a food run. I went into the living area and turned the radio on, wincing as Def Leppard blared out of the speakers. Why was everything so loud? Grabbing a pair of sunglasses from the counter, I put them on and retreated to the aft deck, then climbed the ladder up to the bridge, where the pulse of the music was still audible, but wasn't so deafening. Sitting on the pilot's chair, I leaned my elbows on the instrument panel and put my head in my hands, silently pleading with my headache to go away. I'd only been there for what seemed like 10 minutes, before the radio crackled and a voice came through the static. "This is Echo 6. Does anyone copy? Over." I sat up in the seat, but didn't key the radio. This sounded like a military unit, calling others in the area. Our past experience with the military had been both good and bad, but the bad had taught me it was best to stay out of their way. So I thought it sleeping in such an awkward position. "This is Echo 6. We require immediate assistance. Is there anybody out there? Over." Echo 6 wasn't getting any response to his call for help. His voice, which had seemed calm when he'd begun broadcasting, now held a note of urgency. "Is there anybody out there? Anyone at all?" I heard another voice, someone in the same room as the speaker, say, "It's no good, Sarge. No one can hear you. We might as well accept that we're not getting out of this." "This is Echo 6. The original speaker said into the radio, "Mayday, Mayday, Mayday." I don't know what it was about that broadcast. Maybe the note of panic in the speaker's voice. Maybe the fact that the other person there seemed resigned to his fate. But something made me pick up my own radio and press the talk button. "Echo 6, I hear you. Over." "Oh, thank God. We need immediate assistance. Our vehicle has broken down, and we have a number of enemies approaching our position." He reeled off a set of coordinates that meant nothing to me. I quickly scribbled them down on the notepad next to the radio. "Please," he added, after giving me the coordinates. "We need help." I opened the bridge door and leaned out, looking over at the Lucky escape. Sam and Tanya were both on the sun deck, soaking up the sun. I called over to them, "Hey, someone's in trouble." Tanya turned her head towards me, shielding her eyes from the sun with her hand, even though she was wearing a pair of large sunglasses that covered most of her face. "We're in the middle of a zombie apocalypse, Alex. A lot of people are in trouble." "No, I mean there's someone on the radio asking for help." I seized the notebook and read out the coordinates. "Is that far from here?" "Up on those cliffs," Sam said, pointing to the shore. The cliffs were vertical and rose at least 300 feet from the sea. "There's no way we're going to get up there." He was right. Without a helicopter, we weren't going to get anywhere near Echo 6. The radio squawked again, and now the soldier's voice sounded even more desperate. "If the person I was talking to is still there, please respond. We need your help. Can you hear me? Over." I hesitated, my thumb hovering over the talk button. I didn't have the heart to tell this guy that there was no way I could help him, that his cry for help was futile. I wondered for a moment if I should tell him we were on our way, but a false sense of hope might be just as bad as no hope at all. If I told these soldiers that we were coming to help them, they'd eventually realize it wasn't true. What if their last moments alive were spent dealing with the crushing knowledge that they'd been lied to? I pressed the talk button, then released it again. What should I say? I pressed the button again, and then let it go for a second time. I didn't have the words. I couldn't tell these people that I wasn't going to help them. The soldier's voice came through the static. He sounded a little calmer. Maybe he was resigned to his fate, as his companion seemed to be. "What's your name?" he asked calmly. He knew I was here, and that I was hesitating. Each time I'd pressed the talk button and released it without speaking, he would have heard a telltale click on his end. "Alex," I said, trying to keep my voice flat, but doing a bad job of it. I was trembling. "Alex, listen carefully. My name is Sergeant Terry Locke. My team and I are in a broken-down Army Land Rover at the coordinates I gave you. We're armed, but the amount of zombies advancing on our position is too great. Our ammunition will soon be depleted. We're going down, Alex." In the background, I could hear gunshots and someone shouting, "Take that, you undead fuckers!" My grip on the radio tightened. These might be Sergeant Terry Locke's last words. I didn't want to hear him and his team get ripped apart by zombies. "I'm going to tell you something very important, Alex," Sergeant Locke continued. "There are items in this Land Rover that need to get to Dr. Sarah Ives at Bunker 53. It is vitally important that these items reach her. Do you copy?" I don't know where Bunker 53 is," I told him. "There's a map in the vehicle." He raised his voice as the automatic gunfire around him increased in intensity. "Listen carefully, Alex. These items are more important than any of us. My mission ends here, but you need to continue it. The fate of what's left of the world may depend on it. Over." "All right," I said, determined to help. If I couldn't save Sergeant Locke, at least I could take these items to the doctor he'd mentioned. "I'll find a way to get to your vehicle. It may take some time, but I'll do it. Over." "There isn't much time," he said. "There's a squad of soldiers on our tail. Now that we've broken down, they'll reach this location fairly soon. They must not be allowed to retrieve the items from the Land Rover. If they do, our efforts were wasted, and we will have died for nothing. Over." "What do you mean, soldiers on your tail? I thought you were soldiers. Over." "We are, but we went against our orders and stole these items from Camp Victor. We couldn't let them continue what they were doing. We tried to stop Operation Dead Ground. Don't let them get the items back. If Operation Dead Ground continues, it could mean the end of the human race." I heard a loud crash and a scream. "This is it," the sergeant said. "Goodbye, Alex, and good luck. Over and out." The channel went dead, and the radio transmitted only static. Chapter 2. "We have to help them," I said. The four of us were sitting at the table in the living area of the Big Easy. Lucy next to me, Sam and Tanya opposite us. I had called the meeting and told everyone about the radio transmission from Echo 6. It was now 10 minutes since the radio had gone dead. "Sounds like it's too late to help them," Sam said. "But what about the items in their Land Rover? Sergeant Locke said if they fell into the wrong hands, the human race could be in danger." "We have no idea what it is," Lucy said, "and retrieving it will be dangerous. Haven't we faced enough danger to last us a lifetime?" I couldn't argue with that. Since the outbreak of the virus that had torn our world apart, we'd fought zombies, soldiers, and Patient Zero. We'd risked our lives to get vaccines to military camps, and we'd fought our way inland to a radio station. We'd seen our fair share of trouble, but did that mean we were supposed to stop fighting? After seeing my dad and brother cowering in a survivors' camp, I'd made a pledge to not be like them, to stand up and fight against the zombies whenever I had to. "We can't just ignore this," I said. "What if the items in the Land Rover really could destroy everyone? Whatever Operation Dead Ground is, it doesn't sound good. The clue is in the name. Sergeant Locke and his team were willing to risk court-martial and even death to stop it. Alex is right, Tanya said. The Land Rover and whatever's inside it is sitting just up there on those cliffs, and a group of soldiers, maybe bad soldiers, want to get their hands on it. I'm willing to grab this item before they do, and screw up their plans. But what makes you think this situation is survivable? Lucy asked. If the Echo 6 team got killed by nasties, why do you think we'll fare any better? They were trapped inside their vehicle, I told her. It sounds like their Land Rover broke down, and then they suddenly had a swarm of zombies surrounding them. They were immobilized. We won't have that disadvantage. We can find a car, Tanya said. That way, we'll be able to keep moving while we engage the nasties. We might even be able to lead them away from the Land Rover, and then double back when it's safer. So, we're agreed, I asked, looking at Lucy. We'll do it. She shrugged and said flatly, Sure, why not? Her heart didn't seem in it, but at least she'd acquiesced. So how are we going to get on top of the cliffs? I asked, looking at Tanya and Sam for answers. If anyone knew about rock climbing, it was those two. But we didn't have any climbing gear, and even if we did, I couldn't see myself scaling those cliffs. I'd probably die halfway up, either from exhaustion or vertigo. We don't need to climb the cliffs, Tanya said. There's a village with a harbour, a few miles north of here. We get ashore, hotwire a car, and drive to the location the soldier gave you. Simple. We all looked at each other. The village was probably going to be infested with zombies. It wasn't going to be that simple. Sounds like a plan, Sam said. I couldn't think of any other way we were going to get to the broken-down Land Rover, so I nodded. Sure, let's do it. Lucy sighed. Yeah, whatever. You can stay with the boats if you like, Lucy, Tanya said. There's no need for all four of us to go. You can both stay, Sam suggested. Tanya and I will handle this. No way, I said. I'm coming. I'm the one who answered the call. I knew this mission was going to be dangerous, but I felt that if I didn't go to the Land Rover personally, as I'd promised Sergeant Locke I would, I'd be letting him and his team down. Okay, man, Sam said, holding his hands up in mock surrender. You can come too. I'll wait with the boats, Lucy offered. Great, Sam said. Let's head north and find the harbour. 5 minutes later, I was sitting on the Zodiac with Sam and Tanya. Sam was in the stern, using the outboard motor's tiller to steer us towards a small harbour in the distance. Tanya was kneeling in the bow, scanning the shoreline through a pair of binoculars. Sitting on the floor by Sam's feet was a small box known as a magpie. Military drones patrolled the coast, and they'd take out any vehicle or personnel they detected. The magpie emitted a signal which told the drones we were friendly. As we sped across the water, cold, salty spray flew into my face. I turned my head so I was looking behind us, and I saw the Big Easy and Lucky Escape sitting out in deeper water. Lucy stood leaning on the Big Easy's railings, watching the Zodiac cut through the sea towards land. From this distance, I couldn't see her face, but I was sure her gaze was expressionless. Sam saw me looking back the way we'd come and shouted so I could hear him above the splashing water and the growl of the motor. Don't worry about her, man. She'll be fine. It isn't that, I told him. It's just that she was really down on us helping those soldiers. That isn't like her at all. He shrugged. She's been through a lot, man. We all have. She's allowed to feel down whenever she wants. I nodded. Yeah, of course. I didn't expect Lucy to be happy all the time. Given the circumstances we found ourselves in, it was a miracle we found any moments of happiness at all. but I was worried that she was isolating herself from the reality of our situation. Whenever going ashore was mentioned, whether for a food run or to help someone like the soldiers who had called us on the radio, she became cold. I didn't know if it was because each time we went ashore we might never return, or if she was trying to forget what was happening on the mainland and focus her thoughts only on the relatively comfortable and safe world of the boat. If that was the case, I really couldn't blame her. We all wanted to feel safe, and the boat was the perfect haven from the zombie-infested mainland. But I found it impossible to remain in the bubble of protection afforded by the Big Easy, when I knew someone needed help. Maybe that was where Lucy and I differed. She could ignore a cry for help where I could not. "There's no movement on the shore," Tanya said, still peering through the binoculars. "And we'll get a choice of vehicle. I can see plenty of cars parked near the harbour. No boats, though. They were probably used to get everyone from the village to safety." "Things are looking good so far," Sam said, ever the optimist. He throttled down as we got closer to the harbour and guided the Zodiac to the wooden jetty. Tanya grabbed the mooring rope and jumped onto the jetty before securing the Zodiac to a cleat. I picked up the duffel bag of weapons from between my feet and tossed it to her. Then, followed closely by Sam, I climbed out of the boat and onto the wooden planks of the jetty. Opening the bag, Tanya selected a Walther PPK handgun and an M16 rifle, which she slung over her shoulder. Sam and I did the same. The weapons were courtesy of the government, when they'd recruited us to deliver vials of a vaccine to a number of army bases, and had come in handy on a number of occasions. The only problem was we were running low on ammo. In consideration of this fact, we'd also brought 3 baseball bats with us. In close quarters, they were just as useful as a gun. Actually, they were our weapon of choice because they didn't make any noise. A gunshot would attract zombies from miles around. Brandishing a bat each, we left the empty duffel bag on the jetty and walked slowly and carefully to the shore. Tanya hadn't seen any obvious movement through the binoculars, but that didn't mean someone couldn't be hiding in one of the buildings nearby, or that there wasn't a horde of zombies around here, standing dormant until they heard a sound. "This place is creepy," I whispered. "It's like a ghost town." The road from the harbour climbed the cliff and was bordered by a number of houses, but all of them seemed empty. A small car park near where we stood was full of cars. This was probably the place where the residents parked their vehicles, since there wasn't any space on the narrow road outside the houses. "They definitely didn't drive out of here," Tanya said. "Maybe they all sailed away." "Or the army took them," I said. Since the apocalypse had begun, the army seemed hell-bent on rounding up all the survivors and placing them in military camps. They even used a government-run radio station, Survivor Radio, which urged everyone to go to their nearest camp. My dad and brother were in one of those camps, but I had no desire to join them. The last place I wanted to be was trapped behind walls and fences, reliant on the military to protect me from the nasties. At least out here, I could choose my own destiny, and even help others when the opportunity arose. It was a far cry from my former life as a nerdy gamer, working a dead-end job and living off fast food. We reached the cars, and Sam pointed at a silver Nissan X-Trail. He went over to it and tried the driver's door. It opened. Sam leaned inside and gave us a thumbs up. "The keys are inside." "I guess the owners knew they weren't coming back," Tanya said, moving around to the passenger side. I got in behind Sam and placed my weapons beside me on the back seat. He started the engine and inspected the gauges on the dashboard. "Half a tank of petrol. More than enough for our needs." He put the vehicle into reverse and backed out of the parking space, spinning the steering wheel so we pointed in the direction of the road. Tanya took a map out of her pocket and opened it. She pointed at it and said to Sam, "We're here." She traced her finger along the paper and stopped at an area she'd circled with a red pen. "We need to get to here." "No problem." Sam put the X-Trail into gear and drove steadily to the car park's exit. Then he turned onto the road that wound past the houses and up to the top of the cliffs. As we rolled past the houses, I watched their windows for signs of life. Or maybe signs of movement would be a better term, since life wasn't required for something to be moving in those buildings, now that the apocalypse was here. After seeing nothing behind the windows, I sat back in my seat and relaxed a little. The village appeared to be completely deserted. "How long until we get to the Land Rover?" I asked. "A couple of minutes," Tanya said. "It isn't far." I felt a mounting sense of anticipation and fear. We knew the Land Rover had been attacked by zombies. Those same zombies would still be hanging around, and more would be arriving, attracted by the sound of gunfire. Not to mention the soldiers Sergeant Locke had warned me of. They would also be on their way to the area. We were driving into a hotbed of activity. We reached the cliff top. The road levelled out and then intersected a larger main road. Sam turned left and we drove south. This road was lined with dry stone walls and, beyond them, I could see fields. In the distance, figures moved through the grass with slow, stumbling gaits. They were zombies, and they were also moving south. A couple of minutes later, I was jerked forward against my seatbelt when Sam hit the brakes suddenly. "Looks like this is the place," he said. The road ahead was crowded with shambling zombies. They seemed to have got onto the road by pushing through the dry stone walls, because there were stones everywhere and the walls were destroyed. I guessed that this pack of creatures had been wandering in the fields when Echo 6's Land Rover had broken down. It had probably only taken a couple of minutes for the undead to stagger onto the road and surround the vehicle. I could see Echo 6's Land Rover in the middle of the horde. The tailgate was open, but no gunfire issued from the vehicle, so I assumed everyone inside was dead. Almost in unison, the zombies turned to face our vehicle. Their skin was the mottled grey-blue of dead flesh, and the whites of their eyes had turned yellow. Many of them bore wounds that told the tale of their manner of death. Some had missing limbs, others deep scratches that had ripped their flesh apart. Their clothes were ragged and torn, probably as a result of the undead corpses wandering around the countryside without regard for obstacles in their path. "If I reverse back along the road," Sam said, "maybe I can lead them away from the His words were cut off, and I leaned forward to see what had made him stop talking mid-sentence. Through the windscreen, I saw the zombies shambling towards us, but nothing more. Then I realized Sam was looking in the rear-view mirror. I turned in my seat and saw 2 military Land Rovers behind us on the road. These must be the soldiers Sergeant Locke had mentioned. The ones he warned must not get their hands on whatever it was Echo 6 had stolen from them. "There's no going back now," Sam said. Chapter 3. Instead of backing up, Sam slammed the gear stick into first gear and pressed the accelerator pedal gently. The X-Trail crept towards the zombie horde. "Hold on," Sam said. "I'm going to try and bully my way through." He increased our speed slightly, keeping the vehicle in first gear. The zombies in front of the car didn't move, so Sam simply ploughed into them. Their bodies made sickening crunching sounds as they hit the radiator grill or went down beneath the tyres. Undead hands slammed against the windows, as the zombies who weren't in our path tried to force their way into the car. I peered out of my window at dozens of faces staring back at me with hateful yellow eyes. They wanted nothing more than to break my window, pull me out of the vehicle, and rip me apart with their teeth and nails. The hatred in their eyes sent a chill rushing along my spine. I directed my attention to the 2 army Land Rovers behind us. They didn't move forward. Instead, they sat on the road, engines idling, waiting for something. "They're not even shooting at us," I said. Tanya turned in her seat and looked out of the rear window. "They don't know who we are, and they have no idea Echo 6 contacted us. As far as they know, we're just a group of civilians out on a day trip." I thought about that. If the soldiers didn't know who we were, that gave us the element of surprise. They didn't know we were here for the contents of Echo 6's Land Rover, so maybe we could use that to our advantage. "What's the plan?" I asked the others. "First, we need to get through this horde of walking corpses," Sam said. "Then, we need to either take out those soldiers behind us or get to the stuff in the Land Rover before they do, and escape without getting shot." He sped up slightly. We were moving at a speed slow enough to not plough into the zombies ahead of us at high speed and damage the car, but fast enough that they couldn't break their way into the vehicle. That was a luxury Sergeant Locke and his team hadn't had. It was clear from the state of their Land Rover, which we were passing now, that the nasties had broken their way inside. All of the windows were smashed, and the tailgate was open. I tried to see inside the back of the vehicle, but my view was blocked by zombies clawing at my window. "I guess the guys inside will be hybrids now," Sam said. The military had run a vaccination project to protect their personnel from becoming zombies if they got bitten. It had backfired spectacularly. If a vaccinated soldier was bitten by a zombie, instead of becoming undead, he would isolate himself for 3 or 4 days. This was an incubation period, during which some sort of metamorphosis occurred. After the incubation period, the soldier became a hybrid. Hybrids weren't animated dead corpses at all. They were much more dangerous. They were fast and strong, and consumed by a murderous rage. Because they were alive and not made up of dead flesh, they didn't avoid rain or water or anything else. They were savage, killing machines. "They will be soon," I said, thinking of Sergeant Locke's voice on the radio. He'd trusted me to do what was right, and now, thanks to a simple bite, he was turning into a monster much worse than he could ever have imagined. We drove past the Land Rover, and Sam increased our speed, taking us past the horde and onto clear road. Some of the zombies staggered after us, but most turned their attention to the other 2 Land Rovers. A group of 6 soldiers dressed in camouflage jackets and brandishing SA-80 rifles were getting out of the vehicles and assuming firing stances. "Keep going," I told Sam. "They're going to start firing." Sam floored the accelerator, and the X-Trail sped along the road. As we drove around a sharp bend and the zombies and soldiers disappeared from view, I heard gunshots. Sam hit the brakes, and we came to a stop. He turned in his seat and looked at both me and Tanya. "What are we going to do? They'll kill the zombies and get the prize." "I don't know," I said. "I saw 8 soldiers. 3 got out of each Land Rover, and the drivers stayed inside." "8 of them, 3 of us," Tanya said. "I don't like those odds." It wasn't only the odds I didn't like. Those soldiers back there were human beings, just like us. Dispatching zombies and killing hybrids was one thing, but taking the lives of men who were probably just following orders was something else entirely. I cursed the fact that we'd wasted so much time on the Big Easy, debating whether or not to come ashore. If we'd arrived here before the soldiers, We could have taken out the zombies and be long gone by now, but their presence made things a lot more complicated. "So what do we do?" Sam asked again. "I'm not going home until I know what's in that Land Rover that's so important." "Agreed," I said. I'd promised Sergeant Locke I'd help, and I wasn't about to give up and go home, but I also didn't want innocent blood on my hands. Tanya was studying the map. She showed it to Sam and said, "If we follow this road and take the next left, it'll take us to this crossroads here." She pointed at a spot on the map. "Assuming they're going to return the same way they came, we can set up an ambush." "Sounds good," Sam said, putting the car back into gear and setting off again. "They deal with the zombies while we wait. Then we take the mystery box from them while they're transporting it back to their base. Sounds easy." I leaned forward in my seat. "Easy? Those men back there are trained soldiers. If we get in a firefight with them, I don't like the odds, whether we ambush them or not. And should we even be trying to kill them in the first place? They're probably innocent military personnel, following orders from someone higher up the chain of command." Sam frowned at me in the rearview mirror. "Dude, you're the one who said they're evil." "I never said they're evil." He looked at Tanya. "Did he say they're evil?" "Not exactly." Turning his attention back to me, he said, "Well, if they're not evil, we should just let them take whatever's in that Land Rover back to their base, so they can continue Operation Dead Ground. Because that definitely doesn't sound evil to me, dude. Sounds to me like they're trying to save the human race with a name like that." "Turn here," Tanya told him. He turned left, and we were heading north again, on a road that ran parallel to the one we'd just been on. "So we're going to ambush and kill them?" I asked. It didn't feel right to me that we were planning to murder these soldiers just to get whatever they were taking from Echo 6's Land Rover. "Do you have a better plan, Alex?" Tanya asked. I tried to think of something, anything, that would mean we could recover the items from the soldiers without any loss of life, but nothing came to mind. Where Sam, Tanya, and Lucy were the gung-ho action heroes of our group, I was usually the planner, the thinker, the ideas guy. But right now, I felt totally useless. Staring out of the window, I wondered if I could aim my gun at an innocent man and pull the trigger. The fields of grass undulating in the slight breeze, and the distant shimmering sea had no answers for me. So I turned away from the window and focused on my two companions. Tanya was studying the map with emotionless dark eyes, and Sam was staring at the road ahead. "Hey," he said, catching my eyes in the rearview mirror. "We've had run-ins with the military before, and you've fired a few shots. Why is this time different?" "Those other times it was self-defense." "So think of this as self-defense as well. If that guy on the radio was right, there's some bad shit in that Land Rover, and those evil soldiers are going to take it back to their base, where it's probably going to be used to end the world or something." "I didn't say they were evil," I reminded him. He threw his hands up for a moment before returning them to the steering wheel. "Whatever, man. The point is, stopping these soldiers is self-defense against whatever shit they're going to pull with the items on that Land Rover. And we're not only defending ourselves, we're defending the world." I sat back in my seat and let out a long sigh. I wished Sergeant Locke had given me more information about what his team had stolen from Camp Victor. As it was, we were simply taking him at his word. What if we had it wrong? "What if Echo 6 were the evil soldiers?" I said. "What if they stole something that the guys at Camp Victor were using for good? We might be about to kill the good guys." But even as I said the words, they rang hollow. Locke had told me the items needed to get to somewhere called Bunker 53. That sounded like a government installation to me. If Locke and his team were trying to disrupt military operations, they wouldn't be trying to get whatever they stole to the government unless they thought that what they were doing was right, and they were trying to warn the people in authority about Operation Dead Ground. "Come on, man," Sam said. "We all know that doesn't make sense." "Alex," Tanya said, turning to face me, "we need you to be with us on this. The ambush isn't going to be easy. We need to be at the top of our game, okay?" "Yeah," I said, nodding. "Okay. And don't forget, you're the one who dragged us here," Sam reminded me. "So don't wimp out on us now." "I won't," I told him. "Don't worry about me. I'm 100% on board with the plan." "Turn left here," Tanya told Sam. "The crossroads is just ahead." He turned the car, and I saw the four-way intersection in the distance. This was it. This was where it was all going to go down. Chapter 4. Sam brought the X-Trail to a halt before we reached the crossroads and got out, surveying the area with his hands on his hips. I opened my door and slid out. The day was really warming up now, and I felt the sun burning my skin, even after only a couple of minutes' exposure. I reminded myself to get plenty of sunscreen the next time we went on a supply run. If there was a next time. "Any ideas?" Sam asked Tanya. She nodded, and pointed at a field on the other side of the crossroads. "If we get someone set up in that field over there, and someone in this field here, we can create a crossfire with the enemy Land Rovers in the middle." "How do we make sure they don't just drive away?" Sam asked. "We use the X-Trail to block the road." "I'm not so sure that will work," I said. "As soon as they see the X-Trail blocking their way, they'll probably suspect something's up and turn around." "Do you have a better idea?" she asked me. I nodded. "Yeah, but it's risky. Someone needs to wait on this road in the X-Trail. As the Land Rovers are about to reach the crossroads, that person needs to drive the X-Trail into their path. By the time the drivers react, the two people stationed in the fields will have the vehicles in their crosshairs." "Sounds good, man," Sam said. "So, who volunteers to be the driver?" "I'll do it," I said. "You two are the best shots anyway. I'll make sure they stop, and then you and Tanya open fire." "You're going to have to act quickly," Tanya said. "And once you've blocked the road, you need to take out the driver of the lead vehicle, as well as anyone else sitting in the front seat. You'll be putting yourself directly into their line of fire, so they offer the most danger to you." Suddenly, driving the car didn't seem like the best job after all. Tanya looked at the road along which the Land Rovers would be approaching. "We need to get into position. It may take them some time to deal with the zombies and load the items from Echo 6's Land Rover into their own, but we can't afford to be caught out. We need to be ready for them." "I'll take the far field," Sam said. "I should be able to get into position behind the wall." "And I'll set up in this field," Tanya said. "If I position myself a little farther back along the road, I should be able to make sure the rear rover can't escape by reversing, and I won't be directly across the road from you, which could be dangerous." "Yeah, we don't want to shoot each other, man." Sam turned to me. "You know what you're doing, right?" I nodded. "Yeah, don't worry about my end. I've got it covered." "Good, man." He grabbed his weapons and set off towards the field across the road. Tanya did the same, and climbed over the stone wall by the side of the road. She waded through the long grass as she looked for an ideal hiding spot. Shielding my eyes from the sun, I watched them as they found their positions and ducked down below the stone wall that lined the road the Land Rovers would be coming along. I climbed into the X-Trail and dialed the air conditioning up to max. The vents blasted frigid air over me, and I tried to imagine that the icy blast was freezing my emotions and making me into a cold-hearted killer. After all, that was what I was about to become, wasn't it? I sat there in the cold air for at least 5 minutes, before I saw the sun flash off something on the road to my right. Squinting my eyes, I could make out 2 Land Rovers in the distance, heading this way. I took the handbrake off and put the X-Trail into first gear, keeping my foot on the clutch so the vehicle didn't move just yet. I couldn't see Sam or Tanya now. They were too well hidden in the long grass behind the walls. But I was sure they'd be able to hear the deep growl of the Army Land Rover's engines as they got closer. The distance between me and the crossroads wasn't far, and it would take no more than a few seconds to cover. But I had to wait until the right moment and arrive there an instant before the other vehicles. Then I had to start firing. The M16 and Walther PPK lay on the passenger seat next to me, within easy reach. I pressed the button that lowered my window. When the glass had buzzed all the way down, I could hear the Land Rovers approaching. I tightened my grip on the steering wheel. My hands were shaking. So much could go wrong in the next few minutes. We could all end up dead. I tried to push that thought out of my head, but it clung to my brain and kept repeating itself over and over. Forcing out a breath, I forced myself to raise the clutch slowly and steadily. If I let it up too fast and stalled the car, all was lost. The X-Trail inched forward. I released the clutch fully and crawled toward the crossroads in first gear, ready to press the accelerator when the Land Rovers got closer and pick up speed. The military vehicles were moving quite quickly for such a narrow road. I guessed their speed to be around 50 miles per hour. I waited as long as I dared before putting my foot down and racing for the crossroads. Somehow, I timed the maneuver perfectly and arrived at the 4-way intersection moments before the Land Rovers. I hit the brakes and skidded to a stop, blocking their path. The driver in the lead vehicle saw me, and his eyes went wide. He slammed on the brakes, but the Land Rover had been going so fast that he couldn't stop it in time. A high-pitched squealing filled the air as the Rover's tires skidded on the road. Through my open window, I saw the vehicle grow larger and larger as it got closer. Then it hit the X-Trail, and my door caved in with a sickening metallic crunch. I reached for the M16, intending to spray bullets through my open window. But the soldier sitting next to the driver had figured out that this collision had been no mere accident, and had raised his weapon and aimed it at me. Throwing myself across the passenger seat, I heard bullets hiss through the air over my head. They penetrated the passenger side window, and a couple embedded themselves in the pillar that held the windscreen in place. I scrambled across the seat and opened the passenger door, sliding out head first onto the road. The air was filled with the sound of gunfire now. Sam and Tanya must have opened fire on the vehicles, and the soldiers were firing back. I raised my head to peek over the X-Trail's bonnet at the lead Land Rover. All of its doors were open, and there were no soldiers inside. The guy who had been shooting at me and the driver had either been caught in the crossfire or were coming this way. Crouching low, I made my way to the rear of the X-Trail and peered around the tailgate. The soldier who'd shot at me was standing there, gun in hand. He'd obviously planned to surprise me, but my sudden appearance had taken him off guard. His eyes went wide, and he brought his weapon up. I squeezed the M16's trigger and sprayed the soldier's chest with bullets. They thwacked through his combat jacket, and red mist filled the air in front of him. He dropped straight away, his SA-80 clattering onto the road. I didn't have time to retrieve it, or even to make sure the soldier was dead. The driver was still around here somewhere. I crept back behind the X-Trail, keeping the M16 pointed ahead of me in case anyone else should suddenly appear in my sights. Despite the sound of gunfire and shouts coming from the area around the Land Rovers, I could hear light footfalls on the other side of the X-Trail. The soldier, the one who'd been driving the lead rover, was trying to sneak up on me. Freezing, so I wouldn't make any footsteps of my own, I raised the muzzle of the M16 and waited for my stalker to come into view around the front of the car. The footsteps stopped. I tried to slow my breathing, in case it was giving away my position. When he came around the car, he didn't appear where I expected him to be. Instead of coming on foot, he rolled from behind the front tire, aiming a handgun at me. He managed to fire before I did, but because he was rolling, his aim was off, and the bullet whacked into the side of the X-Trail. I took aim and squeezed the M16's trigger. When the momentum of his roll was spent and his body came to a stop, he lay face down on the road, forehead on the asphalt and eyes closed. As a precautionary measure, I kicked the handgun away and nudged him with the sole of my boot. He didn't move. He'd never move again. The gunshots had died down now, and the air was thick with the smell of spent ammo and hot metal. I had no idea what had happened at the Land Rovers. For all I knew, Sam and Tanya were dead, and the remaining soldiers were closing in on my position. I raised my head above the bonnet of the X-Trail and checked out the situation. The Land Rovers were riddled with bullet holes. Glass and dead bodies lay scattered around the vehicles. I counted 6 dead soldiers. Along with the 2 I'd killed, that made 8. Unless anyone was hiding within the Rovers, we'd taken out the military unit with our ambush. But at what cost? I shouted out to my companions, my voice breaking the silence that had descended upon the area like a shroud. "Sam! Tanya!" I saw Tanya vaulting over the wall at the side of the road. She approached the Land Rovers slowly and carefully, her M16 raised, and peered into the rear of the vehicles. Then she lowered her weapon and shouted, "Clear!" Sam's head appeared above the wall on the other side of the road. His lips were drawn back in a wide grin, and his eyes looked a little wild. He climbed over the wall and strode up to the Land Rovers. "Man, that was a blast!" I didn't share his enthusiasm. We'd just killed 8 people. I only hoped it was worth it. Sam clapped a hand across my back when I joined him and Tanya at the rear Land Rover. "Good job, Alex. You timed that crash perfectly." "Not so perfectly," I told him. "They crashed into me. The X-Trail is pretty beaten up." He shrugged. "Hey, don't worry about it, man. There are plenty more cars where that came from." "True," I said, "but we still need to get back to the boats somehow." He looked over at the X-Trail, and for a moment his face fell. "You mean it's wrecked?" It was my turn to shrug. "I don't know. They hit it pretty hard, and the engine died." "We'll find a way back to the boats," Tanya said, "even if we have to take one of the Land Rovers." "The problem with that," I said, "is that they might have trackers fitted to them. The bad guys might know where we are." "We'll worry about that later." Sam climbed into the back of the Land Rover. "Let's see what the hell is so valuable that everyone is willing to die for it." He looked around the dark interior of the vehicle and sounded disappointed when he said, "Nothing. There's nothing in here." "There were 4 soldiers in the back of this rover," Tanya said. "It was only used for transporting personnel. I think the good stuff is in the lead vehicle." We went to the other vehicle and peered into the back. The first thing I noticed was a steel crate that must have been at least 6 feet long. It was locked with a padlock and had no external markings that might reveal its contents. Next to the crate sat a drab-green military footlocker. It was also padlocked. "The keys have to be around here somewhere," Tanya said. She went to the front of the Land Rover and leaned inside. She came back and opened her hand. 2 small keys lay in her palm. "They were sitting on the dashboard," she said. "Should we open them up here, or wait until we get back to the boats?" I said, aware that the 8 soldiers lying dead on the road might have been part of a larger unit. "I'm not waiting, man," Sam said, taking the keys from Tanya's hand and climbing into the back of the Land Rover. He went to the crate first and unlocked the padlock before pushing the lid down. Looking inside, he frowned. "There's a lot of packing material." He pulled out blankets and bubble wrap, piling them behind him on the Land Rover's floor. Echo 6 must have packed these items into the crate to protect whatever was inside during the journey to Bunker 53. Sam stopped pulling out the packing materials suddenly, and his face became worried. "Shit! Guys, you've got to see this." Tanya and I climbed into the Land Rover and looked into the crate. Lying at the bottom of the crate was a man's body that had been vacuum-packed inside a bag made of thick, clear plastic. When I saw the dead man's face, my breath caught in my throat. A month ago, we'd buried this body in a deep grave up on the cliffs, hoping no one would ever find it. It was the body of Dr. Marcus Vess, Patient 0. Chapter 5. "We buried this fucker a month ago," Sam said. "How did he get here?" "Someone must have dug him up," I offered. It was the only explanation for Vess's body being in the back of this Land Rover. The military had found the grave and exhumed Vess. "Patient 0, Tanya said. "What do the military want with Patient 0? Years of reading about conspiracy theories gave me the answer to that question. They're obviously trying to weaponize the virus. "But he doesn't have the virus inside him anymore, man," Sam said. "You shot him full of vaccine, remember? It killed him." I remember. But look closely. When I injected the vaccine into him, the dark veins in his skin disappeared, and the yellowness in his eyes faded. The veins in his neck and arms look darker now. Not as dark as they had been when he was alive, but definitely darker than normal. And look at his eyes. Vess's eyes were open, staring at us through the thick plastic. Some of the yellowness has returned around the edges. Sam pushed himself away from the crate. "You mean he's coming back to life?" "No, I'm not saying that. But it's obvious that the virus is still alive in his body. He has the purest form of the virus in his body because he injected himself with it. And that's what started all this craziness. Anyone else who has the virus inside them, the zombies and the hybrids, has a diluted form that's been passed on by a bite or a scratch. If the military want to weaponize the virus in some way, Vess's body is a good place to get samples of blood and tissue." "You think that's what's been happening?" Sam asked. "They've been dissecting him." "Probably not dissecting him. He looks pretty much intact. But they've probably been taking his blood and experimenting with it." Sam shook his head as if in disbelief. "That shit is fucked up, man." "Wait a minute," Tanya said. "Are you sure he isn't going to come back to life? If the vaccine killed him, but the virus is fighting the vaccine, who's to say he won't just wake up once the virus becomes strong enough?" "The vaccine didn't kill him," I reminded her. "Those 4 bullets did." I pointed to the 4 holes in Vess's chest. Our friend Johnny Drake had shot Vess, but the virus had protected Vess from the bullets. When the vaccine suppressed the virus, its protective properties disappeared, and the damage Vess's body had received from those bullets finally killed him. "Yeah, I get that," she said. "But if the virus is getting stronger inside him, It might repair the damaged tissue or something. I don't know. I'm no scientist. But I do know that we shouldn't take any chances. Yeah, Sam said, closing the lid of the metal crate and locking the padlock. I agree with Tanya. Fine, I said. Let's get the body to Bunker 53 as fast as we can. Sam threw his arms in the air helplessly. That'd be great, man, if we knew where Bunker 53 is. I pointed at the footlocker. Why not take a look in there? There might be a map or something. He looked at the footlocker as if suddenly remembering it was there. Oh, yeah. Using the other key, he unlocked it and lifted the lid. There's a lot of stuff in here. Papers and notebooks mostly. We need to take it all with us, I said. I heard a sound in the distance and tried to discern exactly what it was. Tanya beat me to it. Vehicles, coming this way. Shit! Sam closed the footlocker. We need to get this stuff loaded into the X-Trail. There's no time for that. I slid out of the back of the Land Rover and onto the road. We need to get out of here now. It sounded like there were at least half a dozen vehicles heading this way. If we were still here when they arrived, we'd end up dead. I'll drive. Tanya vaulted out of the Land Rover and went around to the driver's door. She opened it and slid inside. I'll get the X-Trail out of the way, I said, running to the Nissan and leaning in through the passenger door to take the handbrake off. I braced myself against the door pillar and pushed the car towards the side of the road. Sam joined me and pushed from the back. We managed to get the car out of the Land Rover's way. I ran to the passenger side and got in next to Tanya. Sam, standing in the road, looked disappointed. Where am I supposed to sit? In the back, Tanya suggested. With patient zero? A fearful expression crossed his face. Fuck that. I'll follow in the other Land Rover. Fine. Tanya put our Rover into gear and started along the road. In the side mirror, I watched Sam dash to the Rover behind us and climb behind the wheel. The vehicle roared as he revved the engine, then fell into place directly behind us as we drove across the crossroads and headed north. How far away do you think those other vehicles are? I asked Tanya. She shrugged. I can't see them in the rear view, but they can't be that far behind us. My mind ran over the logistics of what we needed to do to escape with our lives and our prize. Somehow, we had to unload the crate containing Vess and the footlocker from the Land Rover into the Zodiac. Then, we had to load them from the Zodiac onto the Big Easy or the Lucky Escape. The soldiers following us would have a clear shot at us the whole time, and they'd know about our boats. If they didn't manage to kill us during the unloading and loading process, the soldiers would probably call in an airstrike or something. After all, there were drones patrolling the entire coastline, and it would probably be easy to send one in our direction. We can't go back to the boats, I told Tanya. They'll know where we are and blow us out of the water. I already figured that out, she told me. I'm not heading for the boats. Not while these jokers are on our tail anyway. So where are we going? Anywhere but the coast. I felt a twinge of fear. Heading inland could be dangerous. If we came across a town or a city, that could mean facing hundreds or even thousands of zombies. It was also possible that we might unwittingly drive into an area where a large horde was waiting for prey, like 1,000 spiders waiting for an unwary fly to wander into their web. Tanya pushed the map at me. Find a route that will get us out of this area and also be clear of nasties. She might as well have asked me to find the lost Ark of the Covenant. I had no idea which roads might be safe, and which might be crawling with zombies. I found our location on the map and glanced over the surrounding area. There was a motorway a little farther inland. Or we could stick to these country roads and continue north. At least if we got to the motorway, we could transfer our cargo to another vehicle. I was sure these Land Rovers had trackers installed, and that meant we'd never get away from the military as long as we stayed in them. "There's a motorway service station a bit further northwest," I said. "We should probably change vehicles and then double back." Tanya nodded. "If we get to the motorway, we can pick up speed and outrun our pursuers. It's too hard to get any kind of speed on these narrow roads. A head start should give us a chance to load the crate and footlocker into another car. If we're fast enough, we could be heading back south while the vehicles behind us are still heading north. Then we can get to the boats and load everything onto them safely." "Sounds good," Tanya said. "How do we get to the motorway?" I consulted the map. "Take the next left, then you should see signs." She slowed down for the turn and took it. I checked in the mirror to see if Sam was still following us. He was close behind, and probably wondering where the hell we were going. There was still no sign of our pursuers, if that was what the other vehicles actually were. I opened my window and stuck my head out for a moment to see if I could still hear them, but we were travelling too fast for me to hear anything other than the wind in my ears. "The motorway's 6 miles ahead," Tanya said, pointing at a road sign. "Once we get onto it, how far is it to the services?" I closed my window and studied the map. "I'm not sure exactly. 4 or 5 miles, I think." She nodded and put her foot down. Less than 10 minutes later, we crossed a bridge that stretched over the motorway. I looked down at the road below us and felt a flood of relief when I didn't see any vehicles on the 3 lanes that headed north. The southbound carriageway was another story. The lanes were full of abandoned cars. "Why wasn't anyone heading north?" Tanya asked, peering at the motorway. "I have no idea," I said. She turned onto a ramp that descended to the northbound lanes. Once we were on the motorway, I checked the mirror to see what was behind us. What I saw explained the lack of cars on this stretch of road. It looked like at least a dozen cars had been involved in an accident that had blocked the road. The cars south of our location hadn't been able to get past the pile-up. "That explains that," Tanya said, checking her mirror. Sam came up alongside us and motioned for Tanya to wind down her window. When she did so, he shouted, "Where are we going?" "To ditch these vehicles," she shouted back. "There's a place up ahead." He nodded. "OK, sounds good." "We'll double back and get to the boats," I shouted. "Cool." He looked in his mirror and his face fell. "Guys, we have company." I turned in my seat and checked behind us. 2 big, boxy-looking vehicles were crossing the bridge. They were painted a sand colour and looked like some sort of armoured personnel carriers. Following them was a long, similarly coloured 6-wheeled vehicle. In a matter of minutes, they'd be behind us on the motorway. "The 2 lead vehicles are foxhounds," Sam shouted to us. "The one in the rear is a jackal. They're all personnel carriers, so I reckon there could be maybe 20 soldiers back there." Sam obviously knew his military vehicles. All I knew about the sandy-coloured monstrosities behind us was that they looked dangerous. "Right, let's get the hell out of here," Tanya said. She pressed the button that closed her window and put her foot down. We raced along the motorway. "We should be able to outrun them," she said. I watched the 3 vehicles begin their descent of the ramp and hoped she was right. Chapter 6. We raced along the empty motorway in the Land Rovers. Our pursuers were still visible in the mirrors, but they were losing ground. They were probably burdened with the weight of passengers, equipment, and weapons. whereas our vehicles were virtually unladen, save for the crate containing Marcus Vess. A blue sign at the side of the road told us that the services were just a mile ahead. "We can't stop," Tanya said. "They're still too close behind us. By the time we find a suitable vehicle, they'll catch up with us." I nodded. "Understood. But if we don't stop at the services, we're going to be forced to stop anyway." I pointed ahead. In the distance, every lane of the motorway was clogged with stationary cars. We were running out of clear road. "Shit," Tanya muttered. The slip road that led to the services appeared in front of us, and she turned onto it. "We don't have a choice," she said, as she decelerated. We entered the car park. A lot of cars were parked here, and we'd have our choice of vehicles if only we had more time. Unfortunately, time was something we didn't have in abundance. Tanya slowed our vehicle to a crawl, and Sam drove up alongside us. "What's up?" he asked, through his open window. "We've run out of motorway," Tanya told him. "Yeah, I saw that. And we don't have time to stop and switch cars." Tanya nodded. "Exactly. So, what are we going to do?" "Maybe set up a defensive position in that building and keep them at bay," Tanya suggested, pointing to the brick building which housed a KFC and a McDonald's. "They'll just send for more reinforcements," I said. "Besides, the building is full of nasties." I could see them shambling behind the windows of the two-story structure. Sam pointed beyond the building to a wooden fence that served as the boundary between the services and a field. "What if we go off-road?" Tanya looked in the direction he was pointing. "That'll work. We might be able to pick up a different road somewhere in that direction. Alex, check the map." I did so. If we made it across the field, there was indeed a road on the other side. "Yeah," I said. "There's a road over there, but we need to lose the soldiers on our tail, and I have an idea how we can do that. Or at least slow them down." "Okay," she said. "What is it?" I pointed at the brick building. "If we release those zombies into the car park, they could cover our escape." She nodded. "I like it. Let's do it." She drove over to the glass door that served as the entrance and exit for the building. It was probably an automatic door, but someone had locked it. I grabbed my baseball bat and got out of the Land Rover. When I reached the door, I peered inside. The lights were off, so I couldn't see much, but there was definitely movement inside, a furtive shambling in the shadows. I swung the bat at the glass and created a spiderweb of cracks. A second swing shattered the panel, and it crashed to the ground. When the zombies inside came out of the darkness and lurched towards the door, I realized just how many of them there were. A foul stench preceded them, and I gagged against it. They'd been shut up in this building for God knew how long, and the air was fetid. "Come on!" Tanya shouted from the Land Rover. I didn't need telling twice. I sprinted for the vehicle and climbed inside as the first nasties made their way through the shattered door and into the car park. They detected the noise of our cars and staggered towards us. Behind them, more of the undead stepped into the daylight. "Jesus, how many of them are there?" Tanya asked. "At least 100, I think." She floored the accelerator and sped toward the edge of the car park before mounting the grass verge that led to the fence. We crashed through the wooden barricade and bounced along the rutted field, followed by Sam. Behind us, more zombies poured out of the building and flooded the car park like a river of rotting flesh. The soldiers in the pursuing vehicles were going to have a hard time getting past them, and hopefully by then we'd be long gone. The ride across the field was rough, and when we got to the other side, we discovered a long hedge. "The road is on the other side," I told Tanya. She steered us towards the hedge and put her foot down. "Hold on." We hit the hedge and ripped through it, hitting a narrow road on the other side. Tanya spun the steering wheel to the right and headed north. Sam missed the hole we'd created in the hedge and made his own, ending up on the road behind us. I turned in my seat to make sure he was okay, and saw him grinning like the cat that got the cream. This was the kind of thing Sam lived for. We drove along the road for 20 minutes before I saw a farmhouse on the left. I pointed it out to Tanya. "Could be a suitable vehicle there." She nodded. "Let's take a look." We had to find a vehicle soon, or we'd be caught by the military. No matter how long we delayed them, if these Land Rovers had trackers fitted, they'd always be able to find us eventually. The route to the farm consisted of a narrow dirt road with fields on either side. As we drove along it, I scanned the house ahead, looking for signs of danger. The place looked deathly quiet. As well as the house, there was a barn and a row of outbuildings that looked like they might have once served as stables. Tanya parked in front of the house, and we both got out. Sam came to a stop behind us and joined us. He was carrying his M16, as was Tanya. I had my Walther in one hand and the bat in the other. "Looks quiet," Sam said. We all knew that silence could be deceiving. Without any external stimuli, such as sound or movement, the zombies went into a state of dormancy and didn't move until they heard or saw prey. There could be 100 of them in the area, just waiting to detect movement. The house's front door consisted of wood that had been painted bright yellow, and a curtained glass panel. I noticed that the windows were also curtained. There was no way of knowing if anyone or anything was inside, and that wasn't our priority right now anyway, because parked around the back of the house was a denim blue-coloured Volvo XC90. The 7-seater SUV had more than enough room to carry the crate that currently housed Patient Zero. Sam went over to the vehicle and looked in through the windows. "The keys are inside. Looks like someone left in a hurry and left it behind. Or they're still in the house," I said. "Could be. As long as they don't come out, I don't really care. Let's get this baby loaded up." He slid into the driver's seat and started the engine. After checking the gauges, he grinned. "More than enough fuel to get us to the boats." "Okay, let's get everything on board," Tanya said. "We're going to have to fold the rear seats down to get Vess in, and someone's going to have to ride in the back with him." "That someone is you, Alex," Sam said. I let out a sigh. Fine. I didn't really mind riding in the back, but it might have been nice to have a democratic decision about it, rather than me just being told what to do. Tanya and I pulled the 6-foot-long crate from the back of the Land Rover and, taking an end each, manoeuvred it to the Volvo, while Sam folded the rear seats down. We slid the crate into the cargo area, and I climbed in beside it. Sam brought the footlocker over and placed it by my feet. Then he climbed behind the wheel, and we set off back along the dirt track. "That was easy enough," Tanya said from the passenger seat. She was consulting the map, which she'd unfolded and propped against the dashboard. "We aren't out of the woods yet," I reminded her. "Those soldiers will be heading this way." "Relax, man. We'll be long gone," Sam said. "Take a left at the bottom of the track," Tanya told him. "We'll head north for a while, before finding another road that will take us back down south to the boats." I leaned back against the metal crate and relaxed a little. The military vehicles would reach the farm soon, but the soldiers would find the Land Rovers empty, and they'd have no clue as to which direction we'd gone. As soon as we got back to the boats, we could sail out into deeper water, while we figured out where the hell Bunker 53 was located. I opened the footlocker and checked out its contents. As Sam had said, It was filled with papers and journals. Somewhere in here, we'd hopefully find a piece of information that would tell us where we could find the bunker. I hoped it wasn't too far away, because I wanted to get rid of Patient Zero as soon as possible. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that Sam had probably been right about Vess after all. The virus was probably bringing him back to life. Chapter 7. We got back to the village an hour and a half later. Using the map, Tanya had taken us on a circuitous route to make sure our pursuers wouldn't chance upon us, and that tactic had worked. We hadn't seen the military vehicles again since leaving the motorway. As we drove down to the harbour, I felt a sense of relief when I saw the Big Easy and the Lucky Escape anchored just offshore. I couldn't see Lucy on deck, but knew she was somewhere on the boat, probably waiting to tell us off for taking so long. I didn't mind. We'd made it back alive, and that was all that really mattered. Sam drove the Volvo onto the jetty and parked it right next to the Zodiac. Then the three of us loaded the crate and footlocker into the inflatable, along with the weapons. Unfortunately, with the items on board, there wasn't enough room for all of us to get into the small boat. "Someone's going to have to wait here," Sam said. I got into the Zodiac. Well, it isn't going to be me. I folded my arms and kind of felt like a petulant child having a tantrum. But I'd had enough of always being the member of the group who had to take the less palatable option, and I was desperate to get back on board the Big Easy. Sam laughed. "No problem, dude. You don't have to have a fit about it. I'll stay." "Great," Tanya said, getting into the Zodiac and throwing Sam his M16 before starting the outboard motor. "I'll come back to get you in a bit." "No worries." Sam climbed up onto the Volvo's bonnet and lay back with his hands behind his head. He closed his eyes and said, "I'll be here, catching some rays." We cast off from the jetty and, as we began moving forwards towards the boats, Tanya gestured to the metal crate. "Where are we going to store this?" I shrugged. "I suppose we'll have to put it in one of the storerooms." "We'll put it on the Lucky Escape," she said. "But once it's in there, I'm locking the storeroom door." I nodded slowly. "Yeah, I don't blame you." She raised an eyebrow. "You think he might really come back to life? You told Sam he wouldn't." "Yeah, but I've been thinking about it a bit more, and I think it's possible. The virus is obviously still in his body, and it seems to be reasserting control. Did you notice how his body hasn't decayed at all? I thought that was because he's been shrink-wrapped. I think there's more to it than that. The truth was, we didn't really know enough about the virus to understand how it interacted with human hosts. Maybe the scientist Sergeant Glock had mentioned, Dr. Sarah Ives, would know more. The sooner we found her, the better." "We'll unload the footlocker onto the Big Easy," I suggested to Tanya. "I want to go through the papers and find out where the hell we can find Bunker 53. The sooner we take Vess there, the sooner he becomes someone else's problem and not ours." "Sounds good to me." We reached the Lucky Escape and tied the Zodiac to the stern. Between us, we managed to manhandle the metal crate on board, although we had to tie ropes around the crate's handles to drag it up to the aft deck. I kept checking the Big Easy to see if Lucy would appear on deck, but even the commotion we were making didn't bring her from below decks. After dragging the crate into the storeroom and locking it in there, I said to Tanya, "Has Lucy told you she's feeling depressed or anything lately?" She shook her head. "If she was going to confide in anyone, it would be you, Alex. You're closer to her than I am." "Yeah, I guess so," I said uncertainly. Lucy and I had been close, there was no doubt about that. But she seemed to be pulling away from me lately, both physically and emotionally. "If you're worried about her," Tanya said, "why not have a talk with her while I go back to get Sam?" I nodded. I wasn't really sure what I was going to say to Lucy. Tanya must have seen the uncertainty on my face because she said, "Just ask her how she's doing." "Yeah, I'll do that." We got back into the Zodiac, and Tanya helped me get the footlocker on board the Big Easy. Before she took the Zodiac back towards the harbour, where I could see Sam still sunbathing on the Volvo's bonnet. I watched her and the Zodiac for a moment, before leaving the footlocker on the deck and heading into the living area. Survivor radio was coming through the speakers in here. The Clash were playing London Calling. I went through the door that led below decks and called out Lucy's name. There was no answer. I found her on the bed. She was curled up, facing the wall. Sitting on the mattress next to her, I asked, "Are you okay?" "Not really," she murmured. "What's wrong?" "It doesn't matter. There's nothing you can do to change it." I put a hand on her shoulder. "Still, it might help to talk about it." She sighed. "I've had enough." "Enough of what?" "Of everything. The fighting, the danger, the uncertainty. I can't take it any more." I felt helpless. What could I do to help her? The world had changed, and the days when life seemed safe were gone. Now everything was a fight for survival, and danger lurked around every corner. "We're safe on the boats," I offered. It was a lame thing to say. Despite the relative safety of the boats compared to being on land, we had to make constant supply runs on land, and every run we undertook put us in danger. "We're not safe," Lucy said. "One day we'll run into pirates, or the hybrids will learn to swim, or the army will blow us out of the water. We'll just have to face those things if and when they happen," I told her. "I don't want to face them. I want to feel safe again." I didn't know what to say to that. There was nothing I could say or do to make her feel safe. I noticed a pill bottle on the bedside table and picked it up. According to the label, the bottle contained Xanax, prescribed to someone whose name I didn't recognize. "Where did you get these?" I asked. "I found them in a house during one of our supply runs." "And you've been taking them?" She nodded slightly. "Yeah. I thought they'd help me forget for a while." "And do they?" "They make me tired." "You probably shouldn't be taking them." She rolled over and snatched the bottle from me. "Don't even think about throwing them away." Rolling back to face the wall, she clutched the pills to her chest. "I wasn't going to throw them away. I was just saying you probably shouldn't be taking someone else's prescribed drugs. Those things can be pretty powerful, and they're probably addictive." She shrugged. "If I need more, I'll get more." "Lucy, you need to think about what you're doing. Leave me alone, Alex." "Don't you want to know what we found in that Land Rover?" I asked, trying to change the subject. "No, I don't care." "You will when I tell you what it was. You won't believe it, actually." "I said I don't care," she said, turning to glare at me. "I also told you to leave me alone." Okay, I'm going." I got up off the bed and left the room, shutting the door behind me. As I ascended the stairs to the living area, I pondered the situation. I'd known something was bothering Lucy, but I hadn't realized she'd been taking pills. How long had this been going on? The last supply run she'd taken part in had been 2 weeks ago, so she must have had the pills at least that long. I didn't even know if the bottle I'd seen was the only one in her possession. I went out onto the aft deck, where the footlocker was waiting. After bringing it into the living area, where Pat Benatar's Love is a Battlefield was coming through the speakers, I placed it on the dining table and stared at it. Hopefully, it would provide me with some answers. In the distance, I heard the Zodiac's engine buzzing as it approached. I looked through the window and saw Tanya and Sam making their way to the lucky escape. Going out onto the aft deck again, I waved to them and shouted, "We should probably get out of here. Those soldiers didn't find us, but by now they probably have the entire base out searching this area. It's only a matter of time before someone sees us anchored out here." Sam gave me a thumbs up, and they took the Zodiac around to the escape's stern. I went up to the bridge and used a pair of binoculars to scan the shore. I found it hard to believe Camp Victor would only send a handful of vehicles to retrieve something as valuable as Patient Zero. Surely this entire area would be scoured by the military soon. I couldn't see anything through the binoculars, though, so it looked like we were going to make a clean getaway. The radio crackled, and Sam's voice came through the static. "Hey, man, let's go." "Copy that," I said. I raised the anchor, started the engine, and turned the wheel so we'd be heading out into deeper water. From there, we could head south and get out of this area before we stopped again and tried to find the location of Bunker 53 in the footlocker. Sergeant Locke had said there was a map, so that should make things easier. The Big Easy glided out into deeper water, and the lucky escape sailed alongside her. After 5 minutes or so, when the shoreline was far behind us, Sam's voice came from the radio again. "Look behind us, man! We got out of there just in time." I turned around in my chair and squinted as I surveyed the shore. Unable to see anything with the naked eye, I used the binoculars and immediately saw what Sam meant. The harbour was crawling with soldiers and military vehicles. Some of the soldiers were on the jetty, inspecting the Volvo. As I swept the binoculars over the beach, I thought I saw a familiar figure standing by a jeep near the water's edge. Adjusting the wheel on the binoculars, I brought the man's face into focus. When I saw the neat, close-cropped grey hair and well-tended moustache, I recognized the man immediately. Brigadier James Gordon. We'd crossed paths before. As far as I was concerned, the man was dangerous. And right now, he was standing stock still on the beach with his hands behind his back, looking out to sea, staring directly at our boats. Chapter 8. It was Brigadier Gordon, I told the others, as we sat around the Big Easy's dining table later that evening. Night was falling rapidly, and the view of the waves beyond the waves was darkening. We'd had a dinner that consisted of pasta and meatballs, and now we were talking about our next move. Lucy had finally emerged from the cabin to eat, and had chatted airily for a while. But now that we were discussing the matter at hand, Vess's body, and how to get it to Bunker 53, she seemed to have lost interest in our conversation. She moved away from the table and sat in the easy chair some distance away, listening to Survivor radio, which was still coming through the speakers. "I bet he's the fucker who dug up Vess," Sam said. "It has to be him." "Probably," I agreed. "The thing is, I'm sure he knows we're out here on the water. He was watching the boats as we sailed away from the harbour." "You sure?" Sam asked. I remembered Gordon's face as he stood on the beach, his beady eyes staring in our direction. "Yeah, pretty sure." "Great," Lucy murmured from the chair. "What's that supposed to mean?" I asked, turning to face her. "It means that, thanks to your little excursion onto the mainland, we're not even safe in the boats anymore. They've probably got boats of their own, and they're probably out looking for us right now." "The sea is a big place," Tanya said. "They won't find us out here. It'd be looking for a needle in a haystack, especially now that it's getting dark and the navigation lights are switched off." "They'll find us," Lucy said, with a certainty that unnerved me. "So let's not hang around for too long, man," Sam said, taking a handful of papers from the footlocker that now sat on the floor by the table. "Let's find out where Bunker 53 is and head in that direction." He distributed papers among himself, Tanya, and me. He offered some to Lucy, but she ignored him, so he threw them into a pile in the middle of the table. I looked through the papers in front of me. There was a manila folder containing scientific jargon and chemical equations that meant absolutely nothing to me. From what I could ascertain, this was a report about Patient Zero's blood. Putting it aside, I checked the other papers on the table, and then rummaged through the remaining contents of the footlocker. "What are you looking for?" Sam asked. "A map. Sergeant Locke said there's a map that shows the bunker's location. I don't see it here." "Are you sure he said there's a map?" "Yeah. I told him I didn't know where the bunker was, and he said there's a map in the vehicle." As I spoke the last 3 words of that sentence, a realization hit me. Shit! He didn't say the map was in this footlocker. He said the map was in the vehicle. This is the stuff Echo 6 stole from the military base. There won't be a map here. It must be in the front of the Land Rover. Tanya let her head drop into her hands. "We can't go back there. The area will be crawling with soldiers." "Yeah, man," Sam said. "And the guys who took Vess and the footlocker out of the Land Rover probably took the map too." I shook my head. "No, they didn't. We killed those guys at the crossroads and took their vehicles. They didn't have a map. They just took back the items that had been stolen from Camp Victor, which was what they'd been tasked to do. The map is still in Echo 6's Land Rover." Sam frowned. "Dude, I agree with Tanya. That area is too hot. You saw how many soldiers there were at the harbour." Tanya and Sam were right. There was no way we could go back to Echo 6's Land Rover now. It was simply too dangerous. "So, that's that," Lucy said. "Your plan to save the world has fallen at the first hurdle. Going ashore was a complete waste of time." I wasn't ready to accept that just yet. Yes, this was a setback, but there had to be a way forward. I just couldn't figure out what that way was right now. "Maybe I'll sleep on it," I said. "Sounds like a good idea, man," Sam said. "I'm beat." He got up and stretched, cracking his back. "You coming, Tanya?" "Yeah." She got up and looked at Lucy and me. "Maybe things will look better in the morning." "I hope so," I said. They went out to the aft deck to take the Zodiac back to the Lucky Escape. "I don't envy them," I told Lucy. "Having to sleep on the Escape with Marcus Vess in the storeroom isn't a pleasant prospect." "Maybe they should sleep here," she suggested. That wasn't such a bad idea. "Hey, guys," I said, going out onto the aft deck after them. "You can stay here if you like. For the night, I mean. We have a spare cabin." I realised that I wasn't exactly sure about Sam and Tanya's relationship. Did they even sleep together, or were they just friends? I'd never asked, and they'd never offered to enlighten me regarding their situation. "Why would we want to do that?" Tanya asked. I shrugged. "You know, with Patient Zero being on your boat and all, I just thought it might creep you out. It'd creep me out for sure. And we could all do with a good night's rest. That might be easier to achieve on a zombie-free boat." Sam grinned. "Sounds good to me, man." Tanya nodded. "Sure, why not?" They came back into the living area, and I closed the door against the night. Lucy was nowhere to be seen. I assumed she'd gone to bed. Noticing her absence, Sam said, "Is Lucy okay with this? With us staying over, I mean?" "Yeah, it was her idea." "Okay, cool. "See you in the morning then, man." "Good night, Alex," Tanya said. I gave them a little wave as they went through the door that led to the cabins below decks. "Good night." Before I went down myself, I cleared up the dishes and cutlery and threw them in the sink so they could soak overnight. Then I turned off the radio and made sure all the windows were closed and the doors locked. "Batten down the hatches," I murmured to myself in a pirate's voice. Satisfied that everything was secure, I went downstairs to the cabin Lucy and I shared. When I got there, I found the door closed and locked. "Lucy," I said, tapping lightly on the door, "are you going to let me in?" There was no answer. "Lucy?" Still nothing. If she'd taken more Xanax, she was probably out of it by now. I couldn't sleep in the spare cabin because Sam and Tanya were in there, so I went to the storeroom, grabbed a blanket, and took it upstairs to the living area. After making myself as comfortable as I could in the easy chair and pulling the blanket up to my chin, I closed my eyes and tried to fall asleep. My dreams were inhabited by shambling zombies and soldiers, whose chests exploded into clouds of red mist. And every now and then, a recurring image would flash into my head. The memory of Brigadier James Gordon standing on a beach, watching our boats sail out to sea. Chapter 9. I woke up the following morning to find an insidious mist creeping over the sea and the boats. I sat up and rubbed my eyes before checking the time on my watch. It wasn't even 6 o'clock yet, but my uncomfortable night in the chair had ensured I'd be an early riser today. Climbing out of the chair stiffly, I stretched. The joints in my knees and elbows cracked audibly. I staggered into the kitchen area and filled the coffee machine. Although the day had barely started, I already knew I was going to need a large dose of caffeine to face it. While I waited for the machine to do its thing, I stared out through the windows at the misty sea. The weather conditions had reduced visibility to no more than 50 feet, and I could barely see the Looky escape through the mist. At least this would help to conceal us from the military. It would be hard to find us while the boats were hidden by a misty shroud. I had no doubt the mist would burn off later today, but by then we'd be far away from here. But where would we go? No matter how many times I tried to solve the problem of finding Bunker 53, the only answer I came up with was to get the map from Echo 6's Land Rover. And that was out of the question while Brigadier Gordon's men were combing the area. Besides, now the soldiers were out in force, they'd probably taken Echo 6's Land Rover back to Camp Victor. I doubted they'd leave a military vehicle in the road. The four of us were hardly going to be able to break into a military base and get out alive. That meant our chances of finding Bunker 53 were less than zero. The location of a secret government bunker wasn't something you could just look up online or find on a regular map. The inability to find Bunker 53 presented us with another problem. We couldn't hold on to Marcus Vess's body indefinitely. If the virus was bringing him back to life, then eventually he was going to wake up. I didn't want to be anywhere near him when that happened. When the coffee had finally filled the pot, I poured some into a mug and took it out onto the foredeck. The morning was cold, and I shivered slightly. The sea was relatively calm, and I could hear small waves slapping rhythmically against the hull. I leaned on the railing and sipped the hot coffee, watching the Looky escape as I did so. On board that boat was the most fearsome creature I'd ever faced, a true nightmare in the flesh. Considering the fact that we had no idea what the virus was doing to Vess's body, it might be a good idea if Sam and Tanya remained on the Big Easy for a while. I had little faith that the metal crate and a locked storeroom door would hold him if he came back to life. I heard movement behind me and turned to see Sam coming out on deck. He'd helped himself to a mug of coffee and took a swig before waving to me. "Hey, Alex, couldn't sleep? It's hella early." I could ask you the same thing. I always get up at the ass crack of dawn, dude, so I can work out. You work out? He looked at me dubiously. Hell yeah. How do you think I look so ripped, man? I shrugged. I thought it was due to having little food and spending a lot of time running from danger. That was how I'd lost weight. I'd just assumed Sam, who'd always been in good shape, had maintained his toned physique the same way. I didn't realise he was working at it. He scoffed. Once a gym rat, always a gym rat, buddy. I can't go to a gym anymore, obviously, but I still do some body weight exercises. Gotta keep everything tight. Know what I mean? He patted his flat stomach through his t-shirt. One look at my physique should have told him I didn't know what he meant at all. I hadn't worked out a day in my life, unless walking to the Chinese takeaway counted as exercise. I was going to tell this to Sam, but he held up a hand, shushing me. He seemed to be listening for something. What's up? I asked. Do you hear that? He whispered. I listened to the environment around us. I could hear the waves hitting the boat, and seagulls in the distance, but nothing out of the ordinary. Then I heard it. Voices in the distance, and the low hum of a boat engine. I think it's those soldiers, man, Sam said. They're looking for us. Because of the mist, I had no idea how far away, or how close, the other boat was. I knew that sound travelled well over the water, which could mean it was miles away. But it could just as easily be 100 feet away, hidden by the mist. We need to get out of here, I said. Sam nodded. I'll get Tanya, and we'll get the escape started. He downed his coffee and left the deck. I followed him inside, but instead of going down to the cabin area, I walked through the living area and went out through the rear door to the aft deck. Once there, I climbed the ladder to the bridge and sat in the pilot's chair. After a minute or so, Sam appeared on the aft deck with a tired-looking Tanya and gave me the thumbs up before they descended the aft ladder to the Zodiac. Instead of using the Zodiac's motor, they grabbed the paddles and rowed across to the escape, obviously trying to make as little noise as possible. I switched on the radio and dialed through the channels to see if I could pick up any sort of transmission from the unknown boat. I couldn't pick up any chatter, so I returned the radio to its original channel. It crackled, and Sam's voice said, "Okay, dude, let's get the hell out of here. I think they're south of us, so we're going to head north." Copy that. I started the Big Easy's engine, inwardly flinching as it roared to life. If the other boat was close enough that we could hear the voices of those on board, then they were sure to hear the Easy's engine. Through the mist, I saw the escape begin to move slowly away, and I followed her, keeping a steady pace. I searched the radio channels again, and now I did pick up something. Foxtrot 2, do you hear that? Over. Sierra 1, this is Foxtrot 2. I hear engines. Sounds like they're north of our position. Heading that way now. Over. Copy, Foxtrot 2. Yeah, they were military all right, and they were definitely looking for us. If not for this mist, they'd probably have found us already. Our only hope now was to slip away unseen. That wasn't going to be easy when we were piloting 42-foot boats with powerful engines. I came up alongside the lucky escape, and we sailed together through the mist. Tanya was at the wheel of the escape, and she waved at me through the window. Sam was standing on the aft deck, peering at the mist in our wake. I wondered if Lucy was still asleep. I should probably have awoken her and told her the trouble we were in, but that would only have made her mood worse. She was probably in a deep sleep anyway, a sleep aided by the pills she seemed to be taking on a regular basis. I guessed I couldn't blame her if she wanted to run away from everything. Hell, we all did. Since the world had turned upside down, there was nothing I wanted more than to curl into a ball and block it all out. But I knew that if I did that, I wouldn't last long. In this new zombie-infested world, survival was a hard-fought game that had no grand prize other than one more day of staying alive. I heard the door below open, and Lucy came out onto the aft deck. I opened the bridge door and looked down at her. "Hey, how are you doing?" "Okay," she said, rubbing her bleary eyes. "What's going on?" "We heard another boat in the area, so we're getting out of here." "Gordon's men?" "Probably. Are they following us?" "Yeah, I think so." "Anything you want me to do?" "Just sit tight for now. Hopefully, we can lose them in this mist." She nodded slowly and went back inside. The radio crackled, and I heard something that made my blood run cold. "Delta 1, this is Foxtrot 2 requesting air support. Over." "Foxtrot 2, this is Delta 1. Air support confirmed. ETA 6 minutes. Chapter 10. I wanted to shout across to Tanya to see if she'd heard the message on the radio, but I didn't dare make a noise that would give away our position. When I looked through my window at the bridge of the escape, I was in no doubt that Tanya had heard the message from Delta 1. She'd paled, and she looked across at me with worried eyes. If the military was sending planes this way, we had no hope of escape. There was nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. Tanya turned the wheel and steered the escape towards the shore. As the boat peeled away, I looked at her through the bridge window with a questioning shrug. She keyed her radio and simply said, "Follow me." I had no reason to do otherwise, so I spun the wheel and followed. I guessed that Tanya's plan was to get to land. When the air support arrived, we were sitting ducks out here. But if we could get to land, we had a chance to evade capture. Also, if we headed into the shallows, we might get away from the boats that were following us. They probably thought we were headed out into deeper water, so going in the opposite direction might fool them. It wasn't much of a plan, but it was all we had. Lucy appeared at the foot of the ladder. "Alex, where are we going?" "It might be a good idea to get ready to abandon ship," I told her. "We could be going ashore." "What? Why?" "There are planes heading our way, or helicopters, or something. We'll never get away as long as we're out here." I expected her to react violently, to blow up and let out a string of curses. She didn't. Instead, she calmly said, "I'll get the weapons," and disappeared inside. In some way, that was worse than if she'd had an outburst. We'd been sailing toward the shore for a couple of minutes at a fair pace, when something huge and dark loomed out of the mist. I cut our speed when I realized it was a rock, and we were heading straight for it. Tanya had also seen it, and had maneuvered the lucky escape around the seaward side of the obstruction. I turned the wheel so that the Big Easy sailed past the side of the rock closer to shore. I heard a thump and felt a shudder as the boat's hull hit something, and realized I'd made the wrong choice. I'd avoided the large rock, but in doing so, I'd taken the Easy into shallow water, and we were now hitting submerged rocks. If I turned back towards deeper water, I'd hit the rock that jutted above the water. If I turned the wheel in the opposite direction, I'd be going into even shallower water. I had no option other than to stay on course until we got past the large rock and then head for deeper water. But that wasn't going to work either. I heard and felt another rock hit the hull, and then the Easy stopped in her tracks. We were grounded. The bridge door opened, and Lucy stuck her head inside. "Alex, what the fuck?" "We're stuck," I said, killing the engine. "No," she said, shaking her head. "We can't be." "It's time to abandon ship," I told her. "We're in shallow water, so we can't be far from the shore. We'll swim for land, and Tanya can pick us up farther along the shore where there aren't any rocks." Lucy was still shaking her head. "No, it isn't going to be that easy." She pointed towards the shore. I looked through my window and felt my heart sink. The mist had lifted enough that visibility was improving. We were no more than 100 feet from shore. The beach was sandy and would have been a perfect holiday destination if the world hadn't gone to hell. Right now, the entire area was full of zombies. Most of them shambled over the sand aimlessly, unaware of our presence. A group of 5 stood at the water's edge staring at us, alerted to our location by the sound of our voices. Swimming ashore wasn't an option. "What are we going to do?" Lucy asked. I appraised our situation and didn't like it at all. The boat was stuck. We were stuck. And military aircraft were coming this way. I could already hear a low buzzing somewhere overhead. Lucy heard it too. She looked up at the sky. "Sounds like a drone." That made sense. The coast was being constantly patrolled by drones. So all Delta One had to do was request that the closest aircraft be diverted to our position. "Those things have Hellfire missiles," Lucy said. "They're going to blow us out of the water." I shook my head vehemently. "No, they're not. They can't. For all they know, we have Vess's body on board. They can't risk blowing it to pieces." "I wouldn't be so sure about that," Lucy said, as we heard a whistling noise that got louder in pitch with each passing second. She slid down the ladder and I followed. Zombies or not, if there was a missile heading towards us, we had to swim for shore. The sea in front of the Big Easy erupted. A plume of seawater geysered into the air and rained down on the boat. Lucy passed me a baseball bat, and she grabbed a tire iron. "We can't leave the papers behind," I told her, running into the living area. "Alex, come on!" she shouted at me. "That was just a warning shot. The next one will kill us." She was probably right. My reasoning that the military wouldn't risk blowing Vess up seemed to be misguided. A second missile struck the area in front of the boat. This one was closer, and the foredeck ripped apart in the explosion. Flames and black smoke began to rise from the bow. Maybe I'd been right about them not wanting to blow us up after all. They were trying to cripple us to make sure we couldn't escape. They didn't realize we were already grounded. "Leave the damn papers!" Lucy shouted at me. I couldn't let Gordon and his men get this stuff back. I just couldn't. I stuffed everything back into the footlocker and carried it out onto the aft deck. I was sure it would float when I jumped overboard. "Oh my God! Oh my God!" Lucy was looking towards the shore with panic in her eyes. I followed her gaze, and my breath caught in my throat. The zombies, attracted by the sound of the explosion, were all coming this way now, and they weren't stopping at the water's edge. They were wading into the sea, intent on reaching us. The Big Easy listed slightly onto her side, and I felt cold water rush over my feet. The rocks we'd hit must have punctured the hull. The bow of the boat was on fire, the stern was sinking, and the zombies were wading towards us with a hungry hate in their yellow eyes. Chapter 11. We stood on the sinking deck with our weapons ready. The bat felt heavy in my hands. The footlocker sat on the deck behind me. Lucy stood next to me, wielding the tire iron. I wasn't sure if we should stay on the boat and fight or get the hell out of here. If we stayed, we were in danger of being blown up by the next missile that came our way. If we swam for it, we'd swim right into the zombie horde. Some of the creatures had almost reached the boat already. I hefted the bat and took a swing at a rotting man who was wearing a life vest. I had no idea how he'd got here or why he was wearing the vest, but those things were irrelevant now. They were part of his old life. Now he had become a creature that acted in accordance with the virus coursing through its body. What had once been a man with hopes and dreams was now nothing more than something I had to exterminate. The bat connected with his skull, which collapsed like an overripe watermelon. The creature collapsed into the water. Lucy attacked a bald-headed zombie similarly dressed in a life vest. Perhaps he'd once been a friend of the man who'd become the creature that now floated in front of me. Or perhaps they'd never known each other and had simply ended up on this beach by chance. Either way, they both met the same fate, as Lucy's tire iron cleaved the bald skull in two, and the creature dropped like a bag of cement into the sea. The life vests ensured the two corpses remained afloat, as other creatures waded past them to get to us. "Why are they in the water?" Lucy asked. "They usually avoid it." "I don't know," I admitted. I'd try to figure out their unusual behaviour later. Right now, we needed an escape plan. "We can't swim for shore," I told Lucy, "but we can swim for that big rock out there." "Won't they follow us?" "I hope not," I said, throwing the footlocker over the side. These zombies were ignoring their usual instinct to avoid water. But could they actually swim? From what I'd seen so far, the animated corpses only had rudimentary movement. Could they perform a physical task as complex as swimming? I doubted it. Even hybrids, which were way more capable than the shamblers we had wading towards us, couldn't swim. I'd seen a group of them fall into the sea and simply drown. I vaulted over the railing and into the water, followed closely by Lucy. Now we had the boat between us and the creatures. I grabbed the footlocker, which was floating, and swam for the rock that jutted from the water. I didn't look back until I scrambled out of the water, dragging the footlocker up onto the rock. The Big Easy was swarming with zombies now. The boat's bow was underwater, and the creatures scrambled aboard easily. They seemed to know Lucy and I were on the rock, and some of them stepped off the boat into the deeper water, but they flailed helplessly once they were out of their depth. They didn't exactly sink, but they were unable to achieve any forward movement. They struggled and splashed as if they were drowning, but they didn't actually drown. I heard a buzzing sound that I thought was the drone overhead, but soon realized was coming from the deeper water. I looked in the direction and saw Sam and Tanya in the Zodiac, speeding towards our position. They were armed with M16s, and they looked like they meant business. Sam steered the craft so that it came up alongside the rock, and Lucy and I got in. As soon as we were sitting down, he revved the engine, and we sped away towards the lucky escape. "You're such a geek, Alex," he said, motioning to the footlocker with his head. "Even in a crisis, you have to save the paperwork." "There could be something really important in here," I told him. "I couldn't let it sink. There might be something in here that Brigadier Gordon needs to complete Operation Dead Ground. By keeping it from him, we may have saved a lot of lives." He shrugged and looked at me incredulously. "Dude, we don't even know what Operation Dead Ground is. We know it's not good. The clue is in the name, remember?" He grinned and nodded. "It might not be safe to get on board the Escape," I said. "You saw what they did to the Easy." I looked back at the burning, broken craft that had been our home and safe haven for all this time. Without that boat, I'd have been long dead. I remembered time spent on the boat with Mike and Elena. Now, like my two friends, the Big Easy was gone. Another casualty of the world we now inhabited. A world where nothing good can ever last. "They won't hit the lucky Escape with any missiles," Tanya said. I frowned at her. "How can you be so sure?" "They won't risk blowing Patient Zero up." "For all they know, Vess might be on the Easy," I said. She shook her head. "No, they know he's on the Escape. Before we came to rescue you, we dragged the crate up onto the deck so they could see it from the air. They can't blow up the boat, because then they'd lose their precious science experiment." Putting Vess's crate on display was good thinking. but it probably meant the boats we'd heard earlier were racing towards the escape now, hoping to board her and take the prize. It was still too misty to see the military boats, but I had no doubt they were close. "So what's the plan?" I asked. "We can't outrun the army forever, and we can't hide as long as they have air support." "You're the brains of the group," Sam said. "Planning is your department, dude." "I'll think of something," I said, not feeling anywhere near as confident as I sounded. We reached the escape and climbed quickly on board. Tanya climbed up the bridge and got us moving. I could hear the drone, but when I searched the sky for it, I couldn't see it. I was sure it had a visual on us, though. Cold and wet, I stood at the railing and peered into the mist in our wake. Unless my eyes were playing tricks on me, there was a dark shape back there, almost completely hidden by the mist. "They're getting closer," I said to Sam and Lucy, pointing at the shape. "That's their boat." Sam looked at me, and for the first time in ages, his usual bravado was gone. "So, what's the plan?" As I'd already told everyone, we couldn't run forever, and the drone gave Gordon's men a bird's-eye view at all times, so we couldn't hide, not in the boat anyway. "The only way to hide from the drone is to enter a building," I said. Sam gestured around us. "Dude, there aren't any buildings out here. We're in the sea." Ignoring the fact that he was stating the obvious, I said, "How quickly can we hotwire a car, load Vess on board, and drive away?" He thought about it for a moment and then shrugged. "I don't know. A couple of minutes, maybe?" "We have to get to land," I said. "Out here, we have no chance. If we can quickly get into a car and drive to a town, we can hide out in the buildings, maybe even use the sewers. That's the only way we can avoid the army's airborne eyes." "You're forgetting one thing," Lucy said. "Zombies. If we go to any town, it's going to be crawling with zombies." I nodded. She was right. But what choice did we have? We either risk it or end up being captured by the military. "Not much of a choice, dude." Sam turned towards the shore. "If we study the map, we should find a good place to land. There's bound to be a harbour somewhere around here. I'll check it out." He went up to the bridge to talk to Tanya. "You okay?" I asked Lucy. She looked at me with eyes that betrayed no emotion. "Well, our boat's totaled, and we're on the run from the army. So, no, I'm not okay." "Sorry, I was only asking." "And what did you expect me to say? That I'm fine with all this? If you'd listened to me, and not gone ashore to answer that radio call, we'd be happily sailing around without a care in the world right now." "No," I said, shaking my head. "We wouldn't. You grabbed those pills weeks ago, so you hardly had no care in the world. You were already depressed, and I get it. This situation we're in—" "Shut up about the fucking pills, Alex. They help me, okay? Is that so fucking bad?" "No, of course not. It's just that—" "So we're agreed. Now leave the pills out of it. What I choose to do is none of your damned business." I held up my hands, telling I wasn't going to interfere any more. She was right, that it was none of my business what she did to handle her emotions. Although I'd thought our relationship meant we would probably talk about such things before resorting to drugs. My biggest fear was that taking the pills meant Lucy didn't have her head in the game, and she might endanger herself or others. In this new world, survival meant having your head on a swivel and staying alert. The pills Lucy had been taking were dulling her edge. Sam came back down the ladder. "Guys, there's a small harbour a couple of miles ahead. We can't all fit in the Zodiac with Vess, so Tanya is going to take the escape right up to the jetty. You guys get Vess off the boat while Tanya and I grab a car. Simple." I hoped it was going to be as easy as Sam thought. "What about a nearby town?" I asked. He nodded. "There's a seaside town called Frinton-on-Sea." "Sounds ideal." Being a seaside town, Frinton would have hotels and shops close to the beach. We could be under cover quite quickly. "Let's lock and load," Sam said, going inside to get the weapons. Unfortunately, we'd lost the guns that were on board the Big Easy, which meant we now had 2 M16s and 2 Walther PPKs between us, and the ammo for these guns was running dangerously low. Each M16 had a spare magazine, but the Walthers had only the bullets that were already loaded. "Let's hope we don't run into too many zombies," Sam said, examining the remaining ammunition. That was a hope I definitely shared. We'd seen a few towns during our travels, and all of them had been swarming with undead creatures. The army was rounding up people for the survivors' camps from villages and isolated communities, but they seemed to be leaving larger towns alone. It was probably too dangerous to mount a rescue mission in an area where thousands of zombies roamed the streets. I had no idea what the population of Frinton-on-Sea was, but there was no doubt in my mind that most of the people who lived there were now infected. The bridge door opened, and Tanya shouted down to us, "The harbour is dead ahead." I wished she'd used different words. Chapter 12. The Lucky Escape glided into the harbour, and Sam jumped off. After hastily tying the mooring rope, he sprinted away in search of a vehicle. Lucy and I grabbed an end each of Vess's crate and heaved it off the boat and onto the cement jetty. Tanya followed us, carrying the footlocker. We'd distributed the weapons so that Tanya and Sam had the M16s, and Lucy and I had the handguns. I also had my baseball bat slung over my shoulder. We weren't exactly equipped to take on a large number of enemies, be they soldiers or zombies. But this was an escape mission, and we'd agreed that if we got into trouble, we'd run rather than fight. "Come on," Tanya said, heading along the jetty. "That boat won't be far behind us." We made our way to the end to land, where Sam had already hot-wired an RV and was waiting for us with the engine running. He climbed out and helped us load Patient Zero into the vehicle. He was grinning the entire time, obviously pleased with himself. "Good thinking on my part, huh? Something large enough to carry us all." "Also easier for the drone to spot," I said. I didn't mean it maliciously, but I also thought that this wasn't the time for self-congratulation. We were still in danger, and until we'd found somewhere safe, I couldn't relax. Sam looked crestfallen, but he perked himself up and said, "We're not going far in it, man. The town is just there." He pointed at Frinton-on-Sea, which was no more than a couple of miles away. "Okay," I said. "Let's go." I climbed into the back of the RV with Lucy, while Sam got behind the wheel and Tanya took the passenger seat. We rumbled away from the harbour, and I looked seaward. The military vessel, which looked more like a civilian boat the army had commandeered, was landing at the harbour. "Don't worry," Sam said, putting his foot down. "We'll be long gone before they find a vehicle. I slashed the tyres of all the other cars in the car park." "Good thinking," I said, in part because I felt a little guilty about my earlier jab at him, but also because it was a smart thing he'd done. We might actually have a chance of escape. Tanya turned around in her seat and asked, "What exactly is the plan, Alex? If we hole up in a building, they'll find us eventually." "We're not going to hole up," I told her. "The drone will probably watch us enter a building, but then it will lose visual. We'll slip into the next building, and then the next, until it loses us. If we can get into the sewers, we should be able to get far enough away that we can get back to street level and find another vehicle while the army is still searching for us in the wrong area. "Sounds great, except for the zombies," Sam said. "There's bound to be a shitload of them in town." "We'll just have to deal with them as we encounter them," I told him. "I can't account for everything, and I never said this would be easy." He nodded. "Fair enough, man." We reached the outskirts of Frinton a few minutes later. Sam slammed on the brakes, and the RV juddered to a stop. "What's wrong?" I asked, looking between the front seats at the sight beyond the windscreen. When I saw what was there, it was obvious that my question was moot. The streets of Frinton were full of shambling zombies. I'd feared that the town would be full of the creatures, and unfortunately I'd been correct. There must be at least 1,000 undead monsters roaming the streets. "What now?" Sam asked. "Get us out of here," I said. "We'll have to find another town." But before Sam could put the RV into reverse, an explosion rocked the vehicle. My ears rang from the sound. Rocks and bricks rained down on top of the RV, clanging off the metal roof. "Fuck!" Sam said. "There's no road behind us anymore. They blew the fucker up." "They're trying to trap us," I said. The zombies ahead of us began to turn in our direction and shamble towards us. We couldn't stay in the vehicle. We'd be surrounded by 1,000 zombies in less than a minute. I looked desperately through the windows for a place to go. The only option was a 5-story block of flats. "Let's get inside there," I said. No one argued or questioned that decision. We couldn't go backwards, we couldn't go forwards, and we couldn't stay where we were. We unloaded the crate and footlocker and carried them to the flats. When we got to the main door, my heart sank. It had been smashed and pulled off its hinges. The zombies would be able to follow us inside. "This isn't good, man," Sam said, as he stepped over broken glass and into the building. There was a ground-floor flat here, but its door had also been smashed open. A set of cement steps led up to the next level. I looked back at the RV. A dozen zombies had already reached it and were clawing at the vehicle, as if they thought we were still inside. The rest of the horde had seen us enter the block of flats and were coming this way. I prayed that we'd find a flat on one of the upper floors with an intact door. If we didn't, then we were finished. Sam took the lead, M16 braced against his shoulder, and Tanya took the rear, M16 in one hand, footlocker in the other, while Lucy and I manhandled the crate up the steps. We reached the first floor to find the doors similarly broken. "The place has been looted," Sam said. "We'll keep going up," I said. "If we can't find a flat with an intact door, we'll have to barricade ourselves inside a bedroom or something. Any room that has a door we can defend." Sam sighed and ascended the stairs to the next level. When the rest of us arrived, he'd already gone up to the level after that, because every flat door down here was smashed. "We're going to die in here," Lucy said calmly, and with a certainty that unnerved me. "No, we're not," I assured her, although I knew I was probably lying. I could hear the zombies on the steps below us. There was no way down. Chapter 13. As we reached the 4th floor and found more broken doors, Sam came down the steps and said, "Come on, we can get onto the roof. That door is the only one that isn't fucked up." I wasn't sure how great a plan going out onto the roof was. The drone would have no problem spotting us up there. But what other choice did we have? At least we could close the door on the zombies that were shuffling up the steps below us. What we'd do after that, I had no idea, but anything was better than being ripped apart by the undead on these concrete steps. Sam helped us with the crate, and we managed to get through the door and out onto the flat roof. Sam closed the door behind us. We put the crate down on the gravelled roof, and Tanya put the footlocker next to it. "Now what?" she asked. I went to the roof's edge and looked down, immediately wishing I hadn't. The building was totally surrounded with zombies, and from here, I realised that my estimate of 1,000 undead was inadequate. There must have been at least 3,000 zombies roaming around down there. They'd left the RV alone, and now they were all focused on the flats, but there were so many of them that they couldn't all fit in the building, so some of them wandered aimlessly around, while others got stuck in tight clusters. I raised my head and looked for the drone. There was no cover up here. As soon as the aircraft flew overhead, it would spot us easily. A loud bang sounded on the door. Through a small glass window in the door, I saw a rotting face appear. It was joined by another, and then another. The banging continued. "Can they break through?" Tanya asked. I didn't answer her. I was thinking about the force that many bodies would exert on the wood, until eventually the hinges gave way. What the hell would we do when that happened? I heard the drone somewhere in the distance. Shielding my eyes from the sun, I searched the skies until I saw the black shape coming this way. Once the drone got a visual on us, Gordon would send his men to deal with the zombies and take us off the roof. They'd have a problem dealing with the horde, though, which meant that by the time they got to us, we might be already dead if that door gave way. "What do we do?" Tanya asked. "What's our exit strategy?" "We don't have one," I admitted. "We're stuck here." "That isn't what I wanted to hear, Alex." "I know. I'm sorry." The drone was getting closer. I looked in its direction and wondered if shooting at it would do any good. Probably not. We'd just be prolonging the inevitable. Gordon would realise where we were anyway, when he saw the number of zombies milling around this particular building. I squinted at the black airborne shape I'd thought was the drone, realising suddenly that it was in fact a Chinook helicopter. Its twin rotors were impossible to mistake. So we were going to be captured after all, assuming the helicopter got here before the door broke. We might as well surrender. Better to be captured by the army than torn apart by undead teeth and nails. The four of us stood together, while the Chinook descended. The wind whipped up by the twin rotors scattered gravel across the roof, and made it an effort to stand in the same place without being blown away. The helicopter didn't land. It hovered at the edge of the roof, and the ramp at its rear opened up. A man stepped forward. He wasn't wearing an army uniform. Instead, he wore black cargo pants and a tight blue T-shirt over his heavily muscled frame. An assault rifle was slung over his shoulder. When I saw his face and buzz-cut hair, I recognised him immediately. Ian Hart, head of security at Apocalypse Island. He was the man who'd overseen our mission when we'd worked for the government facility. I'd never been happier to see him than I was at this moment. He gestured for us to come aboard the Chinook and said, "Come with me if you want to live." We grabbed the crate and footlocker and took them up the ramp and into the interior of the helicopter. The rear ramp closed, and I felt the floor beneath my feet move as we ascended. "You said that exact same line the first time we met," I told Hart. "Did I? Take a seat and we'll get the hell out of here. Looks like you've got yourselves into a spot of bother." We sat in the seats that were attached to the walls and strapped ourselves in. The interior of the aircraft was noisy, and the only way to be heard was to shout, so we remained silent. I wondered what Hart was doing here. Apocalypse Island was off the coast of Scotland, hundreds of miles north of here. How had he found us? I wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. My questions could wait. We flew for half an hour before I felt a twinge in my stomach due to the helicopter descending. We touched down, and the engines were switched off. "Here we are," Hart said, unstrapping himself from his seat and standing by the ramp as it opened. "Site Bravo 1. Before we go into the facility, I have one question. What's in those boxes?" "The small one contains papers and documents," I told him. "The large crate has the body of patient 0 inside. If you have a secure room, you'll want to lock the crate inside it." He frowned, confused. "You said it was his body?" I nodded. "But I didn't say he was dead." Hart raised a questioning eyebrow. "The virus might be bringing him back to life," I said. 2 men armed with assault rifles and dressed similarly had appeared at the foot of the ramp. "Get this crate into one of the cells," Hart told them, "and make sure it's guarded around the clock." I knew why he was being so cautious. When we'd been at Apocalypse Island, our friend Jax had turned and taken out a number of personnel before she'd escaped the facility. "Follow me," he said. "I take it you've had some adventures since we last spoke." "You can say that again, man," Sam said. We followed Hart down the ramp and found ourselves standing on the tarmac of a small runway near 2 aircraft hangars. Beyond the hangars, a large 3-story building that had the unmistakable boxy look of a government facility stood in the sunshine. The morning light reflected off the building's windows, which seemed to have been treated with some sort of silver-coloured reflective material. "Site Bravo 1, Hart said, gesturing to the building. "We had to abandon Apocalypse Island in the end. Too many bloody zombies on the island. We don't have that problem here. This island is free of the bastards." "We're on an island." The area around the complex was covered with trees, so from this vantage point it looked like we were in the middle of a forest. "Yes, we are," Hart said, leading us across the tarmac to the silver-windowed building. "It's not as big as Apocalypse Island, and it's mostly trees, apart from what you see here. There's a harbour on the west side. That road there leads to it." He pointed at a road that led into the trees. "What do you think?" "Looks pretty cool," I said. "And the lack of zombies makes it better than the old place." "That's a definite plus," he said. "So I was going to ask what you lot have been up to. But since you told me what's in that crate, I think the answer is obvious." "How did you find us?" I asked him. "We've been monitoring the military radio channels for a while now. The chatter at Camp Victor went off the charts. We knew something big was happening, but had no idea what. Then we saw that you were in the area, and we put 2 and 2 together." Now I was confused. "What do you mean you saw we were in the area?" He showed me his Ministry of Defence ID badge. "Remember when we issued you with one of these? All these badges have tracking chips installed. So when we discovered something was going down at Camp Victor, we consulted the computer to see which operatives we had in the area. And there you were. We tracked you as far as the harbour." We reached the door to the building, and he swiped his ID badge through the digital lock. "When we realised you'd left your boat, we followed the explosions and the smoke." He chuckled. "We knew we'd find you there." "Well, you didn't come a moment too soon," Tanya told him. "A few more minutes on that roof, and we'd have been zombie chow." "Glad to help," he said, leading us through a large tiled foyer, and through another locked door, which he opened with his badge. "Now perhaps you can help us. We've suspected for a while that something dodgy has been going on at Camp Victor, but we haven't been able to collect any usable info. We're short-staffed due to the fact that most of our employees became zombies. You know how it is. So I'd be grateful for any intelligence you might have." "Sure," I said. "But I'd like to ask you a question first." "Okay, shoot." "Do you know the location of Bunker 53? His eyes narrowed. "Why do you ask?" "You'll know why when we tell you how we happen to have Patient Zero's body. Bunker 53 is a government bunker, and this is a government facility. So you know where the bunker is, right? He nodded slowly. Yes, we know where it is. Great, I said. He unlocked another door, this one opening into a large auditorium. It reminded me of the room at the Apocalypse Island facility, where we'd been given our instruction to carry out Operation Wildfire. Take a seat, Hart said. Marilyn will be along momentarily. She still in charge? Sam asked. Hart nodded. She is indeed. It was Marilyn who made the decision to abandon the old island and come here. That was a tough decision to make, but in the end, she saved a lot of lives. We wouldn't have lasted much longer there. Sam, Tanya, and Lucy sat in the front row. I sat behind them. I'd never been a front row kind of guy. The seats faced a darkened stage. After a few seconds, the stage lights came on, and Marilyn MacDonald appeared. She was impeccably dressed in a dark blue skirt and white blouse. Her blonde hair was pinned up on her head, and she wore her usual thick-rimmed glasses. Her job as director of this facility must have been fraught with stress, but she exuded an air of calm confidence. She looked down at us from the stage and said, "Good to see you again. Now, perhaps you can tell me how you got your hands on Patient Zero." Chapter 14. Between us, we told her the story of what had happened since we'd received the call for help from Echo 6. MacDonald listened intently, interrupting every now and then to clarify a detail, or ask us to provide more information on a particular part of our tale. When we were finished, she nodded thoughtfully. We need to know exactly what Locke meant when he referred to Operation Dead Ground. What about Bunker 53? I asked. That's where Locke said Vess's body should go, to Dr. Sarah Ives. The body stays here, she said. We don't have any scientists left to study it, but now that it's secure, I don't recommend taking it anywhere else, especially if it could come back to life at any moment. I agree with your reasoning, I told her, but he was quite specific. Bunker 53 and Dr. Ives. He must have said that for a reason. She considered that for a moment before saying, "Well, bring Dr. Ives here. She can examine the body in this facility. We have equipment and a lab she can use. I won't compromise the safety of my people by having the body taken out into the world. Too much can go wrong. As long as it stays within this facility, we can ensure it won't hurt anyone else." I wasn't so sure I shared in her optimism regarding that point. The fact that they'd had to move to this new facility because the old one was overrun with zombies showed that the people here weren't exactly infallible when it came to security. Not to mention the fact that all the scientists I'd seen on Apocalypse Island were now either dead or undead. That didn't fill me with confidence at all. I suggest you enjoy a meal in our cafeteria, while I arrange for Dr. Ives to be escorted here. Perhaps when she arrives, we might find out why Sergeant Locke had specifically requested that Vess's body be sent to her. "I'll show you to the cafeteria," Hart said. "The food is good, and I imagine you've been living on whatever you can get your hands on out there, which might be adequate but not necessarily pleasant. Actually, we'd eaten fairly well on the boats. I certainly didn't have any complaints, but the fact that I'd lived on low-quality food before the zombie apocalypse meant that I probably wasn't the best person to judge. When we got to the cafeteria, a busy place with a long food counter and metal tables bolted to the floor, I found the food to be no better or worse than anything else I'd eaten, either before or after the apocalypse. It was standard fare, really. bacon, eggs, baked beans and toast, with a mug of hot tea. The four of us sat at a table near the window and ate in silence. Hart had disappeared to do some chore or other, and had promised to be back soon. I finished before the others, and pushed my plate away with a satisfied belch. Tanya, who was sitting next to me, hit my arm. "Alex, don't be a pig." "Sorry," I said, picking up my mug and drinking some of my tea. "Hey, does anyone else feel a sense of relief?" "I'm glad they took that damned body off our hands," Tanya said. Sam nodded. "Yeah, man. I really don't want to be around when that fucker wakes up." Lucy didn't say anything. She just kept eating. "We're going to need new boats," Tanya said, after a short silence. I felt a pang of loss for the Big Easy. She'd seen me through some bad times and good times. "Maybe we should get bigger boats next time," Sam suggested. A quote from Jaws came to mind, but I kept it to myself. "Why do you want something bigger?" Tanya asked. "Are you trying to prove something?" Sam scoffed. "No, I just thought that more space would be nice." We fell into a short silence again, which was broken, surprisingly, by Lucy. "What do you think Bunker 53 is like?" "No idea," I said. "I think I saw something about the emergency bunkers on TV once," she said. "They had everything, like swimming pools and gyms and even shops, all hidden away behind doors that were impregnable, totally secure from whatever danger there is outside." I recalled our conversation, when she'd said she wanted to feel safe, and wondered if she wanted to live somewhere like Bunker 53. It was probably everything she'd been talking about. "Yeah, I read about them somewhere," Sam said. "The government chooses a cross-section of society and tells them about the bunker. Then, when the shit hits the fan, those people go there and become the future of the human race or something. The survivors of whatever tragedy takes place. I'm pretty sure a lot of politicians get to go there too. So, the future of the human race doesn't seem so great after all." "Imagine being locked away from all this tragedy, though," Lucy said. This was the most animated I'd seen her in a long time. "Imagine knowing you were safe from all this crap." "Boring," Sam said. "At least you wouldn't wake up every day wondering if it was your last," she told him. "Dude, any of us could die on any given day, and not just because there are zombies in the world. You could have a heart attack, get cancer, or fall off a cliff. Every day could be your last, no matter where you are." She looked out of the window at the aircraft hangars and ignored him. That put a dampener on the conversation, and we again fell into silence. When Hart appeared 5 minutes later, he was a welcome relief from the tension that had descended over the table. "Bad news, I'm afraid," he said. "Marilyn got in contact with Bunker 53, and they won't let Dr. Ives come here." "So what do we do now?" I asked. "Marilyn is worried about letting Vess's body off this island, but she's had to concede that Ives may be able to do something important if she has access to it. As you said, Alex, Locke did specify her, and he must have done so for a reason. So we're taking the body to Bunker 53. "We?" I asked. "I've been told to put a team together. We'll be carrying out this operation under the strictest safety measures. Any of you are welcome to join the team." We all nodded. Sitting around in a government cafeteria wasn't really our style. Even Lucy seemed eager to go, although I wondered if that was more to do with her desire to see what Bunker 53 was like than to deliver Patient Zero's body to Dr. Ives. "We'll meet in the lecture hall in half an hour and go over the plan," Hart said. "Here are your replacement badges. so you can get through the doors. Just follow the signs to the hall, and I'll see you there." He placed 4 laminated cards onto the table. They were identical to our old ones, with our names, photos. They'd used the same photos they'd taken last time, and the Ministry of Defence symbol, a crowned wreath encircling crossed swords, a bird, and an anchor. "Are these bugged too?" I asked. "Of course," he said. "All of our badges have locator chips. Don't complain, Alex. If not for us picking up your location, you'd still be stuck on that roof in Frinton." He had a point. I attached my badge to my T-shirt. "Do we get weapons too?" Sam asked. Hart grinned. "Of course. After the operational briefing, we'll get our gear together and head out." Sam nodded. "Excellent." "See you in 30, Hart said before leaving the cafeteria. "Working for the government again," I said, as the others pinned on their badges. "This wasn't how I saw my future when I was at college." "Don't worry about it, man," Sam said. "This is only a temporary gig, just like before. If we play our cards right, we can get some sweet weapons and some more ammo." "I wonder what they're going to call this operation," Tanya wondered aloud. "How about Operation Wake the Dead?" I asked. She hit my arm again. "Don't even joke about that, Alex." "Okay," I said, rubbing the sore spot where she'd punched me. I may have meant it as a joke, but that joke hid a fearful truth. I was worried about what might happen if Vess woke up while we were transporting him to the bunker. Marilyn MacDonald was right. Vess must never be allowed out into the world. If he woke up and we failed to stop him, anything he did, anyone he killed, would be on us. Not that we'd be alive to know about it. Chapter 15. The name of the operation was Operation Keren. It was written on a whiteboard that had been set up in front of the stage in the auditorium. Next to the whiteboard was a large flat screen. The name of the operation made sense. Keren was a figure in Greek mythology, who ferried souls from the land of the living to the land of the dead. That was what we'd be doing, ferrying a dead soul. I just hoped he stayed dead. Hart stood by the board, along with a white-coated woman who introduced herself as Dr. Lake. As a medical doctor, she was the closest Site Bravo 1 had to a scientist, so she'd been given the task of reading the papers from the footlocker. 3 members of Hart's security team sat on the front row of seats. Hart introduced them as Josh Hamilton, Caroline Waters, and Andy Fletcher. They were all dressed in blue T-shirts and black cargo pants like Hart, and, also like Hart, they were in good shape and looked like they meant business. "Operation Keren," Hart said, pointing to the title on the board. "A simple transportation of cargo from this island to Bunker 53. The only difference is between this and any other run-of-the-mill transportation operation is that this cargo might wake up en route. In any other situation, that might have got a laugh from the audience. But this was somber business, and everyone was silent. We take the cargo via Chinook helicopter to this area." A map appeared on the screen that showed the coast of western Cornwall. "Here," Hart said, pointing at a spot a few miles inland from Land's End, "is where Bunker 53 is located. Takes 1 hour to get there from here. Once we arrive at the bunker, we drop off the body to a Dr. Sarah Ives. Then we leave and return to base. Any questions?" Caroline Waters spoke up. "What are the safety measures in place to ensure our survival if the cargo wakes up, sir?" "Good question," Hart said. "Vess's body is inside a metal crate. We are going to place the crate inside a small metal cage. If Vess wakes up and gets out of the crate, he'll still have the cage to deal with. I'm not saying the cage will hold him, but it should give us enough time to kill him. Kill him? Josh Hamilton asked. If we're going to kill him, then why not just do it now and save ourselves the bother of transporting him to the bunker, sir? Killing Vess is a last resort, Hart said. The blood and tissues of his body are unique. They might even hold the key to defeating this bloody virus someday. The ideal situation is that Vess ends up on an operating table surrounded by scientists who can study him and come up with something that will put an end to this situation the world finds itself in. We've fashioned vaccines before, and they worked with varying degrees of effectiveness. But with access to patient zero, the scientists could come up with something really life-changing. Understood, sir, Hamilton said. Listen, we're not taking any chances, Hart said. We'll have guns trained on the crate for the entire flight. If anything goes wrong, we shoot to kill. Those are MacDonald's orders. We cannot let Vess escape into the world under any circumstances. Does everyone understand that? We all nodded. Before we leave, Dr. Lake has a few words. Maybe this will impress upon you how important that body is. Thanks, Ian, Dr. Lake said. She addressed the room. I've been studying the papers that came from Camp Victor. It seems that Brigadier James Gordon, the man in charge of the camp, has been doing some experiments of his own. Well, his scientists have anyway. But instead of using Vess's blood and tissue to formulate a vaccine or antidote, they've used it to develop a bomb. A shocked hush fell over the room. A bomb? Sam asked. You mean a bomb to drop on the zombies, right? She shook her head. No, I don't. Gordon's scientists have developed a biological weapon that delivers an airborne version of the virus. From what I can tell from the notes, any human beings that breathe the airborne toxin become savage killing machines. Like the hybrids, I said. Not quite. Those affected become like patient zero. He's faster than any hybrid and more deadly. And instead of simply biting or scratching to pass on the virus, he kills instantly by tearing his victims' heads from their bodies. I closed my eyes and remembered my friend Johnny Drake. He'd been killed by Vess, his head and spinal cord ripped from his body. I don't get it, I said. Why would they make a weapon that turns people into killing machines? Gordon is a military man. He thinks in terms of power and weapons to achieve that power. I understand from checking the records that he was about to be forcibly retired by the army. He served in the Middle East some years ago and did good work there, but lately he was becoming more of a nuisance to the powers that be in the military, with his xenophobic attitude and increasing paranoia. When the apocalypse hit, his retirement was forgotten. The army needed every soldier they could get their hands on. She shrugged. It looks like Gordon used the situation to create his own private army, made up of soldiers who thought like him, and began his own private war. A war against whom? I asked. The undead? Dr. Lake shook her head. No. Some of the papers I've looked at were from his personal journal. He welcomes the zombie apocalypse. He believes it will weaken the enemies of Britain, and that he'll be a national hero when he uses his bomb to destroy what's left of those countries. When this situation is finally over, Gordon wants Britain to be the only country left standing, and then recolonization of the world can begin. That doesn't make sense, I said. If he wants to destroy other countries, how is turning their populations into murderous zombies going to do that? Those places would become uninhabitable because of the murderous zombies. He's planned for that, she said. The airborne version of the virus kills its host after 5 or 6 hours. I nodded, understanding. Now it made sense. Set off the bomb and create killing machines. The killing machines kill everyone else, and then they themselves die, meaning no one would be left alive. And then Gordon's army steps in to take over. So, do the killing machine zombies kill the shambling zombies as well? I wondered aloud. I don't know, Dr. Lake said. I don't think Gordon knows either. His scientists wanted to carry out an initial trial of the weapon, but they needed to do that in a place that was contained, in case anything went wrong. From the notes, it doesn't look like they've performed that trial yet. Thank God, Hart said. Once we get back from Bunker 53, taking down Brigadier Gordon and Camp Victor will be our next priority. I have a question, Lucy said, holding up her hand. Of course, Hart said. What is it? What's Bunker 53 like? I have absolutely no idea. As far as I know, it's a survival bunker. Not a facility like this one or our old place. The people inside are just supposed to survive, nothing else. That's why they wouldn't send Dr. Ives here. The people inside the bunker won't leave until the apocalypse is over. I didn't even know they had scientists there until you arrived and mentioned Ives. Okay, Lucy said. Thanks. I wondered if Lucy was going to be coming back with us from the bunker, or if she was going to try and convince the authorities there to let her stay. I couldn't blame her if that was the case, but I'd miss her terribly. There was a time in my life when I'd have thought that the best way to deal with an apocalypse was to ride it out locked safely away inside a bunker. It would almost be a dream come true, as long as they had plenty of food and video games. But something inside me had changed, and I no longer wanted to hide away. There was too much to do, too many people to help. How would I feel if the entire world went to hell while I sat safely inside a bunker and didn't try to help in some way, no matter how small? I still didn't blame Lucy if that was what she wanted to do, but it wouldn't suit me at all. Not anymore. Hart clapped his hands together once and said, Right, if there are no more questions, let's get our weapons and get to the chopper. Chapter 16. 20 minutes later, we were in the Chinook and heading to Bunker 53. This time, we were all wearing flight helmets to block out the noise of the rotors and to enable radio communication between ourselves. Despite the radios, no one spoke. Our attention was firmly fixed on the small metal cage and the crate within it that had been strapped to the floor of the helicopter. So far, the crate had been quiet. But I realized that, even if Vess was pounding on the inside right now, none of us would hear it, due to the noise in the Chinook. The first clue we'd have to his revival would be when he punched his way through the crate. We were all armed with L119A1, close-quarters battle carbines. This rifle was much shorter than the M16, and much more manoeuvrable in a tight space. The muzzle of every gun was pointed at the cage. The only time I allowed my attention to wander from Vess's crate was when I glanced out through the tail ramp, which was open, at the countryside rolling past beneath us. The pilot had been instructed to fly low, in case we had to discharge our weapons, and that meant I could see a lot of detail as we passed over the landscape. Most places looked abandoned. The roads were strewn with empty cars, and some buses we flew over had been burned for some reason. We passed over 3 hordes of zombies that were concentrated in small towns. The creatures either roamed aimlessly or stood stock still in the dormant state. The only other movement I spotted was a convoy of military vehicles driving along one of the roads. The smaller vehicles seemed to be escorting 2 4-ton lorries, so I assumed they were taking survivors to some camp or other. When we reached our destination and the Chinook began its descent into a quarry, I felt relieved that we hadn't had to fire our weapons in the chopper. Despite the manoeuvrability of the CQB rifles, it would have been too easy to end up caught in a crossfire from someone aiming at Vess. The Chinook landed, and we all piled out. Waters, Hamilton, and Fletcher carried the cage, to which someone had thoughtfully attached leather carrying straps. We were standing in what looked like a normal quarry. I looked around the area for some sort of door or passage that would lead to Bunker 53, but saw nothing of the sort. Hart was similarly scanning the area with a frown on his face. "Must be here somewhere," he muttered. Taking out a slip of paper from his pocket, he consulted it and pointed at the southernmost edge of the quarry. "It's somewhere there, apparently." We made our way to the rock wall and discovered a number of camouflage nets that had rocks and gravel applied to them, to make them look like part of the quarry wall. Pushing them aside, we came face to face with a large steel door that was at least 20 feet wide and 12 feet high. "This is the place," Hart said. He found a small console on the door that housed a single metal button. He pressed it, and we waited. Looking closely at the area around us, I noticed a number of small cameras attached to the rocks, all pointing at us. A male voice came from the console. "Yes?" Hart leaned closer to the console and spoke. "Ian Hart, Site Bravo 1. You spoke to my superior, Marilyn MacDonald, regarding the delivery of a package." "Hold on." There was a tense few minutes of silence, during which we all trained our attention and guns on the cage. This was the worst possible place for Vess to escape. If he got out here and we didn't stop him, he'd be free to go anywhere, do anything. We should have left him in the Chinook until we knew the people in the bunker were going to let us inside. Finally, there was a buzz and the clanking noise of disengaging locks. The door swung inward slowly, revealing a wide cement corridor that ran into the earth, sloping slightly downwards. There was no one there to greet us. We proceeded through the door, and it swung shut behind us, the heavy locks engaging again. The corridor was lit by pale yellow lights, set into the ceiling. The same male voice that had spoken to Hart through the console now came out of a tinny speaker on the wall. "Continue individually to the green line." I noticed a green line painted on the floor 20 feet ahead of us. Beyond that was a second door, identical to the one we'd just passed through. "You first, Alex," Sam said, pushing me forward. "Why me?" I asked. "Don't worry, dude. If they kill you, we'll avenge your death." "That's hardly comforting," I said. I stepped up to the green line and stopped. I noticed a couple of cameras on the walls beside me. Scanners? "There are no weapons allowed in the bunker," the tinny voice said. "Please place your weapon in the bin to your left." "Are you kidding?" I said. "You know what's in that crate, right?" "The crate will be dealt with presently. Please place your weapon in the bin provided." I turned to Hart with a questioning look on my face. He shrugged. "I assume that, as soon as they open the next door, their own security team will guard the cage. The quicker we get through this, the quicker their security will come out here." Feeling as if I was making a terrible mistake, I placed the CQB rifle into the large plastic bin and waited. "Step forward to the white line," the voice told me. The white line was painted just in front of the second door. I moved to it and waited while the others went through a similar process and joined me one by one. Finally, we all stood before the second door. I found it ironic that they weren't letting us inside with weapons, but they were allowing Patient Zero into their precious bunker. The door clanked and slid open. I'd expected to see the interior of the bunker beyond, but the cement corridor simply continued downward at a slight angle. "Let's move," Hart said. "We need to hand over the cargo ASAP." We all took hold of the cage, 4 people on each side, and jogged along the corridor. We were totally unarmed now, thanks to the bunker's security system, and if Vess got out, we had no way to stop him. I finally saw something ahead, another door, but beside this one, a lighted booth was set into the wall, and behind its plexiglass window sat a large man with receding hair. He was surrounded by computer consoles that showed the view from each of the cameras in the quarry and the corridor, and a microphone through which he'd been speaking to us. "Welcome to Bunker 53, he said. "As you requested, Dr. Sarah Ives will be along shortly, as well as Charles Hines, the head of our little community." He pressed a button and the door opened. Muzak floated out through the opening, as if we were about to enter an elevator. But instead of an elevator, the door opened onto a large blue-carpeted waiting room, complete with chairs whose upholstery matched the colour of the carpet, and low tables upon which sat small stacks of magazines. It seemed like the people in this bunker were trying to pretend the world wasn't going to hell. Knowing what I knew about the world outside made the waiting room seem surreal. A door opened, and a man and woman entered. He had collar-length black hair and wore a shirt and tie. I placed him in his 40s. The woman was much younger, probably early 20s. She had shoulder-length red hair and wore glasses. She also wore a white lab coat, which was encouraging at least. "Dr. Ives?" Hart asked. She nodded. "Yes, I'm Dr. Ives. I understand you wanted to see me. Something important, I was told." "Perhaps we could conduct this conversation somewhere else," Hart suggested. "After you get your security team to lock the package securely away." He indicated the cage on the blue-carpeted floor. "We'll get right on that," the man said. He held out his hand to Hart. "Charles Hines, I'm in charge here." "There's no time for pleasantries," Hart said, ignoring the proffered hand. "We need to get this locked up now." Hines frowned. "I was told it's a dead body." "It's dead at the moment," Hart said. "There are no guarantees it's going to stay that way." Hines' face paled. "And you brought it here? There's been some mistake. You can't bring whatever that is, in here." To his credit, Hart stayed calm when, through gritted teeth, he said, "Get your fucking security team in here now and tell them to lock this up immediately." I looked down at the crate. Was I imagining things, or had I heard a noise coming from within the metal walls? It had sounded like a soft bump, but it had been so low that I wasn't sure I'd actually heard anything at all. All right, Hines said. He went to a console on the wall that matched the one on the outer door and pressed the button. "Sam, can you get a couple of security guys to the reception room, please? And get them to find a room they can lock. One of those old offices on level 3 will be great." "Don't you have any cells?" Hart asked. Hines scoffed. "Why would we need cells?" "In case you need to lock someone up." Hines looked at him askance. I can assure you that we don't lock people up here. We are a peaceful community of survivors. The future of the human race, in fact. When the new world emerges from this current situation, there will be peace for the first time since mankind began. He opened the door by which they'd entered. Now, if you follow me, we can sort out this mess. The cage, Hart said. Hines rolled his eyes. We'll be picked up shortly. You heard me call for security. Now come with me, please. Hart turned to us. I'll go with Hines and Ives. Stay here. And make sure his security put the body somewhere safe. There's no need for that, Hines said from the corridor beyond the door. My men are quite capable. Now follow me, all of you. I looked at Hart. If I was going to take orders from anyone, it was him and not Charles Hines. Hart simply shrugged and said, Hopefully, they'll get the crate locked away quickly. We followed Hines and Ives along a carpeted corridor that looked like it belonged in an office block rather than a secret bunker beneath a quarry, and through a door into a small room that housed an oval conference table and a dozen chairs. Take a seat, Hines instructed, speaking as if we were a group of accountants about to discuss a quarterly budget, and not survivors of the most horrendous apocalypse to affect the human race. Can I get anyone anything? He asked when we were all seated. Coffee? Tea? Water? I'd love a coffee, Dr. Ives said. Coming right up, Sarah. He went to a coffee machine and began to fill it. Mr. Hines, Hart said, we really need to discuss the matter at hand. Very well, Hines said, once he'd got the coffee machine going. What exactly is the matter at hand, Mr. Hart? I was told by Marilyn MacDonald that you were bringing a dead body here, and that Dr. Ives was to be informed of its arrival as soon as it got here. Is that what's happening here, or not? Hart shook his head. No, it's not. There seems to be a mix-up in communication somewhere. Well, I will admit that when I spoke to Miss MacDonald, the line was terrible. The network isn't what it used to be, you know. But I got the gist of what she was saying. No, Hart said. I don't think you did. Hines frowned. Are you telling me that the body in that crate is not one of Sarah's dead relatives? Now it was Hart's turn to frown in confusion. What? A dead relative. We have them delivered here from time to time, if they were in military service, so they can be buried in cemetery. It gives our community members some small comfort to be able to visit the graves of loved ones. As long as the body isn't infected, we're glad to add it to our cemetery. You have a cemetery underground? I asked. Hines nodded. Yes, it's quite lovely. Angelic music playing at all hours and dimmed lighting. Perhaps you'd like to see it before you go. Before I could answer, Hart cut in. Mr. Hines, the body in that crate is the body of patient 0. Hines, who had filled a mug with coffee and was bringing it to Dr. Ives, visibly paled and dropped the mug. It shattered on the floor. No, no, no. We don't talk about such things in this bunker. Do you understand? It isn't good for the mental well-being of our people. We don't discuss the outside world's problems. Hart stood up. I could see that frustration was getting the better of him now. Well, like it or not, the outside world's problems are now inside your bunker. We were told to bring patient 0 here and deliver it to Dr. Sarah Ives. He pointed at Ives. That is you, correct? She nodded meekly. Yes, but why would you bring such a thing to me? There's some mistake. Aren't you a scientist? She shook her head. No. Well, Yes, in a manner of speaking. I teach chemistry to the children here. I'm a teacher. One of our best, Hines added. The kids love her. A deathly silence descended over the table, as we all tried to make sense of the situation in our minds. Wait a minute, I said, suddenly realizing something. You said dead relatives are brought here if they were in military service. Hines nodded. That's right. I turned to Ives. And you thought that was one of your relatives being delivered? She nodded again. Yes, that's what I thought. Who did you think it was? Which of your relatives is in the military? My father. What's his name? Locke, she said. Sergeant Terry Locke. Chapter 17. We've been sent on a wild goose chase, I told the others. Locke didn't send us here because Dr. Ives is the best person to deal with Patient Zero's body. He sent us here because he wanted to give her exclusive access to it. Probably thought she could improve her career prospects or become a hero or something. I don't know. My dad sent you here? Ives asked. Yes, Hart said. He made us think you would know the best thing to do with the body. Made us believe you were a scientist. He was always pushing me to do better, she said quietly. When I became a teacher, he was disappointed in me. He said I could be a world-famous scientist, and that I was wasted in teaching. But I like working with children. I didn't want fame. And when I got married and we had our son, there was no doubt left in my mind that education was my calling. Dad was always trying to push me to do better, but he never asked if that was what I wanted. The bloody fool, Hart said. He arranged to have vitally important material and documents sent to his school-teacher daughter because he wanted her to do better? Fucking ridiculous. He obviously didn't know the body was slowly coming back to life, I said. He didn't know the danger he was putting everyone in. It doesn't matter if he knew it or not, Hart said. He's put countless lives in danger with his stupid bloody actions. Danger? Hines asked, still pale. Coming back to life? What's happening? Hart looked at him with steely eyes. Just tell me your men have put that body somewhere secure. They're taking it to the disused offices on level 2. Those doors have locks. What kind of locks? Hines shrugged. The kind you find on an office door. What kind of doors? Hines pointed at the door of the room we were in. The same as that one. Wooden office doors. Tell me about your security team. What about them? Are they armed? They have pepper spray and truncheons, but I assure you they hardly ever use them. The crime rate here is... We need our weapons, Hart told him. That's not possible. Weapons aren't allowed in the bunker. I told you we're a peaceful community. You'll be a dead community if we don't get our weapons. They're in the bin by the outer door, waiting for you to collect them when you leave. Hart left the room, and we followed him to the waiting room. The door that led to the cement corridor was locked. Open this door, Hart told Hines. Hines went to the console on the wall. Sam, open the reception room door, please. Our guests are leaving. We're not leaving, Hart said. We're getting our weapons and coming back inside. Not possible, Hines said, as the door clicked open. I cannot allow you to bring weapons in here. If I let you do it, then someone else will want to do it as well. Where will it end? Listen closely to me, Hart said. There's a fucking monster in your bunker. Pepper spray and truncheons aren't going to touch it. We walked out through the door, and Hines said to the man in the booth, They're leaving, Sam. Very good, sir, Sam said. He pressed some buttons on his console, and the next door opened. along with the door that led outside to the quarry. Obviously, Bunker 53's exit protocol was nowhere near as strenuous as its entrance procedure. "Don't close those doors, Sam," Hart told the man in the booth. "We're coming back inside in a minute." We proceeded through the middle door, the one with the white line painted on the floor behind it, and then the green line just beyond that, where our weapons were stored in the plastic bin. Hart turned around to address Hines, who was still watching us from the waiting room. "Don't close the doors," Hart pleaded with him. "Please." "Good day, gentlemen," Hines said. The door behind us began to close. As it did, I saw the lights in the waiting room where Hines was standing suddenly turn red. He looked up at them, a confused look on his face. An alarm sounded, a low buzzing that repeated every 2 seconds. Then an automated female voice said, "Automatic safety lockdown will begin in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. "Run!" Hart shouted. "We have to get out of here!" From behind us, I could hear screams coming from within the bunker. 7, 6. We sprinted for the outer door. There was no time to collect our weapons from the plastic bin, so Tanya grabbed the bin itself and dragged it along behind her. 5, 4. The door behind us closed completely, cutting off the sound of the screams. I heard the locks slam into place with a metallic finality. 3, 2, 1. We made it through the shrinking gap in the door and out into the quarry. The outer door closed and locked. 0, I thought to myself. Chapter 18. We lifted off from the quarry and soared into the air. Through the visor of my flight helmet, I watched the quarry recede into the distance below us. With the camouflage netting back in place, it was impossible to tell there was anything out of the ordinary down there. Yet Bunker 53 was now a tomb. With Vess running around in there, anyone who wasn't already dead soon would be. All because an army sergeant who knew he was about to die had tried to do his daughter what he thought was a favour. His misguided familial loyalty had cost many people their lives, including the daughter he'd thought he was helping. "You see, Lucy," Sam said through his headset, "that's what I was trying to tell you. It doesn't matter how safe you think you are. When your time is up, there's nothing you can do about it. Those people down there thought those big doors were keeping the nasty stuff out, but now they're locked inside with patient 0. Kind of funny if you think about it." "It isn't funny at all," Lucy said. "They only wanted to survive." "I'm just glad the place is sealed," Hart said. "Are we just going to leave Vess in there?" I asked him. He shrugged against his harness. "What else can we do? The place went into automatic lockdown. We can't get in, and he can't get out." "Maybe Marilyn will have a plan," Hamilton said. "Like what?" Hart asked him. "I don't know. Maybe if we flooded the bunker's ventilation system with poisonous gas or something, to make sure Vess is definitely dead. It would be a mercy for anyone left alive in there as well. Better to be poisoned than to get ripped apart by that monster." "We'll see," Hart said. "Personally, if I never see that place again, it'll be too soon." We fell into a thoughtful silence, and I watched the landscape below. Zombies shambled across fields and along roads. They huddled together in towns and villages. This was the world the people in Bunker 53 had tried to keep out, but, in the end, they'd fallen victim to it just the same as everyone else. I wondered if there were other bunkers in different parts of the country. It would make sense that they'd be spread around, and the title Bunker 53 suggested there were at least 52 others somewhere. If the people inside the other bunkers were as short-sighted as the people we'd just met, I didn't hold out much hope for the future of the human race. We'd been flying for almost an hour, and the landscape below had given way to sea, when the pilot addressed Hart over the headsets. "Sir, we have an incoming transmission from a Brigadier James Gordon." Hart let out a sigh that crackled in my headphones. "What the hell does he want? All right, patch him through." Gordon's voice came through the static. "Mr. Hart, I'm contacting you because you have something that was taken from me. I know you've removed it from the island. Don't ask me how I know. I just know." "What the hell do you want, Gordon?" "I'm asking the questions. Do you still have my item on board your chopper?" "Why the hell should I tell you anything?" There was a slight pause, and then Gordon said, "Have you read my notes?" "Well, you haven't read them, of course. You're just a grunt with a gun. So let me rephrase that. Have you been told about the contents of my notes?" Hart frowned. "Yes." "Then you know that I have a certain device in my possession that can change people into something quite unpleasant." "Yes, I know that," Hart said. "I've been looking for a place to test it out. My scientists are very specific about their needs for the initial test. It has to be somewhere isolated, they said. How about a building tucked away on an island? I asked them. That will do nicely, they told me. Hart's eyes widened. He covered his microphone with his hand and said to us, "He's planted the biological weapon at Site Bravo 1. Despite the covered microphone, Gordon must have heard him because he said, "That's right, I have." "Congratulations, you've figured it out. I wonder if you can figure out what will happen if you don't deliver Patient Zero's body to me." "No, listen, we don't have it." We were over the island now, descending to the tarmac. "Maintain present altitude," Hart told the pilot. The Chinook hovered 15 feet from the ground. Through the open tail section, I could see the big boxy building with its silvered windows. Had Gordon really managed to plant his device in there? "That isn't the answer I wanted to hear," Gordon said. "You don't understand," Hart said. "It's locked away." "You think I won't do it?" Gordon said. "Very well." His voice was replaced by static. "Gordon," Hart asked. "Gordon, are you there?" "The channel has gone dead, sir," the pilot said. We all watched the Site Alpha 1 building. It seemed quiet enough. Maybe the Brigadier had been bluffing. Then I realized that, even if there was any noise coming from the building, we wouldn't hear it. The Chinook's rotors were too loud, and the flight helmets were designed to block out any sound, other than what came through the headset. "Patch me through to Marilyn MacDonald's phone," Hart said. "Yes, sir." I heard a ringing in my earphones. Marilyn answered the phone immediately. "Listen to me," Hart said. "Get everyone out of the building, immediately." "Sorry, Ian. I can't hear you very well. There's something going on just outside my office." In the background, I could hear loud bangs, shouts, and screams. "Marilyn, get out. The airborne virus is in the building." I heard Marilyn make a small coughing sound, and then her voice rose in pitch to a blood-curdling snarl. She'd obviously dropped the phone, because the next thing I heard were her footsteps walking across her office. She must have opened her office door, because the noises from the corridor suddenly became louder. Hart said, "Marilyn," one more time, but it was obvious his heart wasn't in it. He knew as well as we all did what had just happened. It was impossible to see anything through the silver reflective material on the windows, but through the glass door I could see people running. Then a gout of blood sprayed onto the glass, obscuring my vision. "What do we do now, sir?" the pilot asked. Hart sighed and turned his face away from the building, which was now full of killing machines that had once been people. If the airborne virus worked, as Brigadier Gordon's scientists hoped it would, most of the people in there would kill each other savagely. Any survivors would be killed off by the virus in a few days. We all looked at Hart. What could we do to help the people in the building? We all knew the answer. Just like Bunker 53, Site Bravo 1 was lost. Hart took a long breath and said, "Get us out of here." This concludes Survival by Sean Harbinger. Narrated by John Keating. Copyright 2019 by Sean Harbinger. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Sean Harbinger and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Sanctuary, War Against the Living Dead, by Sean Harbinger. Narrated by John Keating. Chapter 1. The helicopter dropped through the clouds, and I saw an island below. The pilots took us lower, until the Chinook was flying just a few feet above the choppy waves. As we got closer to the island, I saw a rocky shoreline, cliffs and trees. "This island has no name," Ian Hart said, his voice coming through the headset in my flight helmet. "It does, however, have buildings and a landing pad. We can rest here for a while. God knows we need it." His voice was full of anger and regret. The people he'd known and worked with at Site Bravo 1, Apocalypse Island, were all dead, ripped apart by each other, thanks to the Brigadier's virus-filled bomb. We gained altitude and flew over the island, allowing me to get a good look at the place through the window. It was vaguely horseshoe-shaped, with a cove, tree-covered hills, and a wide clearing. Buildings huddled together in the clearing. I could see a hangar and a landing pad with a large H painted on it. The Chinook descended and landed on the pad. The pilot cut the engine, and the rotors slowed before stopping completely. Everyone piled out of the chopper and onto the tarmac. A cool, salt-tanged breeze came in from the coast, rustling through the trees around us. "Be alert," Hart said. "As far as I know, there was no one on this island when the virus broke out, but we can't be too careful." He nodded to the 3 members of the security team. They raised their carbines and approached the seemingly deserted buildings as a tight unit. "We'll wait here until they clear the area," he said. I did a quick head count. Lucy, Sam, Tanya, myself, Hart, his 3 team members, and the helicopter pilot and co-pilot. 10 of us. We were all armed, but we wouldn't have much chance if this island was crawling with zombies. "What is this place?" Lucy asked, looking at the main 3-story building and the surrounding smaller ones. "Science outpost," Hart said. "Abandoned a while ago. The scientists who worked here didn't like the isolation, and I understand the weather got quite bad on occasion." "What were they studying?" "Marine biology." "So this wasn't a military base?" I asked. He shook his head. "Civilian. This was a government-funded project to study marine animals and their habitats." "Why here?" Lucy asked. "On this island, I mean." There's a reef near here that had some value to the scientific community. This place was built as a base of operation. The reef is only a short boat ride away, so it made sense to build the labs here. I wondered how Hart knew so much about the place, if the science project was civilian and not military. I decided not to ask, though. I had more immediate concerns, like staying alive if the buildings around us were inhabited by the living dead. I was glad that the pilot and his female co-pilot had elected to wait near the cockpit. If things went sideways, they'd be able to start the engines quickly and get us the hell out of here. The trio of security guards returned and nodded to Hart. "The buildings are clear," he said. "Let's get inside." We moved away from the landing pad and crossed the grass to the main building. A large 3-story structure with windows that were treated with some kind of dark coating that made them opaque from the outside. We made our way inside through a steel door and found ourselves standing in a wide foyer with functional white tiles on the floor, a staircase that led up to the next level, and a number of corridors leading to other sections of the building. "The canteen is this way," Hart said, leading us along one of the corridors. "Should be a place to sit for all of us. We can plan our next move from there." The canteen was a large room with black and white checkered floor tiles, a long metal serving area, and steel doors that led to the kitchen. I suddenly realized how hungry I was. When was the last time I'd eaten? Too long ago. The room was furnished with wooden tables and chairs. The windows, which were transparent from inside the building, looked down over the cove. There was a sandy beach down there, as well as a long wooden dock that jutted out into the sea. "Why did they leave the furniture?" Tanya asked, as we pushed tables together and dragged chairs over so we could all sit together. "And do what with it?" Hart asked. "Put it in storage? Might as well leave it here until it's needed elsewhere. Luckily for us, there should still be quite a few resources here." "Like food?" I asked. "We'll check the storerooms in a bit. We're going to need to take an inventory of what we have here on the island, and what we need to acquire in the future." "Are you suggesting we live here?" Lucy asked. "We have nowhere else to go. There's shelter here, and warmth, once we get the generators going. If there's anything else we need, like food, we can get it from the mainland. This place is our best hope for survival." I wasn't going to argue with that. After the destruction of the Big Easy, I'd felt vulnerable and exposed. The boat had allowed us to stay at a safe distance from the zombie-infested mainland, and its loss had been a huge blow. This island would serve the same purpose as the Big Easy had. It was far enough from the mainland to be a safe haven, yet close enough that we could get supplies when we needed them. "Our immediate goal is survival," Hart said. "The world has gone to hell in a handbasket, and if we're not careful, the human race will be wiped out altogether. At some point, we're going to have to go after Brigadier Gordon. He's a madman with a bomb that turns ordinary people into monsters. We can't allow him to carry out whatever plans he may have regarding the use of that bomb." A general murmur went around the table as everyone agreed. We'd seen firsthand what the Brigadier's bomb could do. The world was in enough trouble without him causing even more chaos. "We're agreed, then," Hart said. "Our immediate objective is to get the generators on and restore power to this place. The food stores need to be checked, and an inventory needs to be taken." He looked at me. "Alex, since you're so interested in the food situation, that can be your job. Choose another person to help you. I want everyone working in pairs until we know for sure that this island is indeed deserted." "You think someone else is here?" Lucy asked, with a worried look on her face. "We can't be sure. The scientists left ages ago, but that doesn't mean there's no one else here. I didn't see any boats when we arrived, but it's possible to hide such things. Now I thought he was being paranoid. I could see why someone might sail to this island and take up residence here. But if that was the case, then surely they'd be here, in the main buildings. It was unlikely that they'd be hiding in the woods or on the beach. Hart was a military man, though, so he'd want everything double-checked before he declared the island safe. "I'll help Alex," Sam volunteered. "I didn't say anything earlier, but I'm starving." "Fine," Hart said. "Just don't eat all the food." Sam grinned. "No worries, man." "Waters, Hamilton and Fletcher. Check out the north side of the island." The 3 security guards nodded and stood, pushing back their chairs. They left the canteen, checking their weapons as they went. "Larson and Reeves, take the chopper up and have a good look at the island from the air." The pilot, a fair-haired, blue-eyed man named Terry Reeves, and his co-pilot, a tall Danish woman named Claudia Larson, whose blonde hair was pulled back into a long plait, picked up their flight helmets from the table and also left. That left Hart, Sam, Tanya, Lucy and me at the table. "While these 2 check the food situation," Hart said, pointing at Sam and me, "perhaps you ladies would like to check on the living arrangements. A couple of the outlying buildings were the scientists' quarters. You should be able to find bedding and that sort of thing. Might as well make our stay here as comfortable as possible." "You sure you don't want us to check the south side of the island?" Tanya said. "We're more than maids, Hart. We're kick-ass." "I'm sure you are. All right. You can join the search of the south side when the others get back from checking the north. But we still need a place to bed down, so until then, please check the outlying buildings for the basic necessities. Thank you." Tanya looked like she was about to say something else, but Lucy grabbed her arm and pulled her to her feet. "It's fine. We'll check the scientists' quarters." She guided Tanya out of the room. "What are you going to do, man?" Sam asked Hart. "You like giving out jobs, but I notice you didn't give one to yourself." "I'm going to get those generators started," he said, standing up. "By yourself?" I asked. "But you said we should—" "I'll be fine. Now you boys whip up something tasty for when I get back." He slung his carbine over his shoulder and left, whistling a tune I didn't recognize, but which sounded happier than the occasion demanded. "He seems cheerful," I said to Sam. "He's a soldier. This is the sort of thing he thrives on. It's probably his greatest dream come true." "The zombie apocalypse? I don't think so." We left the table and walked around the back of the serving area. The door to the kitchen was a simple swing door. We pushed through it. The kitchen was clean and functional, full of stainless steel work surfaces and pots and pans hanging from a steel bar that ran the length of the room. "Don't be so sure," Sam said. "Guys like Hart love shit like this. Hey, there's a storeroom over here." He pulled open a door, revealing a large room with cardboard boxes and plastic drums stacked from floor to ceiling. Sam looked at me and grinned. "Bingo!" We walked into the storeroom. With no working lights, it was dark, but I could make out some of the labels on the boxes. Baked beans, tinned tomatoes, rice, dried pasta, flour. We'd hit the mother lode. There was enough food here for a few months. "What do you fancy for lunch?" Sam asked. "Pasta? There's some sauce here." We carried a box of pasta and a box of sauce into the kitchen and placed them on the work surface. Sam took a small knife out of his back pocket and cut open the boxes, taking out 3 jars of pasta sauce and a couple of bags of dried pasta. "Do you think that will be enough?" he asked. I looked at the food sitting on the stainless steel surface. There had once been a time when I'd have been able to eat that amount of food all by myself. "We should probably add some more. There are 10 of us, remember?" "Yeah, sure thing." He pulled out 3 more bags of pasta and 2 more sauce jars. "How are we supposed to cook it?" "Until Hart gets the generators started, we don't have any electricity." I inspected one of the cookers. The main oven was electric, but the rings on the hob were gas. I turned one on and heard the hiss of gas. I pressed down on the knob, and the ignition sparked the furthest ring into life. "We can use the gas," I told Sam. "It probably runs off bottles, like in caravans." "Cool! Let's get cooking." He selected a huge stainless steel pasta pot from the assortment hanging above our heads and dropped it onto the hob with a clang. I smiled inwardly. He'd chosen a scant amount of food, but the largest pan. The thing was industrial size, more than enough to hold our 5 bags of tagliatelle. "Maybe a smaller pan for the sauce," I suggested. He grabbed a smaller pan and placed it on the hob. "We're going to need water in this one." I tapped the pot and nodded towards the sink. There was no way I'd be able to carry this monstrosity once it was full of water. Sam shouldn't have much of a problem, though. He went over to the sink and turned on the tap. It sputtered and popped for almost a minute. Then a steady stream of water flowed out. "There must be some sort of hydro system that utilises groundwater," Sam said. "Looks like no expense was spared for the comfort of the marine biologists." He hefted the pasta pot over to the sink and half filled it with water before bringing it back and putting it on the burning gas ring. "I'm going to find some salt," he said, going back into the storeroom. While he was in there, I watched the water in the pot. It was going to take a while to heat up. I heard a click, followed by a sudden low hum from across the room. I looked in that direction. There was a large fridge over there. I went over and opened the door. The light came on, showing empty shelves. "Hart got the power on," I called to Sam. "Great!" The storeroom lit up as he put the lights on in there. "Aha! Salt and pepper." He came out with plastic tubs of each in his arms and put them down on the central island. "Okay, let's get this meal started." "We need to wait for the water to boil," I told him. Hart appeared at the door. "Turn it off for now. The exploration team has just radioed in. They've found something on the north side of the island. They're holding their position until we get there. They might need fire support." "Why?" I asked. "What did they find?" "They're not exactly sure. Waters said there's a boat and a dead body, but it isn't as straightforward as that." "In what way?" "She said we need to see it for ourselves." Sam rolled his eyes. "This doesn't sound good." "Grab your guns and let's go," Hart said. I turned the gas off, and we followed Hart outside. Tanya and Lucy were already waiting for us, carbines slung over their shoulders. "It's not too far," Hart said, marching into the woods and heading north. "What's so special about a dead body that we all have to see it?" Tanya asked. "They said there was something weird about it. Come on, keep up." He increased his pace. As we moved to the northern edge of the island, my senses were on high alert, and I scanned the trees around us. Weird didn't sound good. Chapter 2. The members of the security team were waiting for us at the northern edge of the woods. "What's the problem?" Hart asked. "Like I said on the radio," Caroline Waters said. "You need to see this for yourself." Josh Hamilton and Andy Fletcher, both standing behind her, were silent, but the worried looks on their faces said it all. Whatever they'd found had disturbed them. "Is there an immediate danger?" Hart asked, looking at the faces of his team. Waters shook her head. "I don't think so, sir. It seems to be inert, but we haven't approached it, so I don't know what it would do if we got closer." Hart frowned. "Show me." We left the cover of the trees and moved across an open, grassy area at the top of the northernmost cliff. "The boat is down there," Waters said, pointing down at the coastline. I inched to the edge of the cliff with everyone else and looked down. The sea had carved out a cove over the course of a few millennia, and there was a pebbly beach down there. A 42-foot yacht, similar to the Big Easy, sat on the pebbles, listing slightly to one side. Its hull had been split open, probably on the rocks that lay further out to sea, and the boat was covered with weeds and crustaceans. It had been abandoned to the sea and the elements some time ago. "The body is over here," Waters said. "When you see it, you'll know why we didn't get too close." She led us inland, back to the edge of the woods, only this time we followed the trees west for a couple of minutes, until Waters stopped and pointed. Hart saw the body first. He subconsciously took a step back and muttered, "What the hell?" I followed his gaze to the tree line, and my eyes widened with shock. I tightened my grip on the carbine. The body was laying on its back and had the mottled blue skin of a zombie, but there was very little flesh left. Bleached white bones poked out through the remaining skin at sharp angles, and it looked as if the rib cage had exploded. I was reminded of John Hurt's character, Kane, in the Alien movie, when the creature burst from his chest. But what had come out of this poor man's chest? I could tell from the sunken blue face that this had once been a fair-haired man in his 20s or 30s. Was some kind of fungus. It had slick grey tendrils that had erupted from the corpse and had snaked over the ground in all directions. The fungoid appendages reached about 30 feet around the body. Some of them had slithered up into the trees, while others lay on the ground. "Everyone stay back," Hart said. His words were redundant. There was something about the fungus that triggered a deep primal part of my brain, and told me to turn and run. I was sure the others felt the same way. I wasn't going to take another step closer to the thing. It was all I could do to stop myself from fleeing the area and never coming back. "Any ideas what that thing is?" Hart asked. "It's obviously a zombie," Fletcher said, "but I have no idea about that fungus." "Anyone else?" Nobody offered an opinion. None of us had seen anything like the fungus-infected zombie before. "No one goes near it," Hart said, turning and walking back to the cliff edge. "I want a closer look at that boat." "There's a way down there, sir," Hamilton said, pointing the muzzle of his gun at a rough path that angled down the side of the cliff to the beach. "Hamilton, take point. Everyone else, behind me." We fell into a loose formation behind Hart. Hamilton led the way across the cliff edge to the beginning of the path. The route was natural, not man-made, and looked dicey in places where the incline was steep and we'd have to climb over the rocks. But it was the only way to get to the boat, other than abseiling down the side of the cliff. Needless to say, I didn't fancy being lowered over the edge of the cliff with nothing but a rope between me and the beach below. Our descent was slow and careful. A strong wind blew in from the sea, whipping at us and threatening to peel us off the rocks. I tried to keep my centre of balance low, and made sure I was holding onto the cliff wall every step of the way. Hamilton and Hart didn't seem to be bothered by the weather conditions, and reached the pebbled beach a couple of minutes before the rest of us. When we were all on the beach, we raised our weapons and advanced on the wrecked boat. Waves crashed on the rocks, and salty spray drenched us. Pebbles rattled like small bones as the surf washed over them, before dragging them out to sea. Seagulls cried from somewhere above us. I didn't look up. My attention was fixed on the splintered hull of the boat. Anything could come running or slithering out of the large hole, and I didn't want to be taken unawares. Hart gestured to the 3 security team members, and they moved forward quickly. Waters covered the hole with her carbine, while Fletcher and Hamilton went around to the other side of the boat and boarded it. I heard shuffling and the banging of doors in there. Then Hamilton shouted, "Clear!" Everyone lowered their weapons. I slung mine over my shoulder and went around to the other side of the overturned boat, where a ladder attached to the stern allowed me to climb on board. The name, The Hermit, was painted on the side of the boat. Like the hull, the deck was covered with weeds. Fletcher came up from down below and leaned over the railing to report to Hart. "Everything in the interior of the craft looks water-damaged, sir. There's mould on everything. No signs of any other people on board, dead or otherwise. Looks like he was sailing alone." Hamilton was up in the bridge. He looked down at Hart and said, "The equipment up here looks fried. Nothing salvageable, sir." I opened the door that led to below decks and grimaced at the smell of damp and mould that assailed my nostrils. I went down and found myself in a living space that wasn't unlike the Big Easy's. There was a living room and a small kitchen, overgrown with green mould that sprouted from the furniture and the wet carpet, and had spread over the walls. A small door led to a cabin with a similarly mouldy bed. There was a laptop in here, but it was obviously water-damaged and beyond repair. I opened the top drawer in the bedside table, hoping to discover the identity of the man who'd sailed to this island alone, and died up on the top of the cliffs. There was a hard-bound notebook in there with a blue cover. I pulled it out and opened it. The pages were covered with handwriting in blue ink that had bloomed over the paper in some places due to water damage, but wasn't totally destroyed. I saw dates and times on some of the entries. The guy had been keeping a journal. I went back outside and took the book with me. When I got back on deck, I took a deep breath of fresh, salty air, glad to be out of the mould-infested living quarters. I climbed down the ladder and dropped to the ground. "What have you got?" Hart asked, spying the book in my hand. "A journal. It might tell us who he was and why he was here." "All right. I'll leave it up to you to glean whatever information you can from it." "Thanks," I said, with more than a hint of sarcasm in my voice. Hart's attitude was beginning to rankle. I could see why he'd assumed he was in command. He was, after all, the boss of the security team and the helicopter pilots. But I didn't work for him, and I didn't appreciate being bossed around. If he heard the sarcastic tone in my reply, he didn't acknowledge it. He simply looked up towards the top of the cliffs and said, "There's a storm heading this way. Everyone back to base." Climbing back up the cliff path was no mean feat. After clambering over the rocks and making our way up the steep incline, we stood on the top and regained our breath while looking down at the boat and out to sea. No one looked in the direction of the fungus zombie. Hart was right about the storm. Dark clouds hung ominously over the sea a few miles away. "The north side of the island is off limits until we know what we're dealing with," Hart said. Nobody argued with that. If the others were thinking along the same lines as me, then they wanted to forget they'd ever seen that thing. We moved south, through the trees, back towards the buildings. A light rain began to fall, the drops bouncing off the foliage around us. The trees provided cover, and when we got back to base, we were damp but not drenched. "I'll get that pasta on," I said, as I entered the main building and turned towards the canteen. "Sam can do that," Hart said. "Your job is to find out what's in that journal. I can read it in the kitchen while we're cooking." Sam and I went to the kitchen and relit the gas under the pasta pot. While we waited for the water to warm up, I leaned on the central island and carefully opened the damp journal. The first few pages were illegible. The ink that had once formed words was now a blue, amorphous stain. However, on the inside cover in bold black ink were the words, "The Adventures of Chris Sims and the Hermit." So, Fungus Guy's name was Chris Sims. I leafed ahead to the first legible entry and found one that was dated a couple of days after the zombie outbreak. I'd been hiking in Wales with Lucy, Mike and Elena on that day. Chris, it seemed, had been taking the Hermit out to sea. "Finally got the boat out. I had to avoid some crazies who were arguing at the marina, but managed to get away without incident. Good thing, too, because I wasn't up to fighting anybody. The bite that Fiona gave me hurts like a bitch, and my hand has swelled up to twice its normal size. Something big is happening, but there's a media blackout. All I can get on the radio is the BBC emergency broadcast." "His name was Chris Sims," I told Sam, who was putting the pasta into the pot. "He was bitten, back in the early days of the outbreak." "Figures," he said. "The way his body has decomposed. I'd say he's been lying there for a long time." There were a few more illegible entries, then a clearer piece of writing that seemed to have been written a day later, when Chris was at sea. "I don't know how I'm going to survive. There's no food on board, but if I go on to dry land, I'll just be attacked by one of those things. I've seen them roaming along the coastline, attacking people. Going ashore is too risky, but if I stay on the boat, I'll starve to death. I don't know why Fiona attacked me and then ran away. Had she been infected with whatever's turning these people into zombies? If so, what does that mean for me? I've been bitten. My hand is starting to turn blue, like a bruise that's spreading over the skin. It's spreading up my arm as well. I need to see a doctor or go to hospital, but there's no chance of that. Not while the entire country's gone mad. Last night, I heard gunfire and saw jets flying over the coast. The army is fighting those things. I just hope they get everything back to normal soon. Getting on this boat might have been a mistake." Water damage had turned the rest of the entry into a burst of blue ink. I turned the page and found a place where the writing emerged from the inky bloom. "I'll probably never know. There's nowhere safe to land. Every beach and marina is infested with zombies. My thoughts are jumbled and fleeting. I don't know if that's because of lack of sleep, lack of food, or the infection in my arm. It's spread past my elbow now. Strangely, there's no pain. No pain at all." The rest of the words were obscured, and I couldn't read any more entries until the last one in the journal, that read, "I tried to land on the island, but I hit a rock on the way into the cove, and now the Hermit is beached. I hardly feel well enough to leave the boat. My entire body aches, and I'm burning up. I can see a natural path that leads to the cliff top, but I hardly have the strength to write these words. Never mind, climb to the top of the cliff. It isn't as if I'm going to find any food here. The island looks deserted. I know I'm going to die here. These are my last words. If anyone reads this, please know that I don't blame my girlfriend, Fiona, for what happened. She couldn't help herself. She was overtaken by this virus, and now it's going to take me too." The rest of the pages were blank. I wondered if he'd walked up that cliff path as a Chris Sims, the man in search of food, or as a zombie in search of human prey. Either way, he'd turned at some point and died. I thought about that and frowned. If he'd turned into a zombie, how had he died? Wouldn't he have roamed the island as an undead zombie forever? Shouldn't we have found him shambling around the woods, and not lying on the ground, overtaken by fungus? Chris turned and then died, I told Sam. He was stirring the pasta sauce. Maybe someone shot him in the head. But who? There's no one here. There's no one here now, but someone might have landed on the island at some point, seen Chris Zombie, and delivered the headshot that killed him, and then left, when there's all this food here, not to mention shelter and warmth. Why would anyone come here and then leave? He shrugged. I don't know, man. People do crazy shit all the time. I closed the journal and thought about Chris's fungus-riddled body lying in the woods. If he'd simply been shot, then why did it look like the fungus had erupted from his chest? We'd shot plenty of zombies, but I'd never seen anything like that before. The fungus was something new and disturbing. Sam finished making the pasta, and we drained it before sharing it out into 10 dishes and adding the sauce. We took it out to the dining area where the others were seated and waiting. Did you find anything in that journal, Alex? Hart asked as everyone started eating. Nothing that explains the fungus. All I know is that his name was Chris Sims, and he came to the island when the apocalypse had just begun. He nodded and said, We'll need to keep an eye on that fungus and make sure it doesn't spread. After that, we ate in silence. The only sound was the clattering of cutlery against the dishes and the gentle tapping of the rain on the window. Everyone was lost in their private thoughts. The pasta and sauce tasted better than any pasta and sauce had the right to taste, and I knew that was simply because I hadn't eaten for a long time. When everyone had eaten their fill, Hart said, Everyone should get an early night. We've got a big day ahead of us tomorrow. The sky was darkening, not only because of the storm clouds, but also because the sun had dropped to the horizon. It wasn't until I saw the approaching night that I realized how tired I was. It had been a long day. I had no idea what Hart meant about a big day ahead, though. What's happening tomorrow? I asked him. We're flying back to Site Bravo 1. Apocalypse Island. Why? The place is infested with crazy killers. The main building is, yes, but there are resources in the outlying buildings. Resources that we need. You don't think the brigadier and his men will have taken those resources for themselves? Perhaps, perhaps not. Either way, we need to salvage what we can. I looked at the faces around the table. Does anyone else think this is a bad idea? Count me out, Lucy said. Alex is right. There's nothing on that island except death. We don't need everyone to go, Hart conceded. A small team should suffice. But the more people we have who can carry things to the chopper, the faster we can load up whatever we salvage and get out of there. What kind of resources are we talking about? Tanya asked. Weapons, fuel. There's an Oshkosh tanker full of JP-8 parked in the hangar. JP-8? I asked. Fuel for the Chinook, Claudia Larson said. Hart leaned forward on the table. There's a weapons cache in an off-site bunker. Gordon won't know about that. It's hidden in the woods. Along with a lot of crazies, Sam said. Am I the only one who saw what that gas did to everyone in the main building? Most of those people will have killed each other, Hart said. Gordon's bomb is designed to create maximum chaos and destruction. The gas will kill them all in a few days, but I doubt there are many of them left anyway. He spoke with such coldness that I had to remind myself he was talking about colleagues, and probably friends, he'd worked with for years. So let's wait a few days until the gas kills them all, I suggested. Hart shook his head. We need those weapons and that fuel. We can't leave them sitting there. You said the weapons are hidden. The fuel tanker isn't. There are other vehicles there as well. We can utilize them in our operations on the mainland. Unless you fancy walking among the zombies, we need transport. But we won't have it if we leave those vehicles on that island. I hated to admit it, but he had a point. We were safe here on the island, but we would eventually have to go to the mainland for supplies. Finding random cars and locating their keys wasn't ideal. Having our own vehicles could be the difference between life and death. Count me in, I said. We'll sort out the logistics in the morning, Hart said. For now, everyone needs to get some rest. Tanya and Lucy have assigned everyone quarters, so I suggest we get settled and be ready for an early start in the morning. I still didn't agree with Hart taking command, but getting some rest did seem like the sensible thing to do, so I wasn't about to argue. There was one thing I wanted to get cleared up, though. As I pushed my chair back and stood up, I said, "When you say operations on the mainland, you mean getting supplies, right?" I had the feeling he was including more than just supply runs in that description, and I wanted to know what he had in mind. "Gathering supplies will be part of it," he said, "but our main objective is to stop the brigadier. You don't think we can let an egotistical madman with weapons of mass destruction carry out his plans unopposed, do you? Is it our job to stop him? Surely the army will... The army is busy trying to keep the country's infrastructure operational. We have a vested interest in bringing the brigadier down, Alex. He knows who we are, and as far as he's concerned, we stole Patient Zero from him and may still have the body. What he did at Bravo 1 was just a warning. He's going to come after us." "All right," I said with a sigh. I felt weary. If someone can just point me to my bed, that'd be great. Tanya threw 10 keys onto the table. Each had a leather fob with a yellow number on it. "Take your pick," she said. "The rooms are all identical. We made sure each one has bedding and basic necessities like soap and toothpaste. We found a storeroom with enough stuff in it to keep a hotel running for months," Lucy said. I reached into the pile of keys and picked one up, number 4. Everyone else did the same, and we left the main building. The living quarters were located in a 2-story building on the edge of the clearing. The building was unremarkable inside. Nothing more than a hallway with numbered doors and a set of stairs leading up to the level above. I found room 4, went inside, and turned on the lights. The room in which I stood was like Annie out of 1,000 rooms belonging to a cheap hotel chain. A door on my right led to a bathroom with a toilet, sink and shower. The bedroom itself was furnished with a double bed, a desk and chair, and a bedside table on each side of the bed. The room was situated in the rear of the building, so the window looked out into the dark woods. That creeped me out, so I pulled the curtains closed. I sat on the bed, feeling the silence of the room weighing on me. On the Big Easy, Lucy and I had shared a cabin and a bed, yet here she'd elected to have her own room. She probably wanted some space. I'd be fine on my own here. I'd lived on my own for most of my adult life, although I'd had distractions like my game console and the internet. Co-op gaming and interacting on various forums had provided a sense of connection to other people. I'd never felt truly alone. What was I saying? There were 9 other people here with me. I wasn't on my own. I'd just become used to having other people around 24/7. When the zombie outbreak began, I spent all of my time with Mike, Elena, and Lucy. Then later, Sam and Tanya had replaced Mike and Elena. I'd become used to the constant company. Chris Sims had spent every moment on his own since the outbreak. He'd sailed off on his own in the Hermit, and had avoided contact with anyone. Then he'd come to this lonely island and died alone. I undressed and got into bed. As I lay there, looking at the ceiling, I decided to keep the lights on tonight. My gaze occasionally shifted to the closed curtains. There was only a pane of glass between me and the dark woods. "Don't creep yourself out, Alex," I told myself, turning onto my side so I couldn't obsess about the window. I was too tired to stay awake for long. I soon drifted into sleep. At some point in the night, I had a nightmare about tendrils of fungus slithering through the woods to my window and pressing themselves against the glass. Chapter 3. I woke up after a bad night's sleep and showered quickly before heading to the main building. The wind and rain had battered the island during the night, but it was the nightmares that had repeatedly woken me up and made getting back to sleep difficult. The storm had passed over the island eventually, and the morning was bright, although a damp chill still hung in the air. I found Lucy in the kitchen, among a pile of boxes that she'd pulled out of the storeroom. She was arranging tins and stacking bags of pasta and flour in the cupboards. "Hey," I said as I walked in. "What are you up to?" "Making myself useful. I'm not going to Apocalypse Island today, so I might as well do something to benefit the group." "You sure you don't want to come?" She wiped sweat from her brow. "I'm positive. I've seen enough death, Alex. After what happened yesterday, I never want to go to that island again." I understand. I did understand. But I was starting to worry about her. When the outbreak had begun, Lucy had been one of the strong ones. She'd barely flinched in the face of danger. Now she seemed to have lost that spark of courage. "Did you sleep okay?" she asked. I shook my head. "I had nightmares about that fungus zombie." "Me too. It's so weird. What do you think it is?" "I don't know. It looks like the guy exploded." She wrinkled her nose. "That's pretty gross." "Well, you saw him. His ribs were all over the place." "I've heard enough. I don't want to think about it." She went back to sorting out the cupboards. "Maybe you should join the others. They're in the hangar." "Oh. Okay." It sounded like she was trying to get rid of me. I wasn't one to outstay my welcome, so I walked to the door and said, "See you later." "Yeah, see you." She didn't look up from the stack of tins she was arranging. I went outside and walked over the helipad to the hangar. A few pieces of machinery and a green Land Rover occupied the spacious interior of the building, and a smell of fuel and rubber hung in the air. Hart was standing by the wall at the far end of the building. The others gathered around him in a semicircle. "Alex, good of you to join us," he said when he saw me. "We thought that perhaps you preferred sleeping to getting in on the action." "Not me," I said, ignoring his dig. "I'm ready to kick ass." He raised an eyebrow. "If this goes as planned, there won't be any ass to kick. The creatures the bomb created are locked in the main building. As long as they remain in there and we stay outside, there shouldn't be any trouble." I knew he was right. But experience had taught me that if something could go wrong, it probably would. "Fletcher and Waters," he said. "When we get to the island, I want you to take Alex and check the dock. If there are any craft there, sail on a southwesterly bearing from the dock, and that will bring you back here. We need any vehicles we can get, and that includes waterborne craft." "Yes, sir," Caroline Waters and Andy Fletcher said simultaneously. "Reeves and Larson," Hart said, addressing the pilots. "Your job is to get the Chinook refueled, and get any auxiliary fuel containers you can find on board. After you've done that, hook up a vehicle ready for airlift. The rest of us will get the weapons, clothing, and food from the off-site bunker. As soon as we have everything we need, we leave. Any questions?" I raised my hand. "I've got a question. What if we don't find any boats at the dock?" "Then get the hell back to the helicopter. It isn't rocket science." I raised my hand again. Hart sighed. "Yes?" "How will you know if we're on our way back to you, or if we're sailing away from the island?" He held up a walkie-talkie. "They're called radios. They let us speak to each other. You just press this little button on the side. Is that simple enough for you?" I didn't like his sarcastic tone, so I remained quiet. "Right, let's go," he said. We filed out of the hangar and onto the Chinook. As Reeves and Larson went through their pre-flight checks, I looked at the 6 people in the rear of the chopper with me, wondering if all of us would make it back to this island. I shook that thought away and donned my flight helmet. I couldn't entertain ideas like that. I had to focus on the task ahead. We lifted off and flew northeast, cutting through the air no more than a couple of 100 feet above the sea. I sat back and closed my eyes, telling myself that this mission could go without a hitch, that we would all be back at our new base soon, with weapons, clothing and fuel. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't convince myself that was going to happen. I had a bad feeling that I couldn't shake. I wondered if the others felt the same. If they did, they kept it well hidden. Everyone around me seemed cool, calm, and collected. Was I the only one who felt on edge? I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Sam, who was sitting opposite me, leaned forward and said, "You okay, Alex?" I nodded. "Don't worry, dude. Everything's going to be just fine." That confirmed my suspicions. I was the only person in this helicopter who felt scared. It was over an hour later when Apocalypse Island came into view. Hart looked out of the window and then at me. "There's a boat down there, Alex. You won't have to use the walkie-talkie after all." I peered out of my window. A white craft was moored at the dock. "How do we know that's not the brigadier's boat?" I asked. "That's what you're going to find out," Hart said. Reeves and Larson took the Chinook down. I felt my stomach churn as we started the descent. When we landed on the tarmac outside the Apocalypse Island hangar, I was happy to be on solid ground. We exited the chopper via the rear ramp, and Hart's team took up defensive positions, weapons raised, as they scanned the area. My eyes were drawn to the main building. That was where the carnage had happened. That was where the strain of the virus, created by the Brigadier's scientists, had sent everyone into a murderous rage. The silvered windows were stained dark with blood. "Seems quiet enough," Hart said. "Everyone split up and carry out your assigned tasks." I moved towards the woods with Andy Fletcher and Caroline Waters. There was a path here that would take us down to the docks and the boat that waited there. I kept my eyes on the shadows beneath the trees, wary of movements that might betray the presence of zombies. "You know how to pilot the boat, right, Alex?" Fletcher asked me as we made our way along the path. "I know the basics. My friend taught me." The memory of Mike, showing me how the controls worked on the Big Easy, stung. He hadn't known at the time that I'd be using those skills to survive, long after he himself was dead. "You can drive, while Fletcher and I catch some rays then," Waters said, grinning. I wasn't sure if this friendly banter was their attempt to keep me calm, or if this was their usual style when on a mission. I didn't know them well enough to know how they acted normally. One thing was for sure, though. Waters wouldn't be catching any rays. During our helicopter ride over here, grey clouds had gathered in the sky, and now they were rolling together to form a single dark mass. "Reckon we got the easiest job today," Fletcher said. "A short stroll down to the dock and a sweet boat ride back to the island." "Yeah," Waters agreed. "Today is like a holiday." "Maybe you shouldn't talk like that," I said. They both shot me questioning looks. "Haven't you seen any horror movies?" I said. Fletcher guffawed. "What's that got to do with anything?" This is how people act when they're walking directly towards the monster. They have a false sense of security, a bravado, that later turns to terror. They both laughed. "This isn't a horror movie, Alex," Waters said. But, even as she said the words, her eyes moved to the trees that surrounded us, as if she expected something to come jumping out from the woods. "Don't let him spook you," Fletcher said. "I'm not. But I do hear something. Do you hear that?" We stopped to listen. I could hear a noise somewhere in the distance. Something was moving through the woods. "Sounds like it's some distance away," Fletcher said. A note of worry had entered his voice. He raised the carbine in his hands, almost imperceptibly. "Let's move," Waters said. We picked up the pace. Fletcher and Waters took the lead, jogging along the path, while I tried to keep up. When my breath began rasping in my throat, it was a stark reminder that I may have lost a few pounds since the apocalypse began, but the results of a lifetime of bad habits still weighed me down. "Keep up, Alex," Fletcher growled, looking over his shoulder at me. "It's getting closer." The distance between me and the two security guards was widening, and I wondered if they'd leave me here. The noise in the woods was getting louder. It sounded as if a large animal was keeping pace with us, just out of sight. But as my brain processed the sound in more detail, I realized that it wasn't a single creature in the woods. I could hear lots of feet moving through the undergrowth. Fletcher brought the walkie-talkie up to his face and said, "Sir, this is Fletcher. We've got a problem. We're not alone out here." When he released the button, I heard Hart say, "We've got problems of our own. Get to that boat and get out of here." I could hear gunfire coming through the walkie-talkie speaker, and then I heard it echoing through the air, from the direction of the buildings. "The building wasn't secure," Waters said. "The building wasn't fucking secure." If she was right, then the noise we could hear in the woods was being made by Apocalypse Island employees, who had been turned into murderous creatures by the brigadier's bioweapon. "We need to get to that boat, now," Fletcher said. He and Waters picked up the pace to a run. There was no way I could keep up with them. If I die here, I thought, Lucy might never know what happened to me. I heard the sharp crack of gunfire ahead. Waters and Fletcher were crouched on the path, firing in opposite directions into the woods. "They're all around us," Fletcher snarled. I still couldn't see anything. I could hear feet crashing through the undergrowth, and a guttural growl that seemed to be emanating from many mouths at once, all around us. But I had no target to shoot at. I reached the other two and crouched on the path, raising my carbine and sighting into the trees. "Where are they? I can't see them." "They're getting closer," Waters said. "How far to the boat?" Fletcher asked, before sending a hail of bullets into the trees. Less than half a mile, Waters told him. We're going to have to make a run for it. If we stay here, we'll be overwhelmed. It sounds like there's a lot of them. Every man for himself? Waters asked, glancing at me from the corner of her eye. They knew I was the slowest, and that if they waited for me, they could end up dead. Fletcher nodded grimly. Every man for himself. They both took off along the path like rabbits running from a pack of wolves. I followed, telling myself that if we got out of there alive, I'd have some stern words for Waters and Fletcher when we all got back to base. I knew that wasn't going to happen. Anything I wanted to say to them should have been said while we were crouched on the path. It was too late now. They were gone. Something leapt out of the trees in front of me and paused momentarily on the path, glaring at me with hateful red eyes. It was a bearded man in a white lab coat. His eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted into a hateful snarl. Blood and bits of flesh covered his face and beard. He roared and ran at me. I pulled the carbine's trigger, and a burst of bullets tore through him. He collapsed onto the path and lay there, dead. I ran. Up ahead, more gunfire cracked through the air. I heard a scream and knew it was Fletcher. More gunfire. Another scream. Waters. Tears stung my eyes and streamed down my cheeks as I ran. This was it. I'd survived the apocalypse this long, just to be killed on an island by a bunch of feral government employees. I saw movement on the path ahead, bulky shapes. I came to a halt when I saw Fletcher's and Waters' bodies being dragged into the woods. 3 of the wild creatures. They could no longer be referred to as human, ripped at the security guards' clothing and flesh, even as they were being dragged away. I fought the urge to vomit and slipped off the path. When I was under the cover of the trees, I listened to the sounds around me. More of them were moving through the undergrowth. Were they looking for me? Did they know where I was? I didn't think I'd make it to the boat before being ripped apart, but I had to try. I moved as quietly as I could, but my heart was hammering so hard that I was sure they'd be able to hear it. Were they hunting me as a group? As far as I knew, the brigadier's gas was supposed to make them kill each other, and that was what I'd seen with my own eyes when the people in the building had first become infected. So why were they now working together? I didn't have the time or inclination to answer that question right now. I had to try and get to the dock. I crouched as I moved, staying low and in the shadows. I could hear the creatures all around me, but they'd stopped running now. Perhaps they were watching me and had slowed their pace to match mine, following me through the trees, hunting me, with the calm assurance that I had no chance of escape. If Fletcher and Waters had been like rabbits fleeing wolves, then I was like a mouse, going to ground and hoping the predators wouldn't see me, but still just as likely to be torn apart. In my mind, I tried to formulate a map of this part of the island and pinpoint where I was in relation to the dock. Waters had said it was less than half a mile away, but without the path to guide me, I couldn't be sure I was going in the right direction. I stumbled blindly through the woods for a few minutes, avoiding the locations where I heard feet brushing through the undergrowth, and staying still and silent when those noises came too close. I didn't see any more of the creatures, but I heard them all around me. When I finally saw a break in the trees, I didn't see the dock beyond it, as I'd hoped, but a cliff edge and the grey sea below. Maybe I'd be able to see the dock from the top of the cliff and get my bearings. I crept out beyond the trees and into the long grass that topped the cliff. I could see the dock to my right, perhaps a quarter of a mile away, and far below where I stood. If I followed the cliff in that direction, I wouldn't have to worry about getting lost. But I'd also lose the cover of the trees. I'd be exposed out here. Also, I was going to have to move inland at some point because the dock had been built in a cove, and the only way to get down there was to follow the natural slope that led to it from further inland. That was where the path cut through the woods. The cliffs on either side of the cove were sheer and vertical. I wouldn't be able to climb from the top down to the dock. For now, though, I decided to stay on the cliff top. Just the sight of the dock and the bright white boat moored there was enough to lift my spirits. I moved as quickly as I could along the cliff top, listening for any sounds from the woods that would mean I was being stalked. But now that I was out in the open, it was hard to hear anything over the gusting wind and the rush of the sea as it crashed onto the rocks below. So I was surprised when I saw sudden movement at the edge of the woods and saw a line of figures standing there. They'd tracked me here, or they'd seen me walking on the cliff top, silhouetted against the sky. Either way, they knew where I was and they were here to kill me. They stood along the border of the trees, staring at me with their red, glaring eyes. Men and women, dressed in everything from white lab coats to camo jackets to street clothes. They stood and stared at me. Some of them were covered with fresh blood and pieces of flesh that I knew had once been my two companions. I raised my weapon. I didn't have enough ammo to take them all out, but I wasn't going down without a fight. A dark shape lifted into the sky from the interior of the island, catching my attention. It was the Chinook. It rose into the sky and headed southwest, staying below the storm clouds. At least some of the others had survived. Were Sam and Tanya on that chopper? Or were their bodies scattered over the island, along with Fletcher's and Waters'? The sight of the departing Chinook filled me with the realization that the only way I was getting off the island was on the boat that was currently tied up at the dock. Of course, the way things looked right now, I wasn't getting off the island at all. The creatures waited, as if for some unseen signal. Were they communicating in some way? I had no way of knowing. They all rushed forward at the same time, snarling and gnashing their teeth. I raised the carbine and squeezed the trigger, arcing the muzzle of the weapon from left to right as the bullets burst from it. These creatures weren't like zombies. It didn't require a headshot to take them down. They were simply people infected with a rage virus. A shot to the heart or a major artery would drop them. Some of them went down, but for every one that fell, two more took its place, emerging from the shadowy woods, intent on my destruction. The ones that were still on their feet were closer now, too close. I kept firing until the gun simply clicked. My ammo was spent. I was a goner. A creature that had once been a security guard, judging by its military clothing, leapt at me and tried to bite into my neck. I used the gun barrel to keep it away from my flesh, but its momentum drove me backwards and I lost my footing. I was suddenly falling, with the creature still trying to bite into me. Together, we tumbled off the top of the cliff, struggling against each other as we fell towards the rocks and the sea. At least this death would be better than being ripped apart by those things on the cliff top, I reasoned. My head would probably be bashed on a rock, and that would be it. Game over. A loud rushing sound filled my being as I hit the water. The creature let go of me, but now the weight of the water pushed me down. I kicked my legs and cut through the water with my arms, struggling to get to the surface. The sea was in constant motion, driving me towards the rocks 1 minute and pulling me out into deeper water the next. My lungs burned and begged to be filled with air. I kicked harder, fighting the current, trying to break the surface. When my face finally broke from the water, I gasped in a lungful of air before a wave crashed over me, pushing me into the rocks at the base of the cliff. I clung to the rock and scrambled up it, taking in more air and coughing salty water out of my throat. I had no idea what had happened to the creature that had fallen from the cliff with me. I hoped it had drowned and wasn't lurking somewhere beneath the surface, waiting to pull me under. The creatures at the top of the cliff simply stood there looking down at me with their red eyes. I was out of their reach for now. That would change when I got to the dock. I set off in that direction, fighting the undulations of the sea until I learned the rhythm, adapted, and my movements to it. It took me half an hour to circumnavigate the cliffs until I was finally swimming in the cold water of the cove where the dock and the boat waited. I couldn't see any creatures hanging around, so I made my way directly to the small beach and emerged from the water. My drenched clothes felt cold against my skin. As I lumbered onto the dock, I realized I'd lost the carbine during the fall from the cliff. I was unarmed. Not that an empty gun would have done me any good anyway. The boat looked similar to the Big Easy. I was sure it was the same size. The name on the side said Verity. I untied the ropes and jumped aboard, anxious to be far away from this place. I climbed the ladder to the bridge and exhaled a sigh of relief when I saw the keys were in the ignition. I turned the key and grinned when I heard the familiar rumble of the engine. Moving the gear shift out of neutral, I guided Verity away from the dock and out into deeper water. Now I just had to sail the boat on a southwesterly bearing, and I'd get back to base. "Don't move," a voice said from behind me. Shocked, I turned to face a young woman with long dark hair. She was short and wore glasses, along with a Star Wars t-shirt beneath an open, dark blue cardigan. She held a pistol in both hands. It was pointed at me. She was trembling, and the movement transferred itself to the weapon. "Hey," I said, holding my hands up to show her I was no threat. "There's no need for that. What's your name?" "Becca," she said. Her eyes held a look of fear. "I'm Alex. Don't worry, Becca, you're safe now." "But you're not," she whispered. I frowned at her, confused. "What?" A male voice shouted up from the aft deck. "Bring him down here, Becca." She gestured with the gun. "You'd better come down." "All right." I followed her down the ladder to the deck. Two young men, one fair-haired, one dark, both of them slim and muscular and wearing cargo pants and white t-shirts, stood there. Like Becca, they were armed with pistols. "I'm Alex," I told them. "We don't care who the fuck you are," the fair-haired one said. "Can you drive this boat?" I didn't correct him by telling him the proper word was pilot. Instead, I simply nodded. "Get us to the mainland. Now." He waved the gun at me to emphasize his words. "Listen," I said. "There's an island not far from here. It's safe. We can go there and—" "Are you deaf or something? I'm in charge here." "But the mainland is dangerous. It's full of zombies. I'm telling you, you're better off—" "Shut up. There's something we need to do. We're going to the mainland, and you're coming with us." Chapter 4. I had questions. Lots of questions. But I didn't think this was the time to ask them. I climbed back up to the bridge and considered my options. The simple fact of the matter was that the 3 other people aboard this boat were armed, and I was not. I had no idea who they were, or how they got here, but those questions were secondary at the moment. My immediate concern was staying alive. I considered simply piloting Verity southwest and getting to the island that had offered us sanctuary the last couple of days. I desperately wanted to know what had happened to the others after Fletcher, Waters, and I left them. Until I saw them again, I wouldn't know which of them had survived. I didn't know if my friends were dead or alive. If I sailed in that direction, though, it would become clear to the others on this boat that I wasn't taking them where they wanted to go. The girl, Becca,
hadn't seemed too aggressive, but the fair-haired young man seemed more than willing to use that pistol he liked to wave around. If I took them to the mainland, like they wanted, would they simply thank me and be on their way, leaving me to sail away and find my friends? Somehow I doubted it. If there was one thing I'd learned since all this began, it's that when the shit hits the fan, it brings out the worst in people. When society crumbles, it's the mean sons of bitches who tend to thrive. I reasoned that the best thing for me to do was take them to the mainland. I'd deal with the rest as it played out. "Oi, let's get moving," the fair-haired lad shouted. "Right," I whispered to myself through gritted teeth. "Let's do this." I manoeuvred Verity so she was facing east, and set off on that bearing. I kept her at a low speed. I was in no rush to find out what those three planned to do with me once they reached the shore. It began to rain, big, heavy droplets bouncing off the roof of the bridge and smearing the windscreen. I put the wipers on and sat back on the pilot's seat. Despite the circumstances, it felt good to be on a boat again. A bright bolt of lightning flashed in the distance, reaching down to the sea like a glowing tendril. Thunder boomed. The rainfall increased, and a cold wind seemed to come out of nowhere, making the sea choppy. I tried to relax into the seat as the boat rolled on the waves. I swiveled around and looked down at the aft deck. My captors had gone inside. Even they weren't crazy enough to be out on deck in this storm. At least while they were inside, they weren't waving guns in my face. I needed to arm myself to level the playing field. Being unarmed in the face of danger made me feel helpless. I opened the small wooden box where the boat's flare gun was kept and considered the gun's suitability as a weapon. It was no match for a pistol, but there was no doubt it could kill someone. I had no way of concealing it in my wet clothing, though. A large wave washed over the deck, and Verity tipped precariously to the starboard side before righting herself. I braced myself against the wall with one hand, and used my other to adjust the boat's orientation in the water, so that the waves weren't hitting us directly from the side. Capsizing out here would be fatal. The intercom crackled, and her voice said, "What the hell are you trying to do? Sink us?" "I can't control the weather," I said. "We shouldn't be out in this storm." "Just shut up and drive." The intercom clicked as he turned it off. So he'd contacted me just to have a go at me. Maybe I should take the flare gun down there and pay him a visit. Get this over with. No, I had to bide my time. I felt so cold at the moment that I couldn't go down there and kick ass even if I wanted to. The wet clothes were draining my body heat, and the wind was chilling my bones. I was shivering, my teeth chattering. If I didn't warm up soon, I'd be in no condition to pilot this boat to the mainland. I decided the 3 people below decks couldn't afford to lose me, so they were going to have to make sure I was comfortable while I acted as their waterborne chauffeur. I pressed the button on the intercom. The reply was a single word. "What?" "I'm going to need a blanket or some dry clothes," I said between chattering teeth. "Fuck off." The intercom clicked. I pressed the button again. No reply. I pressed it again repeatedly until an angry voice said, "I told you to—" "Listen," I said. "If I die of hypothermia up here, there'll be no one to pilot the boat and you'll end up adrift at sea. I don't rate your chances of survival, especially in this storm. And even when it's passed over, you'll be lost in a vast expanse of water." There was a pause. I expected to hear the click of the intercom being turned off again. After a long silence, he relented. "All right, I'll see what I can do." "Thank you," I said. although he didn't deserve the politeness. I clicked the intercom off. 5 minutes later, Becca appeared at the doorway. She came inside. In one hand, she had a pile of clothes and an orange blanket. In the other, she held the pistol. "Don't try anything stupid." She threw the clothes and the blanket onto the console in front of me. "I just want to get warm," I said. "Not long ago, I was in the sea." "I know. We saw you fall off that cliff." "I didn't fall. I was pushed." She shrugged. "Whatever." "So what were you doing on this boat?" I asked casually, peeling off my wet clothes. She hesitated. "It's not some kind of secret, is it?" I asked. Do you mind turning around while I get changed?" "I'm not stupid." She waved the gun slightly. Or was her hand still shaking? I couldn't tell. "Okay, fine." I turned my back on her and quickly changed into the dry clothes and draped the blanket over my shoulders. I was starting to warm up already. "It's no secret why we were on the boat," she said. "We were hiding." Good plan. The zombies on that island were crazy. I didn't want to give too much away about Apocalypse Island. I had no idea how much she knew about the secret government facility. "The whole world's gone crazy," she said. "Yeah, you're right about that." "So, if neither you nor the two blokes downstairs know how to pilot a boat, how did you get to the island?" "Felts took us there." "Felts?" "Graham Felton. He's my brother's mate. He had a fishing boat. When the craziness started, he took me, my brother, and Tim out on the boat. Said the water is the safest place to be." "So that's your brother down below?" She nodded. "Yes. My brother, Rob, is the one who was waving his gun in your face. The other guy is Tim." "What happened to Felts?" "He's dead." "Zombies?" "No. Drugs." "Oh." I hadn't been expecting that. In a world populated by biting zombies, killer hybrids, and a spine-ripping patient zero, it was easy to forget that people died of other causes as well. They're druggies, all of them. Felts, my brother, and Tim. We escaped the zombie apocalypse in what was basically a floating drugs den. They spent most of the time high as kites. "And you?" She shook her head. "I don't touch it. I saw what it did to Rob. That was enough to put anybody off taking that shit." "So Felts overdosed?" "Yeah. We found him dead in his bunk yesterday morning. Rob and Tim got paranoid that he was going to turn into a zombie, although I had no idea why. He hadn't been bitten. In their paranoia, they threw his body over the side. We drifted all day and night. I was worried sick that we were going to die. The boys decided to get high. And then you found this island, I guessed. I saw it this morning, in the distance from where we were drifting. We didn't know how to pilot the fishing boat, but there was a small rowboat, and we got into that. I didn't hold out much hope that we'd be able to survive on the island for long, but it was either that or float aimlessly on the sea until we died. So you rowed here. We managed to make our way to the island, despite the boys bickering and fighting. When we saw those people running around in the woods like wild animals, we hid in this boat. And the guns. I nodded at the pistol in her hand. We found them on the boat. So they probably had no idea how to use the weapons. "Why do they want to get back to the mainland?" I asked. "I know it's a safe place, yet your brother didn't even want to listen." She sighed. "Rob and Tim are in a bad way. Felts was their friend, and his death has hit them hard, even if they won't admit it. On top of that, they've run out of drugs. Rob thinks that if they can get to Gilly's farm, they can replenish their stash." Gilly's farm. Where's that? It's not really a farm. Not a working one, anyway. It's a farmhouse owned by Gilly, Pete Gilman, and his crew. Gilly is a drug dealer. Rob and Tim reckon the house is packed to the rafters with drugs. And what do you think? I think they're crazy. I wish I'd chosen a different escape plan when the shit hit the fan. Even if I'd been turned into a zombie, at least I wouldn't be in this mess. You shouldn't think like that, I said. At least you're alive. Sure, I'm alive, but what about my parents? My friends? I'll never know what happened to them. Never be able to say goodbye properly. At least if I was a zombie, I wouldn't feel the pain of their loss. The gun wavered in her hand, and she finally dropped it to her side as tears welled in her eyes and rolled down her cheeks. I can't take much more of those two. All they care about is getting high all the time. Listen, I said, lowering my voice. I can get us to safety. It's an island with food and water, and people who are working together to survive. We can... The intercom crackled. Becca, what are you doing? You were only supposed to give him the clothes and leave. Get down here, now! I've got to go, she said, moving to the doorway. Wait, listen to me. But she was gone. Chapter 5. When the coast came into view, a thin grey line blurred the rain and mist. I throttled down. I was going to have to search for a suitable place to dock the boat. At least I was warmer now. The black cargo pants and T-shirt Becca had brought up to me were barely enough clothing for a day like today, but they were better than the sodden clothes I'd been wearing when I'd been pushed into the sea. And the cargo pants, with their deep pockets, were useful in other ways. I opened the box on the wall and took out the flare gun, stashing it in the waistband. The 3 flares were distributed to various pockets. I didn't load the gun. Carrying a loaded flare gun in the waistband of my trousers was a risk I wasn't willing to take. The coastline in this area consisted of craggy cliffs and rocky shores. Verity would end up with a hole in her hull if I took her in too close. I decided to sail south and look for a better place to land. The intercom burst into life. Oi! What are you doing? Finding a place where you can go ashore. I used you instead of we, because I wanted to get it into Rob's head right now that I had no intention of travelling inland to some drugs den. Once they were ashore, they didn't need me any more. I could take Verity back out to sea and look for the island where my friends were waiting. Except they wouldn't be waiting. Not for me, anyway. They probably thought I was dead, along with Fletcher and Waters. And how many of their party had survived the excursion to Apocalypse Island? Who had they left behind? Not knowing was killing me. The sudden appearance of Rob's face in the doorway startled me. Get us to the shore, he said. Now. I can't take the boat too close to the shore here, I explained. There are rocks everywhere. You see those ones sticking up out of the sea? There will be more underwater. They'll tear the boat apart. He glared at me. His eyes were bloodshot, his breathing ragged. I need to get on land right now. I'll get you there once I find a place to... He lurched forward, grabbed the wheel, and turned it towards the coast. I fought him off and corrected our course. He stepped back and pointed the pistol at my head. His voice was calm when he said, Land this boat right now, or I'll put a fucking hole in your skull. I looked at the rocks, then back at him. Listen, Rob. It is Rob, isn't it? I see Becca's been shooting her gob off. Rob, I will happily dock the boat and let you off when it's safe to do so. You don't want to sustain an injury out here, do you? Before you get to... wherever you're going. No need to get Becca in more trouble. Did you not hear me? Land this boat now. The gun wavered in his hand, but I didn't think that was because of fear or nervousness. I assumed it was a side effect of his drug withdrawal. He'd have no qualms about using the gun. I could see that from the hard look in his eyes. I sighed. All right, all right. I examined the coastline. The best bet for a relatively safe landing was a small pebbly beach. Beyond the beach, a grassy incline led inland. I could see rocks sticking up out of the waves and knew there would be more unseen hazards beneath the surface. Taking into account the rocks and the rolling waves that battered Verity, I had no doubt we were going to crash if I attempted that landing. I also had no doubt that Rob would kill me if I didn't. Gritting my teeth, I steered Verity towards the shore. The waves were now coming from directly behind the boat, driving the craft forward into danger. I slammed the engines into reverse, trying to counter the power of the sea, knowing I was playing a losing game. The cliffs loomed above the boat, their jagged edges silhouetted against the dark, stormy sky. Rain hammered down onto the boat, and the waves washed over the deck. We're not going to make it to the beach in one piece, I told Rob. We're going to have to abandon ship. Tell the others. Don't tell me what to do. I'm in charge here. Got it? It seemed to me that Mother Nature was in charge, but I didn't say anything. I only hoped Becca and Tim made their way up from below decks in time to get off this boat when we hit a rock. I fought the wheel, trying to guide Verity between the rocks and find a clear path to the shore. It was never going to happen. The boat juddered, and a low rumbling came from her bowels. Even though the waves still battered the stern, Verity wasn't being pushed forward anymore. She was grounded. We've hit a rock, I said. We're stuck. We need to get off before she sinks. He threw his arms up in frustration. I thought you could drive this thing. I told you we needed to find somewhere safe to land. He left the bridge and went down to the aft deck. I heard him talking to the others. As Becca and Tim appeared on the deck, Rob said, We're going to have to swim for it. What about Alex? Becca asked. He's going to have to swim as well, isn't he? He crashed the bloody boat. Doesn't look too far, Tim said, leaning over the side of the boat. Fuck it, I'm going for it. See you later, losers. He jumped over the safety rail and into the water. He started front crawling to shore. Come on, Rob said to Becca. The sooner we get this over with, the sooner we get to Gillies. I can't swim very well, she said. Worry edged her voice. Don't be a baby. You either swim or go down with the ship. Up to you. He vaulted the rail and splashed into the sea. I climbed down to the deck. Becca was peering over the side at the large waves, trying to psych herself up. Verity listed slightly to one side, and she was definitely sitting lower in the water. In a few minutes, she'd be totally submerged. The girl on the deck didn't have a choice. I found a yellow life jacket in the storage area under one of the seats and gave it to her. Thanks, she said, putting it on. Her hands were shaking, and not just from the cold. It'll be fine, I told her. There's nothing to worry about. I put a life jacket on as well. No need to take any chances. If the waves pummeled me into a rock, I didn't want to black out and drown. At least a life jacket would keep me afloat. The boat was even lower in the water now. The deck was awash, and I knew we didn't have much time. Ready? I said to Becca. She gazed at the sea, bit her lip, and nodded. Okay, let's go. She grabbed my hand. We'll do it together, I said. Just climb over the rail and we'll swim to shore together, okay?" She nodded. We climbed over the safety rail and dropped into the sea. The water was cold and in constant motion, crashing against the rocks that seemed to be all around us. I reached out, took Becca's hand, and kicked my legs, telling her to do the same. The life jackets kept us afloat, on our backs. All we could do was kick until we reached the shore. It wasn't as fast as swimming, but we'd get there eventually. A low groan came from Verity as she listed further in the water. Rob had wasted a perfectly good boat just because he couldn't wait a few minutes to find a safe landing. Now I was stuck on the mainland with no immediate means of escape. At least I would be once I reached the mainland. I looked over my shoulder. Still some way to go before we hit the shore. "How are you doing?" I asked Becca. "Okay," she said, her teeth chattering. "Thanks for staying with me." "No problem." We rode the waves for a few more minutes, kicking our legs to get closer to shore. When I looked over my shoulder again, I saw Rob and Tim standing on the beach, shaking themselves off like wet dogs. "What does your brother plan to do once he has his drugs? Stay at the farm?" "No, he can't do that. Gilly locked the place down as soon as the apocalypse started. He won't let anyone in or out. All the business is done at the gate. The place is like a fortress, apparently. Rob went there just before we took the fishing boat out. That's where they got their stash from. So, once they've gone back for more, what then? If they didn't have a plan to get to safety, they wouldn't last long on the mainland." She sighed. "I suppose we'll get another boat." "You don't sound too keen on that idea." "Looking after two druggies wasn't how I'd planned to spend the rest of my days." "So why not leave them to it? Make your own way. They're both adults." "I know. But even though Rob's my older brother, I feel responsible for him. He can't look after himself. He'd forget to eat, waste away into nothing. It's the drugs. They addle his mind." I wanted to tell her that, now we were on the mainland, there were going to be much bigger problems than forgetting to eat, but I kept my mouth shut. I had no idea why she felt she had to look after her brother, when he obviously treated her like shit. Maybe there was a touch of Stockholm Syndrome involved. After all, Becca had been cooped up in a small fishing boat with Rob and Tim for God knew how long. It must have been like a floating prison cell. When we got closer to land, I put my feet down and touched the bottom. I stood up, and Becca did the same. We waded to the shore. The waves knocked us over a few times, but we made it in one piece. I looked back out to sea where the boat had been. Verity was gone, lost beneath the waves. "Glad you could join us," Rob said sarcastically as we walked up the beach. I ignored him. I'd known 100 Robs in my lifetime, and they were all the same, bullies, whose only goal was to belittle others. We stood there in the pouring rain on the beach, all of us soaked to the skin, and I wondered if, after all the effort I'd put into surviving, these were the people I was going to die with. It didn't seem right that I might end up getting killed because a junkie dragged me into danger, simply so he could fuel his drug habit. Or because he deemed me surplus to requirements and shot me dead on this beach. "What's the plan?" Tim said to Rob. "We're going to Gilly's." "I mean, what are we going to do with him?" Tim pointed at me. Rob looked at me and pursed his lips, as if contemplating my fate. "Fat Boy is coming with us." "His name's Alex," Becca said. "Well, I'm going to call him Fat Boy, and the only reason I'm taking him with us is because he's how I'm going to pay Gilly for the gear." She frowned at her brother. "What are you talking about?" "Well, I haven't got any money, have I? And Gilly probably doesn't want money at the moment anyway, considering the banks and shops are all closed. But what he does need is people to work on the farm. So I'm going to give him Fat Boy." He chuckled. "Don't worry," he said to me. "Working on Gilly's farm will soon get you into shape." I didn't say anything. I was going to have to attempt an escape somewhere between here and the farm. If that involved taking out Rob and Tim, I was fine with that. "We need to get a car," Rob said, walking toward the incline that led from the beach. "Look out for zombies." Becca and I fell in behind Rob and Tim. She was looking around, scanning the area with a frightened look in her eyes. "There won't be any zombies," I told her. "How can you know that?" "It's raining," I said. "They don't come out in the rain." Her expression told me she didn't know if I was joking. "It's true," I said. "The virus, or whatever it is, tries to keep the host body intact for as long as possible, so it avoids things that would cause faster decomposition, like water." "I suppose that sounds plausible. A zombie's body is nothing more than a shuffling piece of meat after all. It must decay eventually." I nodded. "They take shelter during the rain. We won't encounter any zombies as long as the rain is falling." "Well, that's comforting at least," she said. From up ahead, I heard Rob shout out, "Aha! Come here, you beauty!" and begin running up the grassy incline that led inland. Tim followed him. As we got closer, I saw what had attracted his attention, a silver Audi A6. Rob tried the driver's door and it opened. He leaned inside for a second and then looked over the car roof at Tim, grinning from ear to ear. "Keys are in it!" Tim punched the air. "Yes! Gilly, here we come!" They both got into the car, and for a moment I thought they'd forgotten about Becca and me, and were going to drive off, leaving us here. The car's engine started and revved up, as Rob pressed on the accelerator over and over. But he didn't drive off. Pity. It would have been better if he'd gone on his quest for drugs without us. Then Becca and I could have searched for a boat and got the hell off the mainland before the rain stopped. But that wasn't to be. Tim poked his head out of the car window, looking back at us. "Come on! We've got places to be!" Becca sighed. "I'm sorry you got involved in all this." "Don't worry about it." The truth, though, was that I was worried. The boys planned to drive us to wherever this farm was, but the farther we travelled from the coast, the more danger we would be in. We reached the car and climbed into the back seat. Tim turned around in his seat and pointed his gun at me. "Don't even think about trying any funny stuff, fat boy." I said nothing and fastened my seatbelt. Rob was playing around with the car's sat-nav. He seemed to find what he was looking for, and the computer worked out the route. When it had completed its calculations, a female voice said, "Destination in 83 miles. "Right, let's go," Rob said, releasing the handbrake. We drove along a narrow road that was bordered with overgrown fields. In the distance, I could see a caravan park. The white caravans reflected the dull sunlight. Rain drummed on the roof of the car. Tim found the heater control and turned it up to maximum. The vents hissed hot air into the enclosed space. The windows began to steam up. I looked over at Becca. Her gaze was fixed on the countryside beyond the window, her expression unreadable. She was shivering. Rob and Tim were like two children on their way to Disneyland. They'd removed their T-shirts, revealing scrawny, tattooed torsos, and were literally bouncing in their seats with excitement. I looked over at Becca again and realised she didn't have her gun. She'd probably lost it in the sea, although, now that I thought about it, she hadn't been holding the gun when she'd been on Verity's deck, putting the life jacket on. She probably wasn't concerned about leaving the weapon behind, but I was sure Rob would be mad about it when he found out. Sitting in a hot car after recently being submersed in freezing cold water made me feel nauseous. Pins and needles prickled along my skin. My core temperature had been lowered by the cold sea, but now my body was being blasted with hot, dusty air. I shivered and clenched my teeth together to stop them chattering. That just seemed to make my head and neck tremble. We reached a main road, and, following the sat-nav's instructions, Rob turned onto it, taking us south. Abandoned vehicles sat at the side of the road, some with their doors open, others closed. I thought I saw movement inside some of the cars as we drove past them. Maybe I was just imagining it. Rob had his foot down, and we were speeding along the road at 80 miles an hour. Any thoughts I had of escape were going to have to wait for now. I couldn't jump from the car at this speed, and intentionally causing an accident wasn't an option, unless I wanted to get everyone killed. I had to bide my time. Tim fiddled with some dials on the dash and found Survivor Radio. Duran Duran's Hungry Like the Wolf blasted out of the speakers. Tim tried to sing along, but it soon became obvious that he didn't know the words. Rob joined in on the chorus. Becca looked over at me and rolled her eyes, then went back to staring out of the window. There was nothing else I could do, so I closed my eyes, folded my arms, and focused on the music. At least it distracted me from the pins and needles that made my skin feel itchy. I must have dozed off, or fallen into an exhausted sleep, because the next thing I knew, I was being awoken by the sat-nav's female voice. Destination 200 yards ahead. Shit! My eyes sprang open, and my attention darted around the interior of the car, trying to focus. How the hell had I fallen asleep in this situation? Rob and Tim were still shirtless in the front seats, although they weren't bouncing around now, and seemed to have adopted a more serious attitude. Becca was still looking out of the window. Whitesnake's Here I Go Again was coming out of the speakers, although the volume had been turned down at some point since I'd fallen asleep. "Here we are, fuckers," Rob said from the driver's seat. Through the windscreen, I could see what could only be described as a fortress, fashioned from panels of corrugated metal. The walls were at least 20 feet high and looked sturdy. The only break in the unending metal wall was a tall gate made from tall wrought iron bars. That was closed. Rob killed the engine and got out of the car. Tim also got out and ran over to the gate, shouting, "Gilly! Gilly! Open up!" I got out of the car and looked around. The fortress stood on a few hundred acres of farmland that was overgrown and empty of life. The farm was enclosed by tall trees that formed a forest. I took in a breath of cold air and let it out in a long sigh. We were here. Gilly's farm. Chapter 6. A cold wind blew across the farm. It whistled along the corrugated metal that made up the high walls of the fortress. The rain, driven by the wind, pinged off the metal, creating a cacophony of sound. I stood by the car with Becca, while Rob and Tim called through the padlocked gate to get the drug dealer's attention. Could Gilly and his crew have left? I asked Becca. I don't think so. Gilly locked the farm down the day it became clear that the world was going to shit. He had no intention of going anywhere. He's paranoid and xenophobic, so he wouldn't leave a secure place like this. Still, the boys at the gate weren't getting any joy. After 5 minutes of calling and shaking the wrought iron gate, Rob and Tim looked at each other with disappointed expressions and then sauntered back to the car. "Something's wrong," Rob said. "He always has a man posted at the gate. There's no one there. I can't see anybody in there at all." "Maybe he left," I said, telling him the same thing I'd just told his sister. "Gilly wouldn't leave," Rob said, his tone implying I was stupid even to suggest such a thing. "He never left this place before all the zombie shit happened. There's no way he'd leave now." He went around to the Audi's boot and brought out a tire iron. "What are you doing, Rob?" Becca asked, worry creeping into her voice. "I'm going to go in there and find out what's happened." He marched back to the gate and began striking the padlock with the tire iron. As metal struck metal, clanging sounds reverberated through the air. If anyone was in the farmhouse, they'd definitely hear it. Still, no one came to see what the commotion was. I walked over to the gate. Through the gaps between the iron rails, I could see an old stone 2-level farmhouse. There were other buildings within the walls as well, a stable block and a barn, but no signs of life anywhere. I was certain that Gilly and his crew had left. Rob and Becca seemed to believe this was unthinkable. But if a horde of zombies had descended on this place, leaving might have been Gilly's only option. But if he'd fled, then why was the gate padlocked? Would he lock it behind him as he left? That seemed unlikely. And if zombies had come this way, they wouldn't have been able to penetrate the corrugated walls. I looked for signs of zombie activity, scratches on the metal, footprints in the mud, but could see nothing that indicated the living dead had visited this place. Rob managed to break the padlock. It fell to the ground, and the gate swung inwards, allowing access to the farmhouse beyond the metal walls. Raising his pistol, Rob entered the muddy space in front of the house. Tim stuck close to him, his own weapon at the ready. "I don't like this," Becca whispered. "Something feels wrong." I nodded. An eerie atmosphere hung over the farm. It felt like the house was waiting for us in the same way a hungry spider waited for unwary insects to fly into its web. Rob and Tim seemed oblivious. They strode up to the front door of the farmhouse and knocked on it. "Gilly," Rob called. "Time to wake up." "He obviously isn't in there," I said. "Shut up, fat boy." He returned his attention to the door, rapping on it with his knuckles. "Gilly! Come on, man!" "Maybe it's open," Tim said, turning the handle. The door opened, swinging inwards. Both boys stepped back. Tim covered his nose with his bare forearm. "Jesus! What's that smell?" Rob shook his head, grimacing. "I don't know. Smells like something died in there." "Get back," I told them. "There are probably zombies in there." Becca and I were standing just inside the gate, both of us unwilling to get any closer to the house. I braced myself to run, feeling vulnerable without a weapon. If anything came rushing out of that house, I was just going to have to pray that Rob or Tim shot it. Nothing came out of the house except for foul air. It drifted out through the open doorway, and, when it hit my nostrils, I gagged. It reeked of rotten vegetables and meat. There was no doubt about it. There was something dead inside the house. Rob and Tim had retreated from the doorway and stood looking at it. Beyond the doorframe, the house was in darkness. "I don't think he's in there," Tim said. "If he is, he must be dead." Rob looked down at the ground, crestfallen for a moment. Then he lifted his head and returned his attention to the house. "Wait a minute. If Gilly's dead, the drugs might still be in the house, there for the taking." Tim grinned. "Oh my God, you're right. We can get all we want for free." Rob laughed and addressed the darkness beyond the doorway. "Sorry you're dead, Gilly, but we're taking your stash." Tim laughed as well. Then his face became serious. "We're going to have to find a way to get in there without the smell making us sick, Rob. I feel like puking." "Yeah," Rob said, nodding. "Maybe if we hold our breath." "Rob, don't be stupid," Becca warned. "You don't know what's in there." He turned to her and shook his head at her, as if she were an idiot. "If there was anything in there, it would have come out already." "Not necessarily," she said. "It could be waiting." He guffawed. "Yeah, right." He turned to Tim. "Come on, mate. Let's find that stash." Tim nodded, and together they entered the house, disappearing into the darkness beyond the doorway. Becca turned to me with worry in her eyes. "We can't just let them go in there alone." She walked to the doorway and peered in, burying her nose in the crook of her elbow. This was my chance to escape. The Audi was sitting just beyond the gate, keys in the ignition. I could leave Becca, Tim, and Rob here and simply drive away. By the time they realized what I was doing, I'd be long gone. But something kept me rooted to the spot. I didn't care what happened to the boys, but Becca was innocent. She'd been dragged along by them since this madness had started, and now, if that house wasn't empty, she was about to get killed. Or Rob and Tim would be killed, leaving her alone. If I left now, and something in that house killed the boys, Becca would be on her own out here in the middle of nowhere. I couldn't do it. I couldn't abandon her. I picked up the tire iron that Rob had discarded by the gate and ran over to the doorway. She was reaching inside, into the house. "There's a light switch," she whispered. "The electric might be working." The infrastructure of the country was being held together by the military. In some places, they'd managed to keep utilities, gas, water, electricity, working. In others, they hadn't. A dim, bare light bulb flickered into life, revealing a hallway that led to a kitchen at the back of the house. A doorway on the right opened into a living room that was furnished with nothing more than empty cardboard boxes and a coffee table. A staircase, covered in threadbare blue carpet, ascended to the first floor. Rob and Tim were in the kitchen, rifling through drawers and cupboards. The stench of rotten vegetation and meat was overwhelming. I tasted bile in the back of my throat and swallowed it down, trying not to vomit. "I don't believe this," Rob said, pushing past us and going upstairs. "There's nothing here." Tim followed him up the stairs. I heard them stomp onto the landing. Then Rob's voice came floating down to us. "Holy fuck, what's this?" "I don't know, man," Tim said. Becca and I looked at each other for a moment before ascending the stairs. Our curiosity had been piqued. When I reached the landing, I saw both boys staring into one of the upstairs rooms. When I saw what was in that room, I had to fight the urge to flee from the house. The walls, floor, and ceiling were covered with tendrils of the same fungus I'd seen coming out of Chris Sims' body on the island. The floor was littered with decomposed bodies. Unlike Chris's body, these were intact. Their rib cages weren't open. Other bodies hung on the walls, suspended by fungal tentacles. There were even 2 corpses on the ceiling, encased in grey, slimy-looking matter. "What is it?" Becca whispered, trying to make sense of what her eyes were seeing. "Whatever it isn't good," I said. Rob turned to face me, probably to say something derogatory, but then something in another room caught his attention. "Shit! Is that Gilly?" I turned to see what he was looking at. In an adjacent room, which was bare and unfurnished, lay a body. There was no visible fungus on or around it. It simply lay on its back in the middle of the room, on the bare floorboards. Tim looked over Rob's shoulder and nodded. "Yeah, that's Gilly." I didn't know how they could recognize the corpse. The only way they might have recognized it was from the clothing. A yellow and green Brazil football top, faded blue jeans, and white Adidas cap. The flesh was so decayed that the white skull showed through what was left of the face. The few pieces of remaining flesh were mottled blue, as was the flesh on the corpses in the fungus room. All of these people had become zombies before dying. Rob took a step towards the room where Gilly's body lay on the floor. I put out a hand to stop him. He shrugged it off. "Don't touch me, fat boy. Don't go in there," I said. He sneered. "He obviously isn't going to come back to life," he said. "Look at the state of him." "So why go in there?" Becca asked. "I want to check his pockets. He might have a little something I need, if you know what I mean." His sister sighed and shook her head. Rob entered the room. He crouched down next to the body. As he did so, the old floorboards moved. They were loose. In the gaps that appeared, I could see a grey, fungal tentacle. It ran beneath the floor from the room next door, and seemed to be attached to the back of the corpse. "Fucking hell," Rob said, seeing the tentacle. "There's more of that." His words were cut off when the body exploded. The chest exploded outwards, the ribs spreading like the petals of an opening flower. A cloud of brown spores puffed out of the opening into Rob's face. He fell back against the wall, clutching at his eyes and screaming. "Rob!" Becca made a move to go to him, but I grabbed her shoulders. She turned her face towards me, angry that I'd stopped her. "We need to go," I said, as calmly as I could. "Now." Tim was already in the room, crouching down next to Rob, one hand on his shoulder. "Are you all right, mate?" Rob, who'd been holding his face, grabbed the sides of Tim's head and bit into his scalp. Tim yelped and struggled. Rob's eyes were yellow. A guttural sound came from his throat as his teeth scraped across Tim's skull. The bodies in the adjacent room burst open, scattering more spores into the air. I dragged Becca down the stairs. She didn't resist. She knew her brother and his friend were gone. The spores had changed them into something else. We reached the hallway and sprinted out of the door. I could hear footsteps behind us, coming down the stairs. Becca kept pace with me, breathing hard as we crossed the muddy area in front of the house, heading for the gate. We ran through the opening and out onto the muddy road. "I'll drive," I shouted. I didn't want any confusion as to who was going into which seat in the car. A second's hesitation could be fatal. I pulled the driver's door open and threw myself in behind the wheel. Becca got into the passenger seat, saw her brother and Tim through the windscreen, and screamed. I started the engine and slammed the gear stick into reverse. The Audi sped backwards along the road, kicking up mud and dirt. Through the windscreen, I saw Rob and Tim running at us. Then the image was blurred by rain on the glass. I hit the wipers, and the boys came into view again. Their eyes were yellow and hateful. Blood poured from the top of Tim's head, where Rob had bitten him. The veins beneath the skin of their arms and torsos were dark blue, and seemed to be swelling. Spittle flew from their open mouths. The look in their eyes was one of feral violence. I hit the brake and turned the wheel. The car spun around, so we were facing away from the farm. I slammed my foot on the accelerator, and we lurched forwards. Rob and Tim gave chase, but the Audi picked up speed, sliding in the wet mud until the tires gained traction, and we sped along the road, away from the farm. Becca turned in her seat and watched through the back window as the farm and her brother dwindled into the distance. Now that she was safe, she allowed herself to cry. Tears sprang from her eyes and slid down her cheeks. "What the hell was that?" she managed between sobs. "I don't know," I said. "I don't know." Chapter 7. Darkness descended quickly. I'd been driving for about an hour. The rain was still coming down, beating a gentle rhythm on the car. I had Survivor radio on, but at a very low volume. Becca had cried to herself for a while, and was now curled up in her seat, her back to me. I could tell from her deep, steady breathing that she'd exhausted herself and fallen asleep. The headlights came on, cutting through the darkness that had fallen over the road and the surrounding landscape. We were on the main road now, heading south. I didn't have a particular destination in mind, but I wanted to get as close to the coast. It was too late and dark to find a boat now, but we could do so in the morning. For now, though, I needed to find somewhere safe for us to spend the night. I felt too exposed on the road. There were bandits, trigger-happy soldiers, and hybrid zombies that didn't fear the rain. If we ran into any of these, we were done for. Unarmed, we didn't stand a chance against any type of foe. We needed to find a safe place and hole up until morning, then make a dash for the coast and find a boat to get us the hell out of here. I was still shaken by the events at Gilly's farm, and the thing that had occupied the upstairs rooms. I had no idea why the corpse on the floor had exploded like that. Well, that wasn't true. It had exploded to infect Rob with its spores. The fact that the bodies in the adjacent room had also blown open like puffballs made me think that the fungal tentacles were some sort of motion detectors. When the tentacle beneath the floorboards under Rob's feet had detected movement, that had triggered the release of the spores. The bodies in the other room had also been activated by that same movement. That made me think that the fungal mass was blind. It didn't know that there was no one in that room to infect. It had simply been triggered by the tentacle and had reacted accordingly. The same thing had happened to Chris Sims. At some point in the past, those tentacles we'd seen had been triggered by movement, and Chris's body had blown open, releasing spores into the air. But why were zombies becoming spore hosts instead of transmitting the virus via their usual method of biting and scratching? I saw a sign that told me there was a petrol station and a restaurant ahead. I considered checking it out. The problem with a place like that was that it would be attractive to a lot of people, not just me. Shelter and food were the top two concerns of survivors, and a place like petrol stations and restaurants offered both. That might mean the place had been looted already, but it might also mean there were people there right now. Desperate people. People who wouldn't hesitate to kill strangers. As the buildings appeared on the left, I slowed down until the Audi was almost crawling along the road. I turned off the headlights. The sudden darkness made me feel like I was driving in a void. When I reached the slip road that led to the buildings, I drove halfway up it and then applied the brakes. The road led to a car park that was flanked by the petrol station. A long, low building I assumed to be the restaurant, and another building whose purpose wasn't clear. The place looked deserted. No vehicles sat in the car park. The windows were dark, and I couldn't see any movement behind them. Of course, there could be a gang of bandits hiding in those buildings, watching the Audi and waiting for it to enter the car park. The rain hissed down over the car as I sat there. The windscreen wipers whirred rhythmically. The heater vents whispered as they blew hot air into the car. On the radio, Hall and Oates were singing Private Eyes. I saw movement beyond the corner of the restaurant. It was only for a split second, but something moved in the darkness. Something the size and shape of a man. I leaned closer to the windscreen and squinted, but the darkness, the distance, and the rain made it impossible for me to see who or what was lurking beyond the corner of the building. We wouldn't be safe here tonight. Time to move on. I put the headlights back on. They illuminated the car park and the buildings, and I saw someone lurch back into the shadows beside the building. I reversed back along the slip road to the main road and continued my journey, leaving the petrol station and restaurant behind in the darkness. Becca stirred and sat up, rubbing her eyes. She peered at the night beyond the windscreen. Did I miss anything? Not really. I'm just looking for a place where we can hunker down for the night. She nodded. In the morning, we'll try to find a boat, I said. The mainland is too dangerous. We're safer at sea. Yeah, she said sarcastically. I realize that. I guess she did. She'd been at sea with her brother and his friend for ages, and they'd all managed to survive. Then Rob and Tim had been killed within hours of setting foot on the mainland. Sorry for stating the obvious, I said. She let out a long breath and sat back in her seat. Don't worry about it. We drove in silence for a few minutes. Then she said, Can't we just go and get a boat now? I don't feel safe here, do you? Honestly, no, I don't. But we have to be careful. The last time I was here, the military was basically in control of the entire coastline. There are drones patrolling the shore, tanks on the beaches, soldiers everywhere. Grabbing a boat and sailing away won't be easy. We didn't see any tanks or drones when we landed earlier. We didn't exactly land, I reminded her. We sank. She grinned. Yeah, we did. That was a remote piece of coastline, so I guess they aren't bothering to patrol it. What are they looking for anyway? Zombies? I shook my head. People. They're trying to herd as many survivors as possible into camps. Why? As far as they're concerned, people wandering around out here are just waiting to be bitten and turned. By moving everyone into camps, they're reducing the number of bite victims, and by extension, the number of zombies they'll have to fight in the future. She looked out at the night sky. I don't think I'd want to be herded around like cattle. I thought of my father and brother. Some people feel safer if someone else is in charge. So we need to avoid the army as well as the zombies. Great. It's best to avoid everyone, I said. Yeah, I can see that. We drove on. Becca turned the radio up and hummed along with a few songs. I kept my eyes peeled for other cars, movement in the trees, and even aircraft, anything that might spell danger. "Look," Becca said suddenly, pointing across me to the right. I glanced out of my window and saw what she was pointing at. A narrow road, lined with hedges that wound into the darkness. A white sign pointed at the road. A single word had been painted on the sign: Marina. I stopped the car. "We can get a boat," she said. "It doesn't look like there's anyone down there. I can't see any lights or anything." I thought of the seemingly deserted, dark petrol station and restaurant. It hadn't looked like there was anyone there either, but there had been. "Come on," she said. "We can't just drive along this road forever." She was right about that. The longer we spent on this main road, the more chance there was that we'd run into trouble eventually. "All right," I said. I steered the Audi across the carriageway and onto the narrow, hedge-lined road. The road took us on a straight route for half a mile, and then wound its way towards the coast. I had to slow down constantly, unaware of what might be waiting around each bend. Becca had become quiet and was sitting bolt upright, staring through the windscreen at the road ahead. She'd turned the radio down so that the music was barely audible. My warning about the military seemed to have spooked her, and now she was on edge. An atmosphere of tension filled the car. "Did that sign say how many miles it was to the marina?" I asked. I knew the answer. I just wanted to break the tense silence that had fallen between us. "No." I concentrated on the road again. I wanted to tell her that there was nothing to worry about, that she should relax, but I could tell she was wound up too tightly for that. The rain continued to beat down on the car as we drove along the road. As we approached yet another bend, I told myself that this had to be the last one before we reached the marina. It couldn't be much farther. As we rounded the bend, I saw a big shape looming in front of me, and jammed my foot down onto the brake pedal. The Audi skidded on the rain-slick road and came to a stop. We couldn't go any further in the car. In front of us, illuminated the side of the personnel carrier with stark white light. I waited for the hatch to open and for a soldier to appear, pointing his gun at us and telling us to get out of the car. It didn't happen. The APC appeared to be abandoned. "What do we do now?" Becca whispered. "I don't think there's anyone in there. I'm going to have a closer look." I opened the car door. "Wait." She opened the glove compartment and brought out a small maglite. "You might need this." I took it from her and tested it. The beam of white light was strong. "Thanks. Do you know how to drive?" "Yeah." "Get behind the wheel while I'm out there. If anything goes wrong, reverse back up the road and get out of here." She shook her head. "Where would I go? I can't do any of this on my own." "Okay, hang tight." I picked up the tire iron, got out of the car, and walked over to the armoured vehicle, the Audi's headlights throwing my shadow over the armoured panels. I climbed up onto the roof and inspected the circular hatch. It seemed to lock via a small metal wheel, which turned easily in my hand. I rotated it in a counterclockwise direction and pulled on the hatch. It fell open with a loud clang. Trapped air escaped from inside the vehicle with a hiss. I stepped back, holding the tire iron aloft, ready to strike anything that came clambering out of that hatch. There was no movement. I aimed the maglite's beam into the open hatch. I saw seats, a metal floor, and not much else. Kneeling on the wet steel roof, I bent forward so my head and arm were inside the vehicle. I flickered the beam of light around quickly. Shadows jumped forward and receded, but it became apparent that the vehicle was empty. I moved away from the hatch, slid down to the ground, and walked over to the Audi. "There's no one in there," I told Becca through the window. She turned off the Audi's engine, opened her door, and got out. "So what's it doing here?" "They might have used it to block the road, but I'm surprised they left such an expensive piece of equipment here unattended." "Maybe they intended to return, but couldn't for some reason." Her eyes drifted to the dark fields beyond the hedges. "Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. We can't get past it. What do we do now?" I looked at the armoured vehicle and appraised our situation. It didn't look like anyone was coming back here, and the hatch could be locked from the inside. We could hole up in here tonight and make our way to the marina in the morning. She considered the idea and nodded. "Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. We'll certainly be safe in there. And if this rain stops and the zombies come out to play, I'd rather be in an armoured vehicle than the car." We climbed inside, using the maglight to light our way. The inner compartment was built to accommodate 8 people, if the number of seats was any indication, but it wasn't exactly spacious. Becca settled herself at the rear of the vehicle and leaned against the wall, breathing out a sigh of relief when I closed and locked the hatch. I moved up to the cockpit area and settled in behind the driver's seat. I listened to the rhythmic patter of the rain on the vehicle for a while, but eventually I closed my eyes and let my mind wander. It wasn't long before I fell asleep. Chapter 8. I woke in the dark and clicked the maglight on, aiming the beam at the rear of the vehicle where Becca leaned against the vehicle's rear wall, arms folded across her chest. She was still asleep. I climbed between the seats and into the vehicle's cockpit. There was a small hatch in the vehicle's roof for the driver to put his head out of when driving. I opened it as quietly as I could, squinting and turning my head away as sunlight flooded into the cockpit. As my eyes adjusted to the light, I poked my head up through the hatch and surveyed the area. The rain had stopped during the night. The last vestiges of the dark storm clouds had gone, replaced with streaks of white cloud in an otherwise clear blue sky. The Audi was still parked exactly where we'd left it, and the road was still deserted. Beyond the hedges, green fields stretched into the distance, where I could see houses and trees. I turned towards the coast and felt my heart lift when I saw the sea. From my vantage point, it appeared as a thin blue line on the horizon, but it was the sea nonetheless. We were close. Now we just had to find a boat. I heard Becca stirring and lowered my head back into the vehicle. She blinked against the light that angled in through the hatch. "What time is it?" "Time to find a boat and get out of here," I said. "I can see the sea." She smiled thinly and moved from her seated position, wincing as she did so. "That wasn't a very comfortable night." "Agreed. Let's get out of here and stretch our legs. We'll have to get down to the marina on foot." "After spending the night in this tin can, a walk sounds like heaven." She pointed at an axe that was strapped to the wall. "Maybe we should take that with us." "Good idea. And is that a first aid kit?" A green plastic box was strapped to the wall beneath the axe. Becca nodded, and unstrapped both the first aid kit and the axe. "I'll swap you this axe for that tire iron." "Deal," I said. We made the exchange, and I hefted the axe in my hand. This would come in handy if we met any nasties on the way to the marina. "I'll carry the first aid kit," she offered. I opened the main hatch, and we climbed out of the APC, and then clambered down to the road. Becca took in our surroundings warily. So, if it's stopped raining, that means there might be zombies, right? Right. But I had a good look around and didn't see any. As long as we're quiet, we should be okay. Got it, she whispered. We set off along the road at a brisk pace, neither of us wanting to hang around for too long. Becca took my advice to be quiet to heart and didn't say a word as we walked towards the coast. It was going to be a warm day. The heat had already dried up most of last night's rain. Only a few puddles remained. Birds sang from the hedgerow and the trees, and the breeze carried on it the scent of wildflowers and grass. This might be a pleasant walk in the countryside, if not for the fact that we were in the middle of a zombie apocalypse. Still, walking along this road beneath the sun, it was easy to forget that a fight raged between humanity, driven by survival, and the living dead, driven by a deadly virus. We'd gone about half a mile when I saw a building up ahead on the right. It had a small car park outside and looked like a shop. I tapped Becca's arm and pointed. She nodded. We need to be careful around buildings, I whispered. It's possible that there could be zombies inside, sheltering from the rain. But the rain's stopped, she whispered. Yeah, but they probably won't come outside again unless something attracts their attention. They tend to react to external stimuli rather than an internal drive. So, as long as we're quiet and stay out of sight, we'll be okay. We should be. The road widened as we got closer to the building, which I could now see was a cafe. A rustic wooden sign on the wall read, Carly's Cafe, tea, coffee, hot and cold food. The cafe had a large bay window, through which I could see some tables and chairs. But most of the interior was in darkness. The door was closed. Looks deserted, Becca whispered. And it reminds me how hungry I am. She was right about being hungry. I hadn't eaten anything since yesterday, and my stomach felt hollow. I guess we could check the place out, I said. See if there's any food in there. The fact that the door was shut probably meant there were no zombies inside. At least, no zombies had wandered inside. Whether the owners of the cafe were already inside and unable to get out was a different matter. I walked over to the bay window and cupped my hands against the glare of sunlight on the glass before peering in. The dining room looked empty. Chairs, tables, a counter at one end of the room. The usual things one would expect to find in such an establishment. There were two internal doors. One had a black and white sign that read toilets on it, and the other bore a small plaque that read staff only. Both doors were closed. I tried the handle of the main door. It was locked. I stepped back, weighing up the pros and cons of breaking in. Breaking the glass on the door would make noise, which might attract any nasties in the area, and it could all be for nothing. The cafe might have already been looted, or the food in there might have spoiled. I can see breakfast bars, Becca said. She'd cupped her hands around her face and was staring in through the window as I'd been doing moments earlier. There's a display on the counter. That was enough of a pro for me. Hunger overcame caution, and I used the axe head to smash the glass near the door handle. After waiting a few seconds to make sure nothing came rushing at me from beneath a table or behind the counter, I reached in and felt around for a latch or lock on the inside. My fingers contacted a key in the lock. I turned it, and the door opened. We entered cautiously, but when it was obvious that the room was empty, We hurried over to the display of breakfast bars on the counter and began stuffing them into our pockets. Oh my God, chocolate! Becca had found a box of Kit Kats and opened one of the packets, stuffing the contents into her mouth. She closed her eyes and mmm'd with pleasure. I went to the staff-only door and pressed my ear against it. There might be something back there worth checking out, and since the building appeared to be deserted, and I had an axe in my hand, I was willing to take a chance. After hearing nothing, I opened the door slowly and peeked inside. The room was a small kitchen. Some ingredients still filled the shelves, but most of it had gone off, judging by the smell. There were 2 more doors, one at the far end of the kitchen and one on my left. The one on the left bore a plaque that read, "Private." Becca poked her head into the room. "Find anything?" "Nothing much." She went to the door at the far end of the room. "This is open." She pushed it open further and said, "It's the storeroom." I went over and had a look. Shelves were filled with mostly perishable food, although there were some tins and plastic bottles of water. We both opened a bottle and drank the contents. It was warm, but refreshing. "What about that other door?" Becca asked. "Where do you think that goes?" "Probably to the living quarters above the cafe." "Are we going to have a look?" Was it worth opening that door? My mind ran a quick risk versus reward calculation. If there were zombies behind that door, then surely they'd be banging on it by now, attracted by the noise Becca and I were making. The lack of any such knocking made me think the coast was clear, at least in the area immediately behind the door. But I'd seen the weird fungus zombies twice now, and they didn't make any noise. They simply waited for their unwary prey to get close. There could be a fungus zombie on the other side of that door, its fungoid tentacles spread across the floor and walls, ready to trigger the spore explosion. The reward part of the equation was simply that there could be something useful in the dwelling. For one thing, we needed to take as much food and water with us as we could carry. If we could find bags or even boxes of some sort, we could carry everything more efficiently. "Stand back," I said to Becca. She moved to the far wall, and I approached the door marked "Private." I tried the handle. The door was unlocked. I pulled it open and rushed back, ready to take on anything that came running out at me, or avoid a spore cloud if one suddenly exploded into the air. There was nothing there, simply an empty space at the foot of a staircase. I let out a sigh of relief. "Are we going up?" Becca said, appearing at my side. "Yeah, stay behind me." I entered the small space at the foot of the stairs and looked up. The staircase ascended to another floor. "Great," I whispered. I went up and tried the door. It was unlocked. Staying as far back as possible, I opened it. A black cloud came swarming out at my face. I stepped back so quickly that I lost my footing and fell. Becca screamed. I tried to grab the banister, but I was already moving too quickly and had fallen too far to reach it. I collided with Becca, and we both landed at the foot of the stairs. I emptied my lungs, believing I'd inhaled zombie spores. My mind raced. What would I do? Becca needed to get out of here and shut the door behind her, locking me inside. I struggled to my feet. "Becca, go! Leave me here! Quickly!" She was still on the floor, leaning against the wall. She looked at me and began laughing. "Listen to me," I said. "You need to get out of here." She shook her head and pointed up the stairs. "It's flies. It's just flies." I looked up at the open doorway. The flies that had swarmed out were now crawling over the wall and ceiling. "Oh my God!" I gasped, breathing out another sigh of relief. "It's just flies." Becca got to her feet and pointed at the open doorway up there. "I'm guessing that, since no zombie came running when I screamed, the coast is clear." I nodded, still catching my breath and trying to will my hammering heart to slow down. "Yeah, looks that way." I went back up and peered in through the doorway. I saw a neat, plainly furnished living room and kitchen. An archway opened onto a corridor that, I assumed, led to more rooms. We entered the living room. "This must be where the cafe owners lived," I said. "But where are they now?" Becca whispered. I shrugged. Probably at one of the survivor camps. A row of coat hooks was affixed to the wall, and I saw 2 blue and grey osprey backpacks hanging from it, as well as men's coats, ladies' coats, and children's-size coats. Beneath the coats sat a neat row of boots and shoes in men's, women's, and children's sizes. "Looks like family lived here," Becca said. "Yeah," I said, removing the backpacks from the hooks and trying on one of the men's coats. "Take anything you think you might need. We'll use these backpacks to carry the food and water." She selected a long, tan-coloured coat and put it on. I handed her a backpack. "We'll fill these downstairs." She didn't respond. Her eyes were locked on the corridor beyond the archway. She pointed and whispered, "Alex, look." I followed her gaze. Beyond the archway, a pair of socked feet and jeans were visible, as if someone was in the corridor, lying on their back. "Wait here," I whispered to Becca. Hefting the axe, I stepped through the archway and into the corridor. A dead body lay on the floor, dressed in jeans and a black T-shirt, with a white illustration of a steaming cup of coffee on the left breast, and the words, "Carly's Cafe." The body was decomposed, and had been here quite some time, by the looks of it. Long gashes had been cut into the arms, and dried dark blood stained the carpet beneath the corpse. A knife lay on the carpet next to the body. "Looks like a man," I told Becca. "He's been dead a while." I noticed a sheet of paper with handwriting on it pinned to the wall above the body. I snatched it and took it into the living room to read it. Becca leaned over my shoulder to read the note. "To whoever finds this, I don't know what's going on in the world anymore. All I know is that I can't live in it any longer. Carly and Andy have both succumbed to the virus everyone is talking about on the news and in the papers. I managed to lock them into the spare room before it took them and made them change. I hear the army is coming this way, taking survivors away from their homes and putting them into some sort of camps. That isn't for me. I'm going to die a free man. If you are a soldier and you are reading this, my wife and son, or what was my wife and son, are locked in the room at the end of the corridor. Do what you have to do. I couldn't. Simon MacDonald." Becca looked at me and said, "Do you think his wife and son are still locked in that room?" "They could be, if the army hasn't disposed of them. But if soldiers came into the cafe, wouldn't they have taken the food and water downstairs?" "Yeah, they probably would." We both leaned through the archway and looked at the closed door at the far end of the corridor. A key sat in the lock. It looked like Simon had cut a small square in the door at eye level, perhaps so he could see his wife and son, even though they'd turned. I stepped over the body and got close enough to the door to see through the hole. What I saw in there made me take a step back. The walls and ceiling were covered with fungus tentacles. I could see 2 humanoid shapes within the grey, slimy matter that were probably the bodies of Carly and Andy. "We need to leave," I said to Becca. "There's nothing we can do for anyone here." She took a quick peek through the hole in the door and nodded in agreement. We left quickly, and I closed the door at the top of the stairs behind us. From what I'd seen at Gilly's farm and on the island, those tentacles would soon spread, finding their way out through the hole in the door and growing all over the apartment. No need to make it easy for them to come down the staircase and into the cafe. Where would they go then? Outside? Into the street? I shivered as we hastily filled our backpacks with chocolate, breakfast bars, and water. I closed every door behind us on our way outside. Once we were out in the sunlight, I breathed deeply, realizing suddenly that I'd been taking shallow breaths since encountering the fungoid monster in the locked room, as if fearing a cloud of spores might suddenly materialize from nowhere. "What's happening, Alex?" Becca said, as we continued our journey along the road. "Why are the zombies turning into whatever those things are?" "I don't know." I needed time to think about it. My history of reading zombie fiction had served me well so far, but this was something different. "It seems to happen to zombies that are in confined spaces," I said, "or in a position where there isn't any way to spread the virus." She frowned at me. "What do you mean?" "The first time I saw a fungus zombie was on the island I was telling you about. A guy named Chris Sims got infected and sailed to the island. He turned shortly after he landed. We found him lying on the top of the cliff with all those fungus tentacles coming out of him. He'd already exploded, though, so something must have triggered the spore release. Maybe a bird or an animal. Okay, but how does that relate to Gilly and his crew? They locked themselves away in that farmhouse, and Carly and Andy were locked in that room back there." Becca shrugged. "I'm still not seeing the connection. They were all zombies that had no opportunity to infect humans. Chris was on a deserted island. Gilly and his friends were shut behind that fence in the house, and Carly's husband locked her and their son in that room. Remember, I told you how zombies avoid rain, because it would rot the host body at a faster rate?" She nodded. "Yeah." "Well, it seems that everyone I just mentioned was turned a long time ago, when all this started. So maybe the bodies did rot to the point of being useless to the virus. There was no one to attack, and the bodies were breaking down. All right, I can see that happening. So maybe the virus puts the host into a state of hibernation. It sends out those tentacle things and waits for someone to happen by, and then it releases those spores. It can't hunt, so it lays a trap." She nodded. "Yeah, that makes sense." Whether that was the reality of the situation or not, it was my best guess. The one thing I knew for sure was that the virus seemed to be constantly evolving, and everyone needed to steer clear of the fungus traps. "What's that?" Becca whispered. "I heard something." We stopped and listened. I could hear it too, the sounds of voices and vehicles ahead. We crouched low and stuck to the hedge as we proceeded, our senses alert. The sounds were in the distance, but we weren't taking any chances. The marina came into view. Wooden docks jutted out into the sea, and each dock was lined with boats bobbing on the waves. But it wasn't going to be as easy as getting onto a boat and sailing away. The marina was a hive of activity. Jeeps and armoured personnel carriers were parked next to the buildings. Men and women in camo uniforms marched around the area. Some of them were on land, some on the docks. Becca looked at me and whispered, "There's no way we can get down there without being seen." "We have to," I said. "If we're going to get off the mainland, we need to get our hands on one of those boats." Chapter 9. We walked back along the road, to a safe distance where we couldn't be seen. That meant we couldn't see the soldiers either, but I was sure none of them were going to come this way. They'd obviously parked the APC across the road to block it. "What are they doing?" Becca said. "The military has taken an interest in guarding the coastline since the zombie apocalypse began," I told her. "Perhaps they're ensuring no one leaves and spreads the virus in other parts of the world." "Do you really think the virus is only in this country? If we have zombies in Britain, they'll definitely be everywhere else as well." She was right. And I'd never bought into the theory that the military was doing something so altruistic as protecting the rest of the world from our problems. "The truth is," I said, "I don't know why they're so interested in guarding the coast." We sat beneath the hedge at the side of the road and took some breakfast bars and water out of our packs. "Are they the good soldiers or the bad soldiers?" Becca said between mouthfuls. "What do you mean? Are they the ones working for the brigadier or the normal army?" I didn't see the brigadier at the marina, but that doesn't mean they aren't his men. As for good soldiers, I know they mean well, but they'd throw us into a camp against our will, so they need to be avoided just as much as the ones working for the brigadier. She chewed on her breakfast bar for a while, and then said, "OK, so what's our plan?" "There's no way we're going to sneak past them during the daytime, so we'll have to wait until tonight. They'll probably post a few guards, but it's going to be relatively easier to get past them than the entire squad. So we sneak onto a boat and sail away. Sounds great, but won't they hear the engines?" "Yeah, they will. We have to hope that, by the time that happens, we'll be sailing away from the dock." She pursed her lips, thinking. "You did see that mortar on the beach, right? They'd sink us before we got more than a few yards." I hadn't seen the mortar. If they fired that at us, we'd have no chance. We'd either be killed or forced to swim to shore, in which case the soldiers would capture us. I was sure that the punishment for trying to steal a boat from under their noses would be more than just be getting sent to a survivor camp. I finished my breakfast bar and took a swig of water from one of the bottles. "I don't know what to say. I'm out of ideas. Maybe we should keep moving and try further down the coast." "Won't there just be more soldiers?" "Yeah," I admitted. She sighed and stuffed the empty breakfast bar wrapper into her backpack. "So, we're stuck." We sat in silence for a while. The boats were frustratingly near, and yet so far away. I couldn't see how we could possibly sail one out of the marina without alerting the soldiers to our presence. "What if we go to another part of the coast?" Becca said. "There must be hundreds of boats along the shoreline. There must be somewhere that the army isn't guarding." "We could do that," I said. "It increases our chances of running into trouble. But we could take the APC instead of the car. We'd be more protected that way." "Are the keys in it?" "Most army vehicles don't have keys. They have to be ready to be utilised by anyone on the battlefield. Soldiers have more to worry about than who's got the keys to a particular vehicle. I'd definitely feel safer in the armoured vehicle than in the Audi. It seems our best option at the moment. I just wish we could get on one of the boats at the marina. They're right there, waiting to sail. If wishes were horses, we'd be able to ride out of here, she said. Well, we can't ride, but we can drive. Let's check the APC's fuel. We climbed to our feet, shouldered the backpacks and set off in the direction of the vehicles. Walking away from the boats didn't sit well with me, but I understood there was no other option. We gave Carly's Cafe a wide berth as we passed it. When we reached the APC, Becca waited outside, while I climbed in through the hatch and climbed into the driver's seat, keeping my head low, as the driver's hatch was closed. The console was simple, with bare wires trailing into the floor. The steering mechanism consisted of 2 poles that stuck up through the floor. I had no idea how they worked, but it couldn't be too hard, could it? I found the starter button and pressed it. The engine roared into life. The vehicle shuddered, and the rumble of the engine echoed throughout the interior of the vehicle. I was relieved to see the needle on the fuel gauge climb to almost full. I hit the switch and killed the engine. Silence prevailed, until Becca's voice shouted from outside, "Alex, someone's coming!" I clambered out of the hatch and slid onto the roof of the APC. A convoy consisting of 3 olive-green Land Rovers was heading this way from the inland side of the road. I slammed the hatch and jumped to the ground where Becca waited. "We need to hide," I said. Together, we scrambled over the hedge and into the field on the other side. If we ran across the field, we'd be out in the open and easily spotted by the occupants of the Land Rovers. We lay on our stomachs and wormed our way under the hedge. I tried to control my breathing, which sounded as if I'd just run a marathon. "They'll see the Audi," Becca whispered. "There's nothing we can do about that." I just prayed that seeing the car wouldn't make the new arrivals suspicious and prompt them to check the area. If they looked over the hedge, they'd see us. There was no doubt about that. The vehicles came to a stop, and I heard doors opening. "What the bloody hell is this?" a voice said. I recognized it. It was the brigadier. "Looks like they're trying to block the road, sir," someone said. The brigadier guffawed. "Well, I knew Fleming didn't want to talk to me, but I didn't think he'd put an APC in the road." I heard laughter, and estimated there were 5 or 6 people. "Don't worry, sir, we'll move it. This car as well." "Well, get on with it. If Fleming decides not to get on board with our plan, we've got some preparations to make when we get back to camp, haven't we?" "They're preparing the drone now, sir, just in case." "Good. I don't hold out much hope where Fleming is concerned. He's too old-fashioned. Can't see the way the future is panning out. Still, if he refuses, then that's what Operation Reaper is for, isn't it?" I heard the Audi's engine turn over, and then rustling and cracking sounds, as if someone was driving it into the hedge on the opposite side of the road. I guessed that was exactly what was happening. The road was narrow. The Land Rovers would be behind the Audi, so the only place to move the car was through the hedge. At least they hadn't chosen to drive it through the hedge we were hiding under. The Audi's engine revved, and more cracking and braking sounds ensued. "Turn it off!" the brigadier shouted. The engine went quiet. "Use the APC to flatten the hedge," the brigadier said. "Bloody hell, it's not rocket science. Can't get the staff these days." The APC hatch opened, and I heard someone clambering about inside. The engine started its deafening rumble, and the vehicle trundled into the hedge on the opposite side of the road, flattening it. The engine cut off, and I heard the driver climb out. The Audi started up again and was driven through the hole left by the APC. "There," the brigadier said. "That wasn't hard, was it?" Doors slammed as he and the soldiers got back into the Land Rovers. The vehicles set off towards the marina. Becca and I crawled out from under the hedge. "What was that about?" she asked. "Sounds like the brigadier is going to try and get whoever's in charge at the marina, Fleming, on board with his plan." "What plan is that?" We climbed over the hedge and stood on the road. The APC and the Audi were now in the field on the opposite side. "He wants to use his zombie gas on the country's enemies and become a national hero. Actually, not just the country's enemies, but his own personal enemies as well." I thought of the people on Apocalypse Island. The brigadier had used his gas on them without a second's hesitation, and they might see us. We climbed back over the hedge and sat in our original hiding place, looking out over the field. The day was still warm and bright, but in the distance, dark clouds rolled in from the sea. "Are we ever going to get off the mainland?" Becca asked out of nowhere. "Yes, of course we are. Why do you say that?" "Ever since I set foot on that beach yesterday, I seem to have been cursed. I thought my luck was bad before, being at sea with Rob and Tim. But even that was preferable to wondering if a zombie is going to appear at any second, or if a soldier is going to catch me and send me to some prison camp." "That won't happen," I assured her. "We're getting out of here." "I just can't see it happening, Alex. There's too much that can go wrong. We're going to get caught or killed. I know it." I could see where she was coming from. Yesterday, she'd been out on the sea, in an uncomfortable situation perhaps, but reasonably safe. Now, the 3 people she'd been out there with, one of whom had been her brother, were all dead. Well, technically, only Feltz was actually dead. Her brother and Tim were infected with the rage virus. We were stuck here with 100 boats in sight, but all of them were out of reach. On top of that, Brigadier James Gordon was here, and that was always a bad sign. I couldn't let myself descend into a funk. If I did, we were both as good as dead. We just had to keep our spirits up and keep fighting until we found a way to get out to sea. I knew the coordinates of Apocalypse Island, and from there I could get us to the island where my friends were. "We have to stay strong," I told her. I wanted the words to give her inner strength, but they came out sounding like an empty platitude. We both started when we heard vehicles coming up the road from the marina. Now that the APC and the Audi had been removed, there was no need for the vehicles to stop. They sped past us and headed inland. When they were some distance away, I stood up and peered over the hedge. The vehicles were the 3 Land Rovers. "The brigadier and his men have left," I told Becca. We climbed over the hedge and entered the field across the road. "We should probably head south along the coast," I said. "We'll check for boats every few miles, and hope we don't run into a military patrol or a horde of zombies." It didn't sound like much of a plan. Becca was probably thinking the same thing. She smiled thinly and simply said, "Yeah." "We can wait until dusk," I suggested. "We might be safer moving under the cover of darkness." Becca nodded and leant against the APC. She looked out across the field, and I knew she was worried about our next move. I also knew there was nothing I could do or say to alleviate her worries. I wasn't any happier about driving down the coast than she was. "What's that?" she said, looking up at the clouds. I heard it too. A distant rush that sounded like something cutting through the air above the clouds. A plane, Becca said. I saw the dark shape of an aircraft pass through a gap in the clouds. Looks like a military drone. Shit. Should we take cover? I remembered a drone like this destroying an entire coastal village when I'd been in the Mastiff with Sam, Tanya, and Lucy. Yeah, we should take cover. We crawled under the APC and remained still and silent. The sound of the drone got louder. It's coming this way, Becca whispered urgently. Maybe it's seen us. No, I'm sure it's flying over the coastline. I adjusted my position so I could see what was going on. The drone was closer to the sea than it was to our position. It hasn't seen us, I told Becca. It's flying over the marina. Something dropped from the drone. It whistled through the air as it fell towards the marina. The aircraft continued on its way, heading south along the coast. Get in the APC! I shouted to Becca. I think it's a bomb. We scrambled out from beneath the vehicle and climbed onto its roof. I hauled the hatch open and Becca dropped inside. The bomb hit the marina. A small explosion was followed by a cloud of red mist rising into the air. I heard screams. Some of them became growls. Others twisted into sounds that I could hardly believe had come from the throat of a human being. I dropped into the APC and slammed the hatch shut, locking it behind me. He's dropped the gas on the marina, I told Becca. Fleming must have refused whatever it was the brigadier wanted, so he's called in an airstrike. They're all turning feral down there. She'd crawled into the rear corner of the vehicle and was sitting cross-legged with her hands held to her ears. She'd obviously heard the inhuman noises and couldn't stand to listen to them any longer. We're safe here, I said, not even sure that she could hear me. Perhaps I was trying to convince myself anyway. The gas will disperse soon. We waited. With the hatch shut, we couldn't hear anything outside. But I knew what was happening at the marina. They were killing each other, ripping each other to pieces. When enough time had passed that I was sure the gas must have dispersed, I climbed into the cockpit and opened the driver's hatch. I stuck my head out and warily looked around. No one had come this way. I could hear screams and shouts at the marina, but this part of the road was clear. I started the engine. It burst into life and idled noisily. Pressing my foot gently on the accelerator, I tried to figure how the steering columns worked by driving forward through the gap in the hedge and turning onto the road. Becca appeared behind me. Are we getting out of here? I looked down through the hatch at her and shook my head. We're going to the marina. We're going to get a boat. Chapter 10. What? Are you crazy? She shrunk back into the interior of the vehicle, shaking her head at my plan. This is our only chance, I said, over the roar of the engine. The bomb has created chaos at the marina. We can slip through and get a boat. The bomb has created crazed killers, she shouted at me. Please, turn this thing around, Alex. We need to get out of here. Now that an opening had opened up to get a boat, I couldn't entertain the idea of driving down the coast in the faint hope of finding a way off the mainland. This was our chance to sail to freedom. I had to take it. The APC rolled along the road quickly on her tank tracks. Ahead, the marina buildings came into view. I saw soldiers running, pursued by others with slavering mouths and wild eyes. Some of the unaffected soldiers were shooting at their feral counterparts, only to be taken down by a different creature coming from behind. The entire scene was chaos. That was what I was counting on. I used the steering poles to steer the APC towards the docks and gritted my teeth. The vehicle left the road and rolled over the grass. Now that I was closer to the commotion, the sounds were louder. Gunshots, shouts, growls, snarls and screams filled the air. I ducked down through the hatch so my head wasn't too exposed. "We're nearly there," I said to Becca. She didn't reply. A feral soldier appeared in front of the APC, frothing at the mouth and glaring at me with red eyes. I didn't slow down. I simply ran over him. His bones made a sickening crunch under the tank tracks. We were almost at the docks now. I drove the APC onto the wooden structure, hoping it would shield us from the chaos and provide a barrier between us and the creatures. The wooden dock wasn't strong enough to take the vehicle's weight. The wood splintered beneath the tracks. Before we ended up in the sea, I hit the brakes and shouted to Becca to open the hatch. I heard her turning the wheel that unlocked it. Ducking down into the interior of the APC, I picked up my axe and waited until Becca opened the hatch. As she pushed it open, I said, "Run for the nearest boat. Get on it and hunker down." She nodded and lifted herself out through the hole in the roof. I followed, hot on her heels. We slid down to the dock and ran to the closest boat, a 42-footer with a flying bridge. She was tied up fore and aft. Instead of taking the time to untie the knots, I used the axe to cut them. Becca was already on the boat, leaning over the stern and pointing at the dock behind me. "Alex!" I turned in time to see a feral creature scrambling over the APC towards me. I waited for it to get close enough and swung the axe at its body. The creature yelped and fell to the dock, bleeding from a gash beneath its ribcage. I turned away from it and pushed the boat out. It needed to be clear of all the other boats before it could get out to sea. A male voice shouted from the end of the dock, "Wait! Wait for me! Please!" A young black soldier was climbing over the APC, waving at me. He held a carbine in one hand, but didn't seem intent on using it. I positioned myself to strike. "No, wait, I won't hurt you," he said. His eyes were full of fear. "Look, here's my gun." He tossed it at my feet. "All I ask is that you take me with you. I don't want to die." "Come on," Becca shouted at him. "Get on board." I picked up the carbine and checked it, fully loaded. Slinging it over my shoulder, I stepped onto the boat and made my way to the bridge, breathing a sigh of relief when I saw the keys in the ignition. The engine started immediately, and I steered the craft out into the channel between the other boats. I pushed the accelerator forward, and the engines rose in pitch. We moved forward, the other boats bobbing in our wake. "Alex!" Becca shouted again. I turned and saw 3 feral soldiers running along the dock, keeping pace with us. I raised the carbine and dispatched 2 with short bursts. The third ran across the deck of a moored boat to get closer to us, and made the leap that would land it on our deck. I couldn't shoot without risking hitting Becca or the soldier. As the feral creature landed, Becca rushed forward and brained it with the tire iron. The creature fell, and she stood over it, repeatedly hitting it, crushing its skull. I turned my attention back to the controls. A minute later, I heard the feral creature's corpse splash into the water, as Becca and the soldier heaved it overboard. We were clear of the marina now, the chaos behind us. As I steered the boat into open water, I looked back and saw dead bodies littering the grass and the area around the marina buildings. We were out of danger. I killed the engine and went to the aft deck, where the soldier and Becca were leaning on the aft railing, watching the carnage we'd left behind. "What's your name?" I asked the young soldier. "Private Baines, sir," he said, standing ramrod straight. "Private Gabriel Baines." "No need to call me sir, Gabriel. My name is Alex. This is Becca. What regiment are you in?" 2nd Battalion, the Mercian Regiment. What were you doing at the marina? Guarding it from hostiles. You mean zombies? He nodded. We had a few encounters with the hordes in Cumbria. We were stationed at the marina to keep transport routes open. And in the end, your squad was wiped out by fellow soldiers, I mused. He collapsed onto the bench and nodded. I don't know what happened. There was a red mist, and then everyone went crazy. I wasn't referring to those soldiers, I told him. I meant the ones who dropped that gas on the marina, the brigadier. He looked at me, confused. Brigadier? Do you know who Brigadier James Gordon is? Is he the officer who visited Captain Fleming earlier today? He is. He's also the man who ordered that airstrike on the marina, and is responsible for the deaths of everyone there. His frown deepened. I don't understand. Why would he do that? He tried to get Fleming to join him. Obviously your captain refused. Join him in what? The brigadier and his men are marching to a different drum than the rest of the military. They're using this apocalypse to further their own agenda. The brigadier's policy is obviously one of whoever isn't with him is against him. He shook his head and put his face in his hands. I can't believe that my friends were killed by other soldiers. I clapped him on the shoulder and returned to the bridge. I needed to get us to Apocalypse Island. From there, I could take us southwest to where my friends were. Unfortunately, navigation wasn't my strong suit. The boat had a GPS system, and Mike had taught me how to use it to plot waypoints on the way to a destination. I started the engine and waited for the computer to boot up. It didn't. I made sure it was switched on and checked all the wires that ran into the machine. Nothing seemed to be amiss, but the navigation system wasn't switching on. I even rapped my knuckles on the screen a couple of times, but nothing happened. Shit! It wouldn't be possible to find Apocalypse Island without the GPS. An experienced sailor would be able to do it, but I had no chance. I turned the engine off. No need to waste fuel if I didn't know where we were going, and went down to the deck. Gabriel was still sitting with his head in his hands on the stern bench. I couldn't see Becca. I opened the door that led to below decks and found her in the kitchen, going through the cupboards. She'd put an assortment of tins on the counters and was rummaging around, looking for more. It reminded me of Lucy in the marine biologist's kitchen a couple of days ago. Find anything? I asked. There's plenty of tins and even tea and coffee. That's great. We'll have plenty to eat then. Unfortunately, there's no navigation system. Her face dropped. So we can't go anywhere. We can go anywhere, we just won't know where we are. I can't get us to the island where my friends are. Not unless we find another boat with GPS. I'm not going back to that marina, she said firmly. No, I didn't mean we had to go back. We'll just keep an eye out, okay? We might see a craft moored up somewhere. She nodded. Okay. Gabriel seems to be taking it badly. He just watched all his friends die, she said. What do you expect? Yeah, I suppose you're right. How are you holding up? I could have bloody killed you when you drove us into the marina with all that shit going on. But I'm glad you did now. It all worked out in the end. Yes, we're safe on the Orchid. Orchid? That's what this boat is called. I just had to look over the side to read the name. Cool. The pitter-patter of rain sounded on the roof and the deck. It smeared down the windows, blurring the view of the sea and the distant coast. Gabriel didn't move. He sat out on the bench while the rain came down. I opened the door. Hey! Gabriel! Are you going to come inside or what? He looked up, nodded, and sauntered below decks. Once inside, he sat on the sofa in the living room. You're going to have to snap out of it, man, I said. We need our wits about us if we're going to survive.
Sorry, he said.
It's just that my whole life has just been ruined. Everything I knew, everything I wanted, just went up in smoke.
Listen, I said, sitting next to him.
We've all had it hard since the world went to shit. But we need to remember that we're the lucky ones. We're still alive. The best way to honour those we've lost is to continue to survive.
He nodded. I know. It's not like I haven't lost friends before today. I was in Afghanistan before all this went down. I'd only been home a couple of weeks. But what happened today isn't like losing someone in a conflict. My friends were killed by our own people. What does that mean for the future of this country, when our own military is killing our soldiers?
It means the brigadier has to be stopped, I said. He doesn't represent military command. He's gone rogue. He's chasing his own agenda.
And killing people in the process? Yes, he is.
What happened today was unfortunate, but we have to move forward. Your friends wouldn't want to think they died in vain, and that you're just going to give up, would they?
Some of them aren't dead. They're whatever the hell those things were. I saw my best friend kill his own brother with his bare hands. He ripped him apart.
Best not to think about that, Becca said.
I'll put the kettle on and we'll have a nice cup of tea.
She started fussing about with mugs and tea bags.
She's right, I told Gabriel.
Don't dwell on the bad stuff because it'll kill you in the end. He nodded resolutely and seemed to take my words on board.
Is there anything I can do? He asked. What do you want me to do to earn my place on this boat?
Do you know anything about marine navigation?
Nothing at all.
Then you just sit tight and have a cup of tea. I went to the kitchen to help Becca. She had the kettle heating on the gas ring and 3 mugs on the counter, each with a tea bag sitting in it.
He'll be okay, I said.
She nodded.
We've all been through a lot.
I don't know what we're going to do next. Unless we find a navigational system, we're just going to sail around aimlessly forever.
Could be worse.
I realised that, compared to what she'd been doing since the start of the apocalypse, floating around in a fishing boat with 3 other people, the Orchid must seem like luxury to her. The boat was spacious and had all the mod cons. Becca probably didn't care if we found the island or not. I couldn't blame her. She didn't know any of the people there. Hell, even I didn't know Hart's team all that well. But Lucy, Sam and Tanya were my friends, and I missed them. I didn't even know if Sam and Tanya had survived the balls up of a mission we tried to carry out on Apocalypse Island. The kettle boiled, and Becca poured the water into 2 mugs.
"Help yourself to sugar," she said,
pointing to a bag on the counter. I wondered why she'd only made 2 drinks. What about Gabriel? She nodded to where he was sitting on the sofa. I looked over. Gabriel was sound asleep, arms folded across his chest. Becca raised her mug and said, "To survival."
"Survival," I mused,
clinking her mug with my own.
I sipped the hot, sweet tea and looked out at the blurry world beyond the windows.
Tomorrow I'd look at the maps that must surely be on this boat somewhere and try to come up with a plan, but for now, we were lost.
Chapter 11. The next morning, I stepped out on deck to find the coast shrouded in fog. I'd managed to find some marine charts and maps in one of the cupboards downstairs. These showed the locations of rocks and sandbars, and would be a great help once the Orchid got underway. So I knew the danger spots to avoid. The problem was, I had no idea where I was going. And now that the coast was hidden by thick fog, that meant I'd have trouble with even simple navigation, such as taking the boat north or south.
It was possible to navigate a coastline by eye, but not when it was hidden from view. I stowed the charts and maps in a storage area in the bridge, and went down to the foredeck. The sea was calm today. Small waves lapped against the side of the boat, and, somewhere in the distance, I could hear gulls crying. But, other than that, the morning was quiet. I'd slept like a log last night. Compared to sleeping on the hard metal floor of the APC, a real bed felt like sleeping on clouds. Becca and I had left Gabriel on the sofa when we'd gone to our respective cabins, and he'd still been there this morning, although he'd changed position and was lying across the sofa instead of sitting up on it. He'd hardly stirred when I'd stepped past him and opened the door to come outside. The boat barely moved beneath my feet as I stood on the deck looking out at the fog, and a line from Coleridge's The Rime of the Ancient Mariner came into my head. Day after day, we stuck, nor breath nor motion, as idle as a painted ship upon a painted ocean. I'd studied the poem in English Lit in school, but the words had stuck with me because they were also part of an Iron Maiden song. "What you doing?" I turned around to see Becca coming out on deck, rubbing her eyes. "Thinking about the Rime of the Ancient Mariner. Cool song." "Yeah." She leaned against the safety rail and looked out over the foggy sea. "Wow, I can't even see the coast." "You can just make it out if you look over that way," I said, pointing. "It looks like a dark shadow." "Oh, yeah. Want some coffee?" "Sure, that'd be great." "Gabriel is still asleep." "Well, there's no reason to wake him up. We won't be going anywhere in this." She went below decks and came back after a few minutes with 2 steaming mugs of coffee. I took one from her and sipped the scalding liquid. "Ow! That's hot." "Well, what did you expect? It's just come out of the kettle. Wait for it to cool down, dummy." She laughed and shook her head in amusement. Gabriel appeared, looking bleary-eyed. He said sheepishly as he joined us. "Sorry for falling asleep like that." "No need to apologize," I told him. "You haven't missed anything." He looked out at the fog. "Yeah, I can see that." "Kettle's boiled if you want a coffee," Becca said. "Thanks. I'll have one in a bit. I'm still trying to get my bearings." "Well, that's one thing we don't have," I said. "Our bearings. With the fog covering the coastline, I have no idea where we are. We're just drifting aimlessly at the moment. I suppose I should find the nearest infantry unit and let them know what happened to Fleming and the others," he said. "What then?" Becca asked him. He shrugged. "They'll assign me to another section of my regiment, another job." "Don't you feel like you're fighting a losing battle?" she said. "Not only are you up against the zombies, but there's a section of the army that's killing its own." "Yeah, I admit it's scary," he said. "I'm starting to think the stories about the Reapers are true." "Reapers?" I asked. "It's just a legend that started after the zombies appeared. The guys in my unit used to scare each other with stories about the Reapers. I used to think it was nonsense, but after what happened yesterday, I'm not so sure anymore." I remembered the brigadier mentioning Operation Reaper when he and his men were on their way to the marina. "What are these stories, exactly?" He rubbed his eyes. "Do you mind if I get a coffee first? I need the caffeine." "Of course. Go ahead." Becca moved closer to me and whispered, "They were talking about Project Reaper yesterday when we were in that hedge. Do you think it's connected?" I shrugged and sipped the coffee. It was cooler now. "I don't know. I have no idea what Gabriel is going to tell us." Thunder rumbled somewhere in the distance, and heavy drops of rain began to fall, splashing against the deck. "Well, he's going to have to tell us inside," she said, heading for the door. I followed her below decks and closed the door. The rain was lashing down now, and another peal of thunder sounded, closer this time. Gabriel was replacing the kettle on the ring after pouring a mug of coffee for himself. "Looks like the heavens have opened." "It might get rid of this fog," I said. "So, tell us about these mysterious reapers." We all sat at the dining table with our mugs of coffee. "I don't really know where it started," Gabriel said. "It's like an urban legend, where someone reckons they know someone who saw a monster living in a wood somewhere. Yet, if you investigate it, no one can say exactly who the person is who saw the monster. The Reapers are like that." "Tell us what you heard," I prompted. "OK, so we're stationed at an electrical substation a month ago, and me and my mate Will are doing night duty. It was cold that night, and we were marching around and doing jumping jacks, trying to keep warm, when all of a sudden Will says, 'Have you heard about the Reapers?' out of nowhere. I didn't know what he was on about. I said, 'What do you mean?' 'The Grim Reaper,' and he shakes his head. Tells me he heard about a para-regiment being wiped out by a secret government group called the Reapers." "Did he say where he'd heard it?" I asked. "He told me this story about a lone survivor who made it to the nearest army outpost and stumbled into camp, half dead. When he was questioned about what had happened, he simply said, 'The Reapers,' and died." "You're right," Becca said. "This does sound like an urban legend." "I know. I agree," he said. "I'm not saying it's true or anything. I'm just telling what Will told me." "A clandestine government group," I mused. "Yeah, and over time the story grew," Gabriel said. "In some versions, the Paras had been inside one of those bunkers. You know, the survival bunkers they have for the top brass and the Prime Minister. And the Paras had been killed because they'd found out about something called Project Reaper." Becca and I exchanged a look. Gabriel caught it. "What? Are you telling me it's real?" "You're telling us what you know about it," Becca reminded him. "Well, not much else, really. The rumour goes that the government and all the survivors underground, the ones who had their places reserved in the bunkers in case of nuclear war or anything else catastrophic, are the people who are supposed to rebuild the country. And this mess that's going on at the moment needs to be cleaned up before they can come out of the bunkers and do that. So the Reapers are cleaning everything up." "And by cleaning everything up, you mean killing everyone?" Becca said. Gabriel shrugged. "I don't know. It's just a legend." He looked from Becca to me. At least, I thought it was. I sat back in my chair and pondered what I'd just heard. A clandestine government organisation wasn't hard to believe. We all knew they existed. The story about the Paras could be true, or at least based in truth. I had no reason to doubt the existence of Operation Reaper, since I'd heard those exact words come out of the mouth of the brigadier himself. But did it make any logical sense that a clandestine organisation from the bunkers was trying to destroy everyone and everything on the surface, zombies and survivors alike? It did if the government wanted a clean slate. They'd been hiding in their bunkers since this all began, blissful in their ignorance of what was going on up here. They probably had reports from the survivor camps and the military units stationed around the country, but it was simply data. It meant nothing more to them than numbers on a spreadsheet. If they thought that the current situation was unsalvageable, and that everyone on the surface was going to die eventually anyway, Then why not wipe them all out? There were plenty of people in the bunkers waiting to re-emerge into the sunlight and start building a new future. So where did the brigadier fit into all this? Perhaps his job was to round up military personnel who might be sympathetic to the Reaper's twisted cause. And if he was met with refusal, he'd have to eliminate that person, because he'd have revealed Project Reaper to them during his sales pitch. If they weren't eliminated, they might talk, and a military faction might rise that was against everything the Reapers stood for. There'd be a civil war. Much easier in the Brigadier's mind to simply drop a gas bomb on the offending unit and wipe them out. The gas, I said. That's how they'll do it. Becca frowned at me. What? That's how they'll clean up the country. They'll drop the gas. Everyone will kill each other and then eventually die themselves. That's the clean slate they want. I don't think that's the plan, Gabriel said. Or maybe it is, and what I heard was wrong. What did you hear? I asked. According to the rumours, the Reapers want to develop a race of super soldiers that they're going to drop behind enemy lines in hostile countries. And they're going to use those same super soldiers to clean up this country as well. Why do they need super soldiers if they have the gas? Becca asked. Maybe it is just a rumour. They'll use the soldiers to clean up after the gas attacks, I said. There'll be some survivors. The super soldiers will take care of them. Becca raised an eyebrow. Do you really believe they're developing super soldiers? It sounds like something out of a Captain America comic book. They were experimenting with Patient Zero, I said. If they could replicate him somehow, or make others like him, they'd have their super soldier. If he was dropped behind enemy lines, he'd soon wipe out anyone he met. I have a question, Gabriel said. All of this doesn't have anything to do with a quarry in Cornwall, does it? After the Brigadier and his men left, I heard Fleming say he was damned if he was uprooting our unit from the marina, just so we could guard a disused quarry in Cornwall. I felt my blood run cold. Alex, Becca said, concerned. Are you okay? He knows where Patient Zero is, I said. He knows he's in Bunker 53. Chapter 12. I got up and paced the room. I didn't know what else to do. If no one stopped the Brigadier, or the Reapers, or whoever the hell was going to Bunker 53, their plan to create hundreds, or maybe even thousands, of Patient Zero super soldiers would succeed. There was no way I could stop them. Not without help. Not only was I poorly equipped, I was floating on the sea in the middle of thick fog. I had no idea where I was. I knew approximately where the quarry was, but that was hundreds of miles away. I pushed through the door and stepped onto the deck, rushing to the bridge to try the radio. Hart and the others had radio communication at the island. Maybe if I sent out a distress call, they'd hear me. I didn't hold out much hope of that happening. The Orchid might be out of radio range. Perhaps no one at the island was monitoring radio communications. Or the radio on this boat might not even work. Still, I had to try. I picked up the radio mic and keyed the button. This is a distress call from the Orchid. I repeat, a distress call from the Orchid. Hart, are you receiving? Is anyone hearing this? I released the button and waited. Static hissed at me from the radio speaker. Is anyone there? I repeated. More hissing static. I waited a little longer, while the rain drummed on the roof of the bridge. I keyed the radio again. Hart? Sam? Tanya? Anyone? This is Alex. I need help. More static came from the radio. Then I heard click and a garbled voice. I couldn't make out the words, or even tell if the person speaking was male or female. It sounded as if they were down a deep well. After a short time, the static resumed. I clicked the radio. Say again. I repeat, say again. Over. More hissing, more garbled words, and then nothing but static. Might be best to try after the storm has passed. I looked up to see Gabriel standing there, coffee mug in hand. Yeah, you're right. These things aren't great at the best of times. I replaced the radio mic in its cradle. He leaned against the window. So, you think the Reapers are real? And they're really going to kill everyone? I don't think it. I know it. If they get to Bunker 53, they'll get everything they need to carry out their plan. What's so important about Bunker 53? A few days ago, a group of us took Patient Zero there. We thought they'd contain him, but they ended up throwing us out just as he came to. They locked themselves in there with him. They're almost certainly all dead now. So Patient Zero is running around in a government bunker? I nodded. So what's your plan? To kill him? I'd rather stop them from opening the bunker altogether. That way, Patient Zero remains locked inside. How are you going to do that? I have absolutely no idea. If you want the army to help, I know a unit based in Swansea that might listen to what you have to say. The captain there is a good man. He might be able to provide some fire support, at the very least. I grimaced. I didn't like the military, and even though Gabriel trusted this captain, I had no reason to do the same. There was, however, one thing in Swansea that might be a good enough reason to sail there: a marina. Swansea Marina was where I'd first set foot on the Big Easy with Lucy, Mike and Elena. There were plenty of boats at that marina with GPS systems. His name's Captain Powell, Gabriel said. Captain Lucius Powell. There's no way he'd be on board with this plan to wipe everybody out. If we can convince him what's going down, I'm sure he'd help us. It's something to consider, I said, even though I had little intention of seeking help from the army. For one thing, I doubted Captain Powell would even believe the Reapers existed. Never mind that they planned to destroy everyone above ground. Well, give it some thought, he said. I will. Although we're not going anywhere until this fog lifts. The radio crackled. The garbled voice drifted out through the speaker, but the words were lost to interference. There's somebody out there somewhere, I said, half to myself. They're probably too far away, he suggested. If they get closer to our location, the signal might improve. And, like I said, these climactic conditions aren't helping. Becca is cooking some rice and beans. Are you coming down? Yeah, I'll be there in a minute. He left, and I sat by the radio a while longer, hoping the voice on the other end would become more intelligible. I heard a few clicks and pops coming out the speaker, but it was mostly just static and the hiss of dead air. The fog was starting to clear. Through the rain-streaked windows, I could see the coast more clearly now. We'd drifted closer than I'd thought, so I started the engines and took us out into deeper water. I killed the engine again, and the Orchid bobbed on the waves, rolling slightly with the movement of the water. I got up out of the chair. Rice and beans sounded good right now. Maybe by the time I'd eaten them, the fog might have lifted entirely. The radio burst into life. One word fought its way through the static. Orchid? There was more to the message, but it was broken up and incomprehensible. It was a woman's voice. Was it Claudia Larson, the helicopter pilot? I grabbed the mic and pressed the button. "This is the Orchid. Claudia, is that you? Over." Static hissed through the speaker. Then Claudia's voice came through, broken up by the interference, but unmistakably her. "Alex, it's Larson. We're our way to in chopper. What you location? Over?" "I don't know my location. I'm on a boat with 2 other survivors. We launched from a marina. Currently lost in fog. Over." "We need return to base. We'll look for you. Back in the air. Over. Out." I replaced the radio mic and let out a long sigh of relief. Claudia was out there somewhere, and from what I'd gleaned from her communication, she had to return to base but would look for me when she got the chopper back in the air. I went below decks, where Becca and Gabriel were dishing out rice and something that looked more like chili than plain old beans. It smelt good, too. The scent of spices hung in the air. "Wow," I said. "Something smells great." Becca grinned. "Take a seat and I'll bring it over." I sat at the table and waited for the other 2 to join me. Becca placed a bowl of rice and chili in front of me, and my mouth watered. I resisted digging in with my spoon. I wanted to tell them my news first. I just spoke to Claudia Larson on the radio. She's one of my friends, a helicopter pilot. "That's great," Becca said. "Is she going to come and pick us up?" "Not yet. The comms weren't great. I don't know if she was too far away or if it was the storm, or both, but I heard enough to know that she's looking for us." Her face fell slightly. "Oh, well, that's still good, right?" "Yeah," I said. I shoveled a spoonful of the food into my mouth. It was spicy but good. "So, we just wait here until she comes?" Becca asked. "We don't have much choice at the moment. The fog is lifting, but visibility is still poor." "How's the chili?" "Amazing. I can't believe you managed to whip this up with stuff you found in the kitchen." "Yeah. I think the people who owned the Orchid were into cooking. The cupboards are stocked with spices and herbs, and there are ingredients for plenty of dishes. Looks like we'll be well fed then." We ate in silence, savouring the food. Outside, the rain continued, but the thunder stopped. When we were done, Gabriel took the bowls and cutlery to the sink and washed up. "You know, when Claudia gets here with the chopper," I said to Becca, "I'm going to get her to fly me to Bunker 53. You might want to stay here on the Orchid until we get back. Then we can go to the island I told you about." "What?" "Why can't we go to the island first?" "We might not have the time. If the brigadier is already on his way to—" "Alex, saving the world isn't your responsibility." "I know, but I don't see anyone else trying to stop the brigadier, so I don't have a choice." She sighed, folded her arms on the table, and rested her head in them. "Fine, whatever. But I'm not waiting here on my own. I'll wait in the chopper." "That's fine by me." A couple of hours later, I was on the aft deck, listening out for the telltale crackle of the radio. So far, it had been silent. The rain had stopped, and the fog all but disappeared. The clouds were breaking up in places, showing blue sky. Becca was sitting on the stern bench, looking out to sea. Gabriel was leaning against the bow rail, watching the shoreline. "I can hear something," Becca said. She inspected the sky. "Do you hear that?" I listened. I couldn't hear anything. "It's getting closer," she said. I could hear it now, a distant buzz above the clouds. Thoughts of drones and gas bombs filled me head. Maybe we should get below decks. It's there, Becca said, pointing. I followed her finger, and I saw it too. A black, bulky shape flying just below the clouds. I recognized the silhouette. It was a Chinook. Static burst from the radio, followed by Claudia's voice. Orchid, we have a visual. Hello, Alex. It's good to see you. Over. I rushed to the bridge and picked up the mic. Claudia, good to hear your voice. Get us out of here. Over and out. The Chinook approached until its blades were cutting the air above the boat, the downdraft sending ripples radiating out in the sea around us. The side door behind the cockpit opened, and a helmeted head appeared. It looked like Terry Reeves, the other pilot. He gave us the thumbs up and lowered a harness on a thick cable down to the deck. You want to go first, I shouted to Becca over the noise of the chopper. She nodded and attached the harness around her shoulders. I gave Terry a thumbs up, and Becca was lifted into the air by the winch on the Chinook. You're next, I said to Gabriel. When the empty harness came down, the young soldier strapped himself in and was winched up. The harness came down a third time, and I put it on. The initial jolt as the rope tightened was jarring, but then I was lifted smoothly up to the chopper. The Orchid seemed to shrink beneath my dangling boots as I went higher. When I was in the Chinook, I unfastened the straps with Terry's help and took a seat next to Becca and Gabriel. I put on a flight helmet and said, We have to go to Bunker 53. The Brigadier knows that's where Patient Zero is. No can do, Claudia said. We need to refuel before we go anywhere. We have to go back to the island. Okay, I understand. The Chinook pitched and yawed, and then we were flying away. The Orchid became nothing more than a white dot in the sea before she disappeared completely. Chapter 13. We landed on the island, setting down on the helipad by the hangar. As we climbed out of the Chinook, I was relieved to see Sam, Tanya, Hart, Hamilton, and Lucy come out of the main building to greet us. They'd all escaped Apocalypse Island. Lucy threw her arms around me and buried her head against my shoulder. I thought you were dead. Don't ever disappear like that again. I didn't have much choice, I told her. What about Fletcher and Waters? Hart asked. They didn't make it, I told him. I want to know everything that happened. That's going to have to wait. We've got a problem. The Brigadier knows where Patient Zero is. A worried look crossed his face. How can he know that? Does Project Reaper mean anything to you? He shook his head. Should it? There's a clandestine group of killers who have been tasked with annihilating everyone above ground to wipe the slate clean for the people who are currently hiding in the government bunkers. They're called the Reapers. The project involves the gas the Brigadier used at Apocalypse Island and the development of super soldiers. Basically, more Patient Zeros. That's how they know where Patient Zero is, Hart said. If they're part of the bunker network, they'll know that Bunker 53 has gone offline. They probably received Mayday messages if anyone in 53 had time to get them out on the network. So what do we do? Hamilton said. We have to make sure they don't get their hands on Patient Zero. A handful of us against an army brigade. We don't have a choice. We can't sit back and wait for them to destroy everything. Agreed, Hamilton said. But we need a plan. We can't go in there half-cocked. We'll formulate a plan on the way there. As soon as the chopper is refueled, we're leaving. We might already be too late. Grab your weapons and equipment. We managed to get some weapons from Site Bravo 1 before it all went pear-shaped, he said to me. Grab a nice big gun for yourself. He looked at Becca and Gabriel. Can you two fight? I can, sir, Gabriel said. Private Gabriel Baines, Mercian Regiment, reporting for duty. Get yourself some gear, Baines. Follow the others. Yes, sir. And what about you? He asked Becca. I'm not a fighter, she told him. She's a survivor, I said. He nodded. All right, you can wait here. I can cook, she said. Well then, you'll find a kitchen inside that building. Make us something nice for when we get back. Yes, sir. You don't have to call him sir, I whispered. She grinned and went into the main building. I followed Hart inside, and he led me to a room equipped with metal shelves that held an assortment of weapons. Everyone was in here, selecting guns for the mission ahead. The armory, Hart said. It's not much, but it'll do for now. Find yourself something nice. I chose a carbine, much like the one I'd taken to Apocalypse Island, and some extra ammo. We've got grenades, you know, Hart said, pointing to a pile of them on a table. I don't think I'll bother with those, I said. I'd probably end up bringing Bunker 53 down on top of our heads. Hart looked surprised. Really? I'm having one. He slid one into his pocket. Right. Let's see if the chopper is ready to fly. Lucy fell into step next to me. She was holding a carbine. Are you coming? I said. I thought you'd wait here. Someone's got to keep an eye on you. Claudia and Terry were in the Chinook's cockpit, performing pre-flight checks. Ready to go? Hart asked them as we piled on board. They both nodded. As we took our seats and strapped ourselves in, Hart stood at the front of the chopper. Listen up, everyone. We've been through a lot together. We've tried to fix this broken world as much as we can, even at the cost of our friends and comrades. Today, we have an important mission ahead of us. Important, because if we don't stop Project Reaper, no one else will. The buck stops here. We are the last hope for everyone on the mainland. Do me proud, and let's kick arse. Chapter 14. When the quarry came into view through the chopper's windows, we could see military vehicles parked around its perimeter. I counted 4 Land Rovers and an APC. Where do you want us to set down, sir? Claudia said over the headset radio. Right in the middle of the goddamn quarry, he said. This is no time for niceties. We dropped out of the sky quickly, and the rear door lowered, ready for us to make a hasty exit. Although I could see military vehicles, I couldn't see any personnel. If they were hiding, they must be underneath the vehicles, because there was nowhere else they could conceal themselves. The floor of the quarry was flat and level. We touched down, and everyone except Claudia and Terry got out. The pilots had been ordered to wait in the cockpit, ready to get us out of there quickly if we needed to evacuate for any reason. Unless they saw enemy troops, in which case they'd take to the sky and wait to land when needed. They were staying put. That left 7 of us to enter Bunker 53 and do whatever damage we could to Project Reaper. The original plan had been to ensure the bunker remained locked, but we were too late for that. The small door in the rock wall of the quarry was open. The brigadier and his men were already inside. "Let's go," Hart said. "We still don't have a plan," Hamilton said as we advanced to the open door. "Kill everything that moves," Hart told him. "How's that for a plan?" Works for me, sir. We reached the door and flanked it, pressing ourselves against the rocks. Hart made a quick motion with his hand, and Hamilton entered the bunker with Gabriel. Sam and Tanya went next, followed by Lucy and me. Hart brought up the rear. We crouched on the wide, sloping cement corridor inside the door. A green line painted on the floor led to a second door. That door was also open. "Damned idiots," Hart muttered. "Patient Zero is running around in here, and they didn't think to close the bloody doors." We proceeded along the corridor, weapons raised and ready. I felt sweat trickle down my back, but I didn't know if that was because I was warm or scared. As Hart had just reminded us, Patient Zero was in here somewhere. When we reached the second door, I could smell death in the air. I had no idea how many people had lived in Bunker 53, but I was certain they were all dead now. A heavy atmosphere seemed to hang over the place like a thick shroud. There were still no signs of the brigadier's men. It would have made sense for him to post guards on these doors to make sure no one came in or nothing got out, but he didn't seem to have bothered. Was he so confident that no one would show up and try to stop him, that he'd thrown caution to the wind? It seemed unlikely. Yet the open doors and lack of guards certainly suggested it. "Where is everyone, man?" Sam said, echoing my thoughts. Perhaps there was an emergency, and they had to rush inside to help the others, Hart suggested. "Let's keep moving until we find someone to shoot." "Or something," Josh Hamilton said. Hart waved his hand, and we moved through the second doorway in the same formation as we'd entered the bunker. I noticed Lucy was breathing heavily, and the expression on her face hovered somewhere between concern and pure fear. "Are you okay?" I whispered, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. She shrugged it away. "I'm fine." "We should have killed that thing when we had the chance," Tanya said. When no one replied, she added, "Come on, we're all thinking it." "We might have destroyed the only chance to find a cure for the virus," Hart said. "Well, the government has the cure all figured out," Hamilton said. "Total destruction of all survivors." "Enough chatter," Hart said. "Let's move." We proceeded through another open door and into a corridor that seemed to stretch into the bowels of the earth. There were doors on each side. They were closed. It was still quiet. With Hart in the lead, we moved along the corridor. As we passed each door, I expected it to burst open and for Patient Zero to jump out, ready to rip out our spines. I constantly looked over my shoulder at the corridor behind us, but nothing attacked us. There was no furtive movement in the shadows and no creature tracking us as we moved deeper into its lair. There was just an empty corridor. The corridor terminated at a closed steel door. Perhaps they managed to contain Patient Zero in the section of the bunker beyond this door, Hart mused. "Sir, why don't we just get the hell out of here and close all the doors?" Hamilton asked. "The Brigadier's men won't last long in here with that thing. We just lock everything up and let nature take its course." "It isn't just the Brigadier's men who want Patient Zero," Hart reminded him. "They've been sent here by the higher-ups because they're expendable, cannon fodder. If they manage to acquire the target, all well and good. If not, some other team will come. A team of these so-called Reapers. They're probably just using the Brigadier's men to test the waters. They're probably waiting to see if it all goes pear-shaped, or if the Brigadier actually manages to pull it off," Hamilton said. "Yeah," Hart said, "and judging by the lack of guards and how quiet it is in here, I'd say it's all gone pear-shaped." He tried the door. It opened. Beyond the doorway, I could see a cafeteria. The tables and chairs were scattered all over the place. Some of them were broken. We moved inside. Some sort of scuffle had happened here. There was blood on the walls and on the floor, but no bodies. 2 doors led from the cafeteria into other sections of the facility. "Might be time to split up," Hart said. I'd seen enough movies to know that this was a bad idea, a very bad idea. "We should stick together," I suggested. "I agree," Sam said. "We've all seen what happens in horror movies when the characters split up." "This is real life, not a movie," Hart told him. "Hamilton, hand out the comms units." Hamilton took 7 tiny headpieces out of his pocket and handed them around. I looked at mine closely. It was an in-ear headphone and a mic that hooked over the ear. "We'll stay in touch via these devices," Hart said. "Alex, Hamilton and Gabriel, you're Team A. Sam, Tanya and Lucy, you're with me. We're Team B. As soon as you see anything or make contact with the enemy, let the other team know. The devices are always on, so we'll hear each other at all times. Simply speak if you need assistance." I didn't like the idea of splitting up, but I didn't seem to have a choice. Hamilton, Gabriel and I took a route that led east out of the cafeteria, a narrow corridor with doors on either side, while the others entered a wider corridor that led south. "I'm not sure this is a good idea," I said as we made our way along the corridor. Hart's voice sounded in my ear. "We'll cover more ground this way." I'd forgotten he was listening. The corridor turned out to be a short one, and an open doorway at the far end showed a much larger room beyond. Except I couldn't see much of that room because it was shrouded in darkness. The corridors and rooms had all been brightly lit with overhead fluorescent strips on the ceiling up to this point. Now it seemed we were entering a part of the bunker that had no power. Our rifles had maglights duct-taped to their barrels. We switched them on. 3 beams of light penetrated the darkness in the room, revealing what looked like some sort of communal area. Easy chairs and low coffee tables furnished the room, along with a pool table, foosball table, and air hockey table. A dartboard hung on the wall. "Looks like they had a life of luxury down here," Gabriel remarked as we cautiously entered the room. "Yeah," Hamilton said. "This place was probably like a 5-star hotel." "Until it wasn't," I said. He nodded. "Yeah. Patient Zero changed all that. Their sanctuary became a living hell." "But where are they?" Gabriel whispered. "Where are all the people?" "Maybe this map will tell us," Hamilton said, shining his light on a map on the wall. It seemed to be a simple diagram of the bunker layout. The place was huge. Hamilton ran his finger over the map, tracing our steps from the entrance door. "We're here," he said, pointing at a square that was labelled Games Room. "What's that really big square there?" I asked, pointing at a room that was 4 or 5 times larger than this one. "Gymnasium," he read. "Hey, they even have a gym." "I bet there's a basketball court," Gabriel said. "It's big enough. Hell, there are probably 2. Hamilton's voice took on a serious tone, and he spoke into his mic. "This is Team A reporting. We are heading to the gymnasium." "Yes, I'd gathered that from your conversation," Hart's voice said in my earpiece. "Keep your eyes peeled and your mouths shut." Unlike us, Team B was totally silent. Even Sam had gone quiet. We memorized the route to the gym and left the games room, our maglite beams cutting through the darkness as we entered yet another corridor. "What's this?" The voice was in my ear, but it wasn't Hart. It was Lucy.
"Stand back," Hart said.
"What is it?" I asked. There was a pause, and then Lucy said, "Some sort of grey substance on the walls." I remembered the fungus zombie on the island, the room in Gilly's farmhouse, and Carly and Andy encased in grey matter that seemed to have a life of its own. "If you see any bodies," I warned, "don't go near them. They emit spores." "I don't see any bodies," Lucy said. "Just the grey stuff."
"We are proceeding with extreme caution," Hart said.
We did the same, shining our lights over the walls and ceiling, looking for fungus.
"That's what I hate about this virus," Hamilton whispered. "Fucking thing keeps constantly changing."
That gave me pause. I stopped in my tracks and tried to work something out in my head.
"What is it?" Hamilton asked. "Team A, report," Hart said. He'd obviously heard the concern in Hamilton's voice. "It's okay, sir. Alex is just having a thought. Or a stroke. It's hard to tell."
"We haven't considered what Patient Zero might have become," I said.
Hamilton raised an eyebrow. "He's what he's always been. A spine-ripping killer."
I shook my head. "That's what he was before. That doesn't mean that's what he is now."
"I don't follow."
"He was hit with a dose of vaccine and he died from the gunshot wounds Johnny Drake had inflicted on him. When we brought him here, the virus was bringing him back to life."
"Yeah, the fucker was just sleeping," Hamilton said.
"What if he wasn't just sleeping? What if he was incubating?"
Hart's voice crackled in my ear. "Alex, this isn't the time or place for this."
"It's exactly the time and place. We're hunting for the old Marcus Vess, the man who climbed through air vents and ripped out people's spines. But what if he's something else now? I'm just saying we need to be prepared."
"For what?" Lucy asked.
"For anything."
Gabriel looked into the darkness ahead of us, eyes wide with fear. "I don't like the sound of that."
Neither did I, but I couldn't ignore the fact that Patient Zero could have mutated into something different. The virus seemed to have ways of adapting to the circumstances in which it found itself. How would it react to being locked inside a bunker with no way out and a couple of hundred people to feed on? One thing was for sure. Patient Zero wasn't hunting his victims from the air vents alien-like, as he'd been doing when we'd first encountered him. There were no bodies. There was blood everywhere. But it looked like the bodies had been dragged away to somewhere else within the facility.
"All right," Hart said. "Everyone stay calm. We don't know what we're dealing with, but don't let that rattle you. If it bleeds, we can kill it." "What about it possibly being our only chance to find a cure for the virus?" Hamilton asked sarcastically. "Fuck that." Hamilton nodded. "I can get on board with that statement." We made our way along the corridor and took a couple of turns that would lead us to the gym. As one of the largest rooms in the facility, it seemed a logical place for the brigadier and his men to set up a base of operations. Since we hadn't seen them anywhere else in this place, it was a possibility they were in there. "Gym is just ahead," Hamilton said, shining his light on a pair of double doors. "It's through there." "Stand by," Hart whispered through my headpiece. "We have a possible contact here." Gabriel, Hamilton and I waited outside the gym doors. If Team B had found Patient Zero, we were wasting our time here and needed to get over there to help them. I heard Hart whisper, "Sam, check that out." "What is it?" I said. "What do you see?" "Alex, be quiet."
"There's movement in there," I heard Sam whisper. Then I heard Tanya shout, "Sam, behind you!" And the sound distorted as gunshots cracked the air. Hart's voice came through the noise. "Team A is falling back. We have contact with zombies. At least I think they're zombies. There's too many of them." "We'll come and help," I said. "Negative. Continue search for Patient Zero. Be aware that there are zombies in the south section of the facility. We'll try to draw them out into the quarry. Make your search easier." "Okay," I said. "Good luck." The sounds of gunfire stopped suddenly in my ear, yet I could hear them echoing through the corridors of the bunker. Team B must have taken their headpieces off so as not to be distracted by us while they were leading the zombies outside. "We're going to do this," Hamilton said, nodding at the gymnasium doors. "Yeah, let's go." He kicked the doors open, and we pointed our lights inside. "What the fuck is that?" Hamilton said, stepping back. "What the fuck is that?" Gabriel let out a panicked yelp that was almost a scream, and backed away up the corridor. I joined them. The doors swung shut. "What is it?" Hamilton repeated. "I don't know," I said. The beams of our lights had picked up something that was straight out of a nightmare. My mind tried to work out what the creature was by filling in the parts we couldn't see due to the limited light thrown off by our torches. The entire gymnasium seemed to be covered with the same grey fungus I'd seen at Carly's Cafe and Gilly's farm. But there was much more to this than a few tentacles and a couple of bodies. I'd seen hundreds of bodies trapped inside the grey matter. Some of them were still moving. And as well as tentacles snaking across the walls, ceiling and floor like veins and arteries, I'd seen eyes. And the thing had looked like it was pulsing. "Is that Patient Zero?" Hamilton asked, his voice rising. "That can't be him. It can't be." "He's gone through some sort of metamorphosis," I said. It seems to be absorbing all those bodies." Gabriel leaned against the wall and puked. "What do we do?" Hamilton said. "How do we kill that thing?" I remembered Hart's words. "If it bleeds, we can kill it." I wasn't even sure if the monstrosity in that room could bleed. It seemed so far removed from anything I'd ever seen that I had no idea how it could even exist. I dug into my pocket and found the flare gun I'd taken from Verity. I pushed a flare into the barrel and pushed open gym doors. As soon as I had enough clearance to safely shoot the flare, I pulled the trigger. The red flare sparked from the gun and embedded itself into the grey matter at the far end of the room. I stepped back as the flare exploded. Some of the grey matter caught fire. In the light of the flames, I could now see the massive proportions of the creature. An unearthly scream issued from within the gymnasium. Dozens of pustules appeared on the surface of the fungus, and at first I thought the damned thing was boiling from the inside. But then I saw dark shapes within the pustules, humanoid shapes. They writhed within the fungus, as if performing some sort of bizarre dance. The pustules erupted, and the humanoid creatures, which I could now see were some sort of zombies, slid to the floor and ran at me. Dropping the flare gun, I raised my carbine and began to fire at the running zombies. Hamilton and Gabriel did the same. As our lights danced around the room, I could see more pustules forming on the fungus creature, more zombies waiting to be set free from the fungal mass. The zombies that had already hit the gymnasium floor were halfway across the room now. They seemed to be rotted corpses covered with fungus. Some of them dropped as we fired. but we'd soon be overwhelmed by their sheer number. "We need to go!" I shouted, turning on my heels and running. Hamilton and Gabriel were right behind me. We fled through the facility, retracing our steps to the games room and back to the cafeteria, where zombie corpses, presumably killed by Team B, littered the floor. My eye was drawn to the face of one particular corpse that lay on its back by the door. I recognized that face. It was the brigadier. Hart's voice sounded through my earpiece. "Team A, you need to get out of the bunker. There are enemies heading to the quarry. Repeat, exfiltrate now." More creatures were strewn over the floor of the cement corridors near the door of the quarry, and as we got outside into the sunlight, there were even more of them. Hart and the others had done a good job of leading them outside. If they hadn't done that, Gabriel, Hamilton, and myself would probably be trapped inside the bunker with zombies attacking us from both sides. The Chinook's blades were already whirring. We ran for the chopper, and as we sprinted up the ramp that led into the craft, Claudia and Terry were already taking off, the Chinook lifting rapidly into the air. Trying to catch my breath, I grabbed a seat and strapped myself in. I was relieved to see everyone from Team B had made it out alive. As I put on the flight helmet, I said, "What's the rush? Where's the enemy?" Hart pointed out of the window at the quarry below. A convoy of black-painted vehicles was rolling into the space we'd just vacated. There must have been at least a dozen of them, and, as they came to a stop outside Bunker 53, 5 black choppers dropped out of the clouds. "That must be them," Gabriel said. "The Reapers?" I nodded. On the ground, dozens of black-suited soldiers exited the vehicles and rushed into the bunker in formation. "They'll have a nasty surprise when they get inside," Hart said. "But in the end, they've got what they wanted. I don't suppose you found Patient Zero in there?" "We found him," I said, "but he was nothing like we expected." The Reapers would have a hell of a job getting what they wanted from Patient Zero, now that he'd metamorphosed into whatever the fuck that thing had been. But I had no doubt they'd find a way to build it into their plans. We'd lost. Plain and simple. "Tell us about it when we get back to the island, over a cup of tea," Hart said. I nodded and watched as, in the quarry below us, the Reapers took control of Bunker 53. This concludes Sanctuary.